IB Nation, welcome to the Irish Breakdown Podcast. We are live here on a Monday, which for the usual listeners of this podcast, if you listen to us live on YouTube, hit that like button, by the way, subscribe to the podcast, notification bell, all that great stuff. You are usually be set for a little bit of a recruiting hour. Well, we have made a switch now that we are in the season and everything is now moving along well. We are now going to flip the mailbag and the recruiting hour during the week. So now Mondays will be mailbag Mondays and Fridays will be reserved for the recruiting hour. A couple reasons for that is one, mailbag, I think timing after the game, you guys still have a lot of thoughts that you want, even after upon further review, there's still some thoughts that you have, questions you still want answered. Also previewing Louisville coming up this week. So we'll give you a little bit insight into that if there are questions involving this past game, the game coming up. And then also we think that the recruiting hour would be better served on Fridays because a lot of the things that we do during the season are about previewing visitors. Where are they going to be at this weekend? Are they going to be at Notre Dame? Are they going to be on at other campuses? And it also gives us a little bit of time for some further recruiting intel because we try to give you guys as much as possible. Also, boards.irishbreakdown.com if you want that recruiting intel. Just put up a little bit of an intel piece on Davis Andrews, 2024 safety, who's making a decision tonight. But we are here now. So Mondays, buckle up, folks. From here on out, this is Mailbag Mondays. Hope everybody out there is doing really well. We got a bunch of questions started. Of course, I'm joined by Brian Driscoll here. Brian, the energy is flowing, sir, because Notre Dame had I know it was ugly, wasn't pretty, but they got a big victory over Duke this past weekend. Another big top 25 matchup, number 25 Louisville heading out to play them in Kentucky. So it's going to be an exciting weekend, man. And then after that, bye week, and then into USC. This is a full
USC, then a bye week.
Yeah.
Either way, it'll be four straight games against an undefeated opponent. And assuming USC beats Arizona, but even if Arizona upsets USC, which could happen, although I don't anticipate it, then it would be at the very least it's going to be four straight games over a top 25 opponent, which will again that's something to this is the stretch we knew was going to be you're going to know who Notre Dame is during the stretch, right? And they're 1-1 so far, and they got to go 2-1 this weekend. I was very happy before we get into questions, I was very happy to hear Coach Freeman today in the press conference. He said something, Ryan, that I know rings very true to you and I. He said, we can't let the result of the game, the win, impact the fact that basically we know we've got to improve. He's like, you can't let the result, just because we won doesn't mean that we don't have to look at all the things that we need to address and get corrected. And I thought that was a very spot on, and just another example of how things are a lot different now under this regime than the old regime.
Can I comment on that for a second, Brian? Because that was one thing that we said on the show. It's like, great, you got a victory. That's cool. You beat a number 17 team in the country, an undefeated team in a hostile environment. Like, awesome, right? But also, there had to be some soul searching that had to take place after that because it was not pretty. Notre Dame should have won that game much more decisively than they only went in on a game-winning touchdown during the last couple minutes. Like, that game should have been decided.
Yeah, where you had to convert a 3rd and 10 and a 4th and 16. I mean, it's still, I can't even get over just the parallels between that final Ohio State drive. But to your point, Ryan, it was a great win for Notre Dame in the scope of the season and your resume and your record. And that was a good football team that you beat. It was not a good win in regard to, did your team get better this week? And they did not get better in this game. But they did what they needed to do to get the win, and then we move on. And that's what, honestly, guys, is a lot about what this mailbag is about, is because we you have to pay to get your opinions or your questions answered after a post-game show, just because the nature of it is just we can't do 4-hour shows after games anymore. We did that, and it was just too much. And then upon further review, same thing. And so then you guys really can't dive into the game until Tuesday with questions. And by then it's kind of like, well, now we're 3 days past. So that factored into a lot of what we're going to do here. So if you guys want to talk about Duke, we can still talk about Duke. If you guys want to talk about Louisville, we'll talk about Louisville. And just because we're not doing a recruiting hour doesn't mean you can't ask recruiting questions either. We'll get to those as well. So if you have recruiting questions for Ryan or I, put those in there too. You got college football questions, whatever. That's what it's the Monday free for all. The only thing that's changed, Ryan, is the day. Yep. It's still getting after it. So this will be fun. And then during the off season, we'll get back to Friday being the show. So we started off, man, with a super chat from our guy Tyler Evans.
Tyler's question. Thank you so much, Tyler. What did you think of week 5 and all the key games played? Brian, for me, if I could start, like, parity is the biggest thing that popped in my mind on this one. I mean, you saw Washington struggle against Arizona, right? Like, Washington's going to win that matchup 9 out of 10 times, but like during that game, Arizona kept it close. I know they scored a late touchdown to make it look a little bit more respectable, but like still, they kept it to a couple touchdown lead against a team that's
Ryan. It wasn't a
very
game
good
where it was like
football.
31-7
Right.
and they just scored a bunch of points late to make it over. It wasn't that.
Right.
Like, legitimately, this is a close game, right? And if they can just make one stop and then get a score, they might do something. So your point is correct. That was a battle for Washington, which I think they needed, Ryan.
I agree. And I think that a lot of the best teams, or the perceived best teams in college football, they showed warts this weekend. Like, that's how I would phrase it, right? Like, Washington showed warts. USC certainly showed warts. Penn State for a half showed warts. Georgia showed warts. I put a tweet out about this, Tyler, over the weekend, but like, this is the year of parity in college football at the highest that I've seen it in recent years. Like, there is no dominant team, in my opinion, right now in college football. There's a lot of good teams, which makes it great football watching on a week-to-week basis, because you still see a lot of quality, good football. But it's just, you're not used to seeing, like, there's no Georgia of the last 2 years here right now.
There's
Like,
no 2019
that doesn't
LSU. There's no
exist.
2020 Bama. There's no 2018 Clemson. Ryan, you know why I'm a very much against forced parity. It's one of the reasons I don't like professional sports anymore, to be honest with you. I just can't stand forced parity, especially in the NFL. The parity that is going on right now is, I think you're spot on. There's a lot more parity, but it's the right kind of parity, because the top teams aren't quite as good, not because of any rule that's been implemented necessarily that says, hey, because Georgia hasn't lost a bunch of dudes to the portal. They had success. They had a lot of dudes go to the NFL. It's just part of that process of reloading. Sometimes you reload and you're a little younger. Like, if anybody has a legit beef to say we're young at some key spots, it's Georgia. I mean, you've replaced a lot of guys, but it's also about the rest of college football in other areas is getting better. Maryland isn't 5-0 just because they haven't played anybody. They've dominated the 5 teams they've played so far. Like, they look good. Now, do I expect them to beat Ohio State? No, I don't. But it's like, and give Ohio State a game last year.
Competitive than years past. Right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's like, you watch Bowling Green, who has a losing record, go on the road and smash Georgia Tech. Like, USC could have played the exact same game they did on Saturday against a version of Colorado that looks a lot like last year's Colorado, and it's still a 60-something to 14 win. And so it's not just that there's parity, but it's good. It's the right kind of parity. Why is Arizona winning right now? Did they go get 1 million transfers? No, they've hired a coach who's done a good job building them up. Why is Washington all of a sudden dominant? Is it because a bad coaching staff lucked into getting Michael Penix? No, they made a great coaching hire. He brought in Michael Penix and then basically surrounded Michael Penix with a bunch of dudes that were already there. Right. And, Jamie Berman is from Michigan State, and the running back from Mississippi State, but it's still the core players, the best players outside of Penix, are guys that were recruited to Washington. So it's not a heavy transfer dominant team like USC is. It's good parity. Washington State, that's a good football team. It's not like, oh, well, the Pac-12's down, that's why Washington State is good. No, they're a good football team.
Very good this year.
It's just been, Kentucky, they went and got Devin Leary, but they didn't win that game on Saturday because Devin Leary got it. He didn't even pass for 70 yards.
I was about to say he threw 69 yards.
Seriously, Ryan. Like,
it was the transfer running back from Vanderbilt. Ray Davis, who actually started his career at Temple. Shout out to Temple,
right?
Real quick.
Right. All these kids going on 3 teams. It's just wild. Yeah. But it's been fun to watch it, Ryan. Missouri is legit good this season. Like, they're not great, but they're legit good. Brady Cook goes out there. He's questionable. What do you have? Like, injuries and health issue, illness and all that. And then what does he do? He ends up playing on the road against Vanderbilt, throws for 395 yards and 4 touchdowns. It's just like,
and his wide receiver Luther Burden is leading college football and receiving it right now. So.
It's been a fun season so far. It really has. It's been a fun season so far. And, again, they're a team that's benefited from transfers. Their leading rusher in the game was Nathaniel Pete, who came from Stanford. They got Theo Weiss Jr., who was a transfer from Oklahoma. Luther Burden's a high school kid. Brady Cook's a high school kid. So they're doing the mixes, and that's where we said the one good thing that'll come from the portal is there will be, I thought that the top teams would be taking more. And I think that may happen if they start getting beat by some of these teams. But what it has done, it's not what I thought necessarily would happen, but what has been a byproduct is teams like Miami, teams like Missouri, teams like you know, Kentucky, teams like that can say, hey, look, they can't just go replace a Will Levis with a kid that they've developed because there's usually not quite that same gap. Okay, so let's go to the portal, get a guy like Devin Leary. Notre Dame can go get Sam Hartman. Where would Notre Dame be right now if they didn't have Sam Hartman as their quarterback? Probably 4-2 right now is probably what they'd still won their first 4 games. I still think they beat NC State. NC State's not very good. But, it's been a good version of parody, Ryan. That's the thing for me. And then looking at some of the games, we talked about the Kentucky game. I'll tell you a team that's really impressed me the more I pay attention to them. Fresno State's a legit good football team this year. Like, they play good defense. Their offense is still pretty good. They won 27-9 this weekend. It wasn't that close. I think Nevada scored the last 9 points of the game.
Yep.
They scored with like a minute left in the game. They
shut out Arizona State a couple weeks ago too.
Yeah, 29-0. They had a kind of an ugly win over Eastern Washington, only by 3 points. Beat Purdue on the road to start the season. Blew out Kent State last week. So they're a team that I like what I'm seeing from them so far this year. There's just been like Air Force has been I jumped Air Force into my top 25, and it's like, no, they haven't beaten anybody, but they have dominated every team that they played. They just beat San Diego State, who's not as good as they used to be, 49-10 this past weekend.
Yep.
Like, they're a dominant team. So it's been fun, Ryan. Now, and I'll say this is the first time in a long time that I look back and I say, like, there's legitimately 10 or 11 teams that could conceivably win a championship this year if they can just improve a little bit here and improve a little bit there, and it's made for a fun season. But this was a wild weekend. Like, the Auburn literally, I mean, they went toe to toe with Georgia that entire game. It just came down to this, Ryan. Georgia just has the better players at the end of the day, and that's just what it came down to. But Auburn, these kids played their butts off in that game, dude. And
I would say that Auburn out physicaled them on the offensive and defensive line for most of the game as well. It was the difference was Brock Bowers. Like, that was the difference,
Well, and Malachi Starks, made some big plays on defense, and like they just had the 5 best players in the field were on Georgia's team Saturday, but they got outcoached. I think Auburn outcoached Georgia. I do. I mean, just as far as like the way that they were using their quarterback run, not just with Robbie Ashford, but also with Peyton Thorne had a big run in the game. So that was fun to see. Kansas is such a different team without Jalen Daniels. With all due respect to Jason Bean, he's just not Jalen Daniels. They're just they had open guys early. They should have scored a lot more. They still would have lost with Jalen Daniels, but it would have been it would have looked like the game 2 years ago in Austin, where Kansas won in overtime, was like 57-56 or something like that. It would have looked a lot like more because their receivers were getting open, Ryan. I thought early in the game, he couldn't hit guys. And then a couple times he did throw nice balls, they dropped them, but Texas looks good. Like, their offense is really clicking right now. It really is clicking right now. And their offensive line's finally gotten better. The Oregon game was weird because they looked like garbage the first half of that game, Ryan, before piling on Stanford. But Stanford is awful, man.
Yep. Well, Penn State looked terrible against Northwestern as well until they just were like, okay, we're done with this. At the end of the second quarter, they're like, all right, that's enough of that. So some teams just did not. Some teams looked very beatable this weekend, but they also showed that when they're clicking, they can be very, very good. That's kind of what my main takeaway.
Yeah.
Like, that Penn State team, when they're clicking, has the potential to be outstanding.
Yeah.
But you saw that when they're not, they're very beatable.
Very athletic defense, dude.
Yeah.
Very athletic defense. I'll tell you who had a really nice win this weekend that not a lot of people are talking about. Texas A&M winning on a neutral field against Arkansas was a good win. Now, Arkansas is not the team that they should be. I'll just say it. But that game showed why it's so important to have a good backup quarterback. Connor Wegman goes down. You got a guy with starting experience, Max Johnson, as your backup, and he came in and played well. Threw for 210 yards and 2 touchdowns, ran for 57 yards. It was a really good win. I am floored at how bad Arkansas's offense is right now. Like, they are so inconsistent. Like, 1 week they throw for a bunch of yards, the next week they can't run or throw against Texas A&M. They made Texas A&M's defense look a lot better than It's good, but it's not as good as they made it look on Saturday.
Well, I think that Texas A&M defensive line is pretty stupid, stupidly
Yeah.
talented, but yeah.
Not 174 yards against them good as a defense, and that's my point. This is a team with Arkansas the week before. Now again, LSU's defense isn't very good, but a week before scored 31 points and had a bunch of yards against LSU. They scored 31 points in a loss against BYU and had a lot of yards, over 400 yards in that game. And then you come out and you get 174 against A&M. They just were shooting themselves in the foot the entire game. So, but a very good win for Texas A&M. Like they're 4-1, dude. Their only loss was that loss at Miami. Like they're in my top 25 now. Like how are they? Here's the annoying thing. How are they not in the top 25, but LSU is? Like what exactly? Who has LSU beat this year to deserve to be in the top 25?
It's just preseason hype. That's all.
It's ridiculous. So. I get that through the first 3-4 games of the year, but we're in week 5 now. We should have an idea. And how bad is Virginia? I mean, goodness gracious.
They're one of the worst. They're one of the worst Power 5 schools I've ever seen, at least for one season. They're really bad.
Yeah. And then last game that Ryan, I thought Illinois would still be pretty good on defense this year. Not as good as last year, but I thought they'd still be pretty good on defense this year. And they just got ran over by Purdue.
Yep.
This past week,
which was a pick'em game. Like literally, there was a pick'em.
Yeah,
who was going to win that football game? There was no line in that, which was wild. So
that 44-19, Purdue ran for almost over 200 yards, I believe, in that game. Ryan, Let me go look here real quick. Let's go rushing 189. They ran for 189 yards against them. Yep. So, but how wild is it? In the last 2 weeks, they've ran for 198 against Wisconsin in a loss and then 189 against Illinois in a blowout win. Like, it's a little different time at Purdue, man. They're actually trying to run the football now.
Which is weird.
But that was a bad loss.
Graham Harrell's the OC, isn't it? And
yeah.
That's kind of weird that's reality, but yeah.
Sure. Yeah, I know, right? Like, I still don't like that hire. I really don't. But, yeah.
I like the wide receiver they have. The Burks kid, number 4. He's a good player. I really like that kid a lot. But yeah,
Dion Burks, and he's a kid that's been there, so he's not a transfer either. So, but yeah, it was an interesting weekend, man. I still, when I saw that Bowling Green score, and it was 38-27, but it wasn't that close. Georgia Tech scored last in that game.
Do you know who Bowling Green's quarterback is?
Yeah, it's the kid that used to be at Missouri, right? Isn't
kind of bad? Back. Yep.
Yeah,
him, man.
Yeah. I mean, that's a bad loss, dude, for Georgia Tech. Really like
because Georgia Tech was actually playing like solid football too.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden that happened. Great.
Yeah, they were coming over. Yeah. They were coming. They barely lost. They battled Louisville for 4 quarters, although they blew a big lead in that game. Got smacked by Ole Miss on the road. Fine, it is what it is. But didn't Ole Miss kind of pull away late in that game? I remember, Ole Miss scored 24 in the 4th quarter. Yes, I'm looking at the box score now. So, like, it was a game that was competitive for a while. Playing well. And then they go out and just get absolute curb stomped at home. Beat Wake Forest on the road and then get curb stomped at home by Georgia Tech, by Bowling Green, who, again, right, is not that good. I mean, Bowling Green came into that game 1-3. Like they'd lost to Liberty, Michigan, and Ohio. Right. Yeah. Like they lost to Ohio by 31. Yeah. So that was a wild.
It's not like you lost to Toledo or a good.
Correct.
You lost to a bad MAC team.
Yeah. Correct. Yeah. Toledo, there'd be some like, okay, you know what? You're in your first year. Toledo's really good. Northern Illinois with what's that kid's name? That quarterback they had.
Rocky Lombardi.
No, before him, the running kid when they went to the Orange Bowl that year.
Oh,
Jordan Lynch. Yeah. You didn't lose to a Ben Roethlisberger Miami, Ohio team. You lost to a bottom half of the league MAC team. Oof, not good. Not good. Some first-year coaches going through some tough times right now. There's no doubt about that. All right, Ryan, let's get back on track. We got some questions.
John A1, what's up, John? Says, if you're Coach Stuckey, what's the biggest excuse me? What's the biggest thing you're keeping on with your room? Keying on. My apologies.
Well, I think the biggest thing for me is just playing with greater urgency. That and the reason I say that, and I keep saying that over and over again, because that phrase impacts so many different things. Urgency comes down to how you come off the line. Urgency gets down to how you stem a guy. It comes down to the knowing I need to get in and out of this break as quickly and efficiently as possible because I've got to get into the second level. I've got to fight for the football. That's an urgency thing. Like when I talk about playing with urgency, it really encapsulates the entire dynamic of playing the wide receiver position. You know, you got to compete your butt off in the run game, which actually that's been an area where they've been consistently pretty good this season is blocking in the run, although I'd still like to see them do more RPOs. But just overall, if you're going to tell me one thing, what's the biggest thing? It's urgency. And it's gotta, because sometimes, Ryan, when you're talking about an opponent or a position group, sometimes you can kind of say, well, you know, I need to really focus on this one thing, but sometimes it needs to be bigger picture than that, because it's not just one thing. There's a common theme kind of going throughout all the different things plaguing you. And with this particular group, like with the O-line, you can really simplify it down to you've got to play with more consistent, better feet. When this O-line gets in trouble, Marcus Freeman talked about it today, their footwork gets them in trouble, which leads to bad angles and different, you know, not finishing. And but receiving, it's not just that one, your top ends are the problem. No, that's a problem. You know what I mean? It's overall the urgency, because that bleeds into so many different aspects of playing the position. So that, for me, that's what it would be, Ryan. What would it be for you?
Well, I mean, you hit on part of what I was going to, I mean, most of what I was going to say is the competitiveness. Like there's a weird, like when the football is in the air, I don't typically feel like Notre Dame's going to come down with it right now. That's kind of like and that's a problem. I mean, when you have guys that are, I know Dion Cole's he's out at the moment, but like when you have guys that are 6'4", 205 pounds, when you have guys that are 6'2", 220, when you have guys that are 6'1", 210, like some bigger body guys, you should win a lot of those 50-50 opportunities. You should win a lot of those just off of pure athleticism and competitiveness. And I just feel like there's a lack of swagger to that unit right now. You know, like like wide receivers are usually one of those positions where like they just walk the walk and then they talk it, right? Like they're very outgoing and very outward in how they approach the game. And I just feel like outside of Jaden Greathouse and Rico Flores and occasionally a Jaden Thomas at times, just not a lot of swagger on this wide receiver group right now. And obviously that's partly because they have not produced well over the last couple games and they've been a little bit downward in their trajectory, but they need to get that swagger back, man. Like this game coming up against Louisville, I would love for someone to make a big play early in that game where it's like, okay, now let's get rolling here, man. Like we're good. Cause it like anything, it's about momentum and it's about rhythm a lot of times, right? You make one great catch that leads to multiple great catches. You have a great route that leads to you having great pace and ability to work in and out of those breaks and to be consistent with it. So I just think that there's a lack of confidence and a lack of swagger at that position right now. They need someone to make a play. Ultimately, they need someone to make a big play where you're like, okay, now let's rock there. Let's roll. And I just think that they're missing that kind of ringleader right now, that position. We had John with another question. It says, through 6 games, which position group needs to be open to playing some of its underclassmen?
Ooh, good safety.
Yeah.
I feel like you've got to start getting a Don Schuler on special teams. You've got to start getting him if there's any game, like if at all you're pulling away from Louisville at all, get him in the game. Like that's a position where, because what was the one, like now it comes from being smart and intelligent, but like what's the best attribute that we thought Don Schuler brought to the table? He's a thumper. He's a hitter. He's a tackler, right? Well, what's your biggest weakness right now at safety? To me, and there's several, it's open field tackles.
Yeah.
And so he brings some of that. So to me, him and Antonio Carter, and Antonio Carter he's not an underclassman. He's new to the team, but that's a position, Ryan, where I would say it. I want to say linebacker just because I do think they need to try to find a series here and there where they're taking some of the snaps burden off of these guys. You know, that would be something. That's why I still am mad about the Central Michigan game, because that was a great opportunity to get Drake Bowen some playing time, you know, some legit playing time to see what he could do. Because now it's like, well, you're going to try to just throw him into the fire against USC. You would have had a much better chance of saying, hey, what can this kid give us? And that to me was I would have rotated him and Jaden Osbury in that game of Mike against Central Michigan. And if they played poorly, then you have Jack Kaiser on the back burner to come in and get you out of the ball game. Mm-hmm. That was a huge missed opportunity, in my opinion, at linebacker. I understand why they did it. I just think it was the wrong decision. But, I mean, Ryan, I would say like D-line, but you're already playing young guys in the D-line, right? Like,
yeah, I was going to say,
I'd say maybe play them more
guys.
A little bit, like play Burnham and Tuihalamaka more, but they're going to this weekend.
Yep.
But, Donovan Heinisch is playing. He didn't play this week, but, he's been playing. Corner, Christian Gray's playing. Receiver, can't get much younger than that. Cooper Flanagan's playing. Running back, your freshman's playing. Yep. So really safety is the only position right now where I feel like, boy, they got to get some of those young guys going. Linebacker I would add in there too, simply not because I don't think the linebackers doing well. I just really think with this, the way your schedule is going, it would be wise to maybe a series here or there, a personnel package here and there. It might be good to trigger Drake and Jaden in certain, not together, but as a rotation, just as a rotation, not as a linebackers aren't playing well. I always worry about this with JD Bertrand, Ryan. I do, because he's not a real big kid. I always worry about him just wearing down if he's playing 70 snaps a game. And Louisville's another team that they're going to run a lot of snaps. So USC is another one. They're going to play with some tempo and run a lot of snaps. And so I just worry about that, but it's almost kind of like a little too late for that. If that was going to happen, that should have already started. You don't wait till you're in the middle of your toughest stretch and then start rotating in your young guys.
Right. Well, not on the offense or defense side of the ball, but one thing I would add is that we saw a little bit of it last week with Jeremiah Love finally getting some kickoff return duties. I would still love, because I think Chris Tyree's been pretty good as a punt returner for the most part. Like, he's been pretty good, but I would not hate seeing Jeremiah Love back there sometimes to return punts. Like, that kid needs to touch the ball more. I mean, he just does. So not an offensive defensive specific thing, but like Jeremiah Love for me would be my kick and punt returner right now. He would be that. That's you, buddy. You'll get, your 5 to 7 to 8 touches a game on offensive side of the football, but we're also going to give you 3 to 4 touches in the return game as well. Like, to get Jeremiah Love the ball as much as possible. So I would just add in on that one.
Don't disagree with that. Yeah. I will say this about underclassmen. I would strongly consider having Jaden Greathouse do more than just playing in the slot with Chris Tyree. I think it's time to kind of get him some reps outside as well.
If there's any kid that could handle that, it is Jaden Greathouse.
100%.
So, yeah.
100%. Yep.
We had another John question. John A1 says, in your opinion, what's the O-line doing that's making the pass protection so far and so up and down from game to game?
Well, I kind of said this earlier, John, in what we talked about. There's an inconsistency from week to week with how they play with their feet and their hands to a degree as well, but especially a feet problem. Like, did you see the block? Have you had a chance to rewatch the game yet, Ryan? Did you see the stunt that Duke did? It was about the most basic TE stunt you'll ever see. And Rocco Spindler was so out of position with his feet that when he turned to pick up the ends, he just fell over himself. Yeah. Just fell over himself.
But not even over his own feet. Like, literally, he just got on his heels and fell. It was it was weird.
Yes.
Yeah.
But his feet were out of place. It was really bad. Pat Coogan just got that real wide base and he lost him. A wide base is have you ever seen someone like try to push a car and their like feet are super wide? No, you get your feet up underneath it and you're driving forward. And, it was weird, especially a week after they played so well in that regard against Ohio State. But there's an inconsistency from a footwork standpoint, to be honest with you. And I think part of it against Duke was, Ryan, and I said this last night, I'm going to set you up for this because I'll get your thoughts on it. I really don't believe Notre Dame was prepared for what Duke threw at them with as far as their game plan to shut down the run game. Notre Dame looked like an offensive line that was unprepared for how much they were shooting gaps and the alignments and all that. Not that they necessarily should have been, but they just looked like a group that coming off the line, not sure, Blake Fisher not looking like he knew who to block, guards not looking like they're not sure how to pick up a twist. That looked like an offensive line that didn't know what was coming at them, and that shouldn't have been the case.
I also thought the defensive line play for Duke this week, I thought was like pretty creative. I mean, did you notice that like Dwayne Carter was lining up at defensive end early
Yeah,
on in that football game? Like,
yeah.
I think that
Like in some of
Duke
their
was,
3-man looks and stuff like that.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, there was even a couple 4 down where he was at defensive end. I was like, that's super interesting. Like, that's
Well, it's
interesting.
they're trying to take away Notre Dame's power. That's what
Yeah,
it was. That's what it was. And
and
Notre
I
Dame
love it.
never adjusted to it. They never
Yeah.
handled it.
So I mean, I really thought that this game for me came down to I thought that Duke's coaches, and this is specifically for the defense, the offense now, because that's what we're talking about. I thought the Duke defensive staff was coming out and saying, you are not going to beat us in this way, in this football game, especially early on. And Notre Dame, instead of adjusting to me, was like, yes, we are. And then when they
Mhm.
weren't winning, it was
Yeah.
like, when's the adjustment going to happen? Like, you're not just going to be able to run power football against this team every single play. Like, it's just not going to happen because Dwayne Carter was feeling himself. He was playing a
Right.
great football game. Jamion Franklin was playing confident. Like, there was just RJ Oden was playing confident. Like, there was just confidence on Duke's side of the ball. And I felt like there was kind of I don't want to say defeatist attitude, but like the Notre Dame offensive line wasn't playing with any swagger or urgency at all as a football team. Like they just weren't. They were just playing like they were going through the motions at times. I think that was because they just weren't matching the physicality and the aggressiveness that we saw from Duke on their side of the ball. So again, I think it's a quick hat tip to Duke because they came out and they wanted to play,
Yeah.
man. Like they wanted to play and they played hard as heck. But also Notre
Yeah.
Dame didn't match the intensity. They didn't match it, in my opinion. They didn't. And I think that partly it was a failure of coaching because I think that there was no creativity in the run game. And then part of it, I think the other half, because I'm a big, like, it's not usually one side, right? It's usually a mixture. The offensive line and the offense in general, they didn't match the aggressiveness of what Duke was putting out there. They didn't match the
Ever.
competitiveness. Just didn't.
Ever.
They just weren't as excited to be there as what Duke was in that football game. And again, hat tip to Duke, but also that's a problem for Notre Dame. You need to match that intensity. You have
Yep.
to. And I don't think they match the intensity. I really don't.
When sometimes you'll come out in the game, Ryan, and the reason I was shaking my head in frustration was that was not it. That was against what that Notre Dame has been good at so far this year is the adjustments and the creativity in the run game. And they came out thinking, well, Duke's going to play this way, so let's hit them with our gap schemes. That stuff wasn't working because the way Duke was playing, and there was no adjustment. The only really push they got in that game was when they were running inside zone because they could just kind of step down and play a gap, and doesn't matter who comes into it, you're blocking this zone and you're working this combination. That's why there always needs to be inside zone in your run game, always. Because my whole thing is, even if zone is inside zone's your number 2 run and you're a power counter guy, there's going to come games where they're throwing some stuff at you that you're just not prepared for. The great thing about zone is literally a team can come out at if you teach inside zone properly, a team can come out in a completely different look than they've ever shown, and it might take you a series or two to adjust to it because zone is more about principles that don't change no matter what they're lining up in. The only thing that changes is, am I covered or uncovered?
Right.
And then communicating who's working with me in that instance. And that's what's so great about the zone is even if you don't want to major in it, you just want to minor in it, you better be good at it and you're good at the knowledge of the principles because it allows you to get in these situations. And when Notre Dame did run zone, it worked. What was the touchdown run at the end of the game? It was off a zone. They were doing like a backside lead with it, where they were bringing the tight end around and leading with it. So like they were doing like zone lock on the backside and then blocking like just pure inside zone play side. And then they were bringing that guy in to kind of handle, the linebacker crash, and Holden Stace had a phenomenal block on that, which we talked about last night. So did Chris Tyree, but that was where you're able to have your most success on Saturday. Like Jabron Payne's like really impressive 8-9 yard run, which that's how bad the run game was. Is they were like impressive 8-9 yard run, pure inside zone. Just got to push. That was the only time they got any push in this game, or even kept a body on a body. That was the biggest thing, Ryan. They couldn't keep a body on a body. They were just big. And coach talked about it today. Just it's hard to run the ball when guys are getting gaps, and that was a big part of it. It was very
That should also be a staple of the offense too, because I think the biggest misnomer about inside zone is that everyone thinks that your offensive linemen have to be the greatest athletes of all time, and it's like, no, that's actually not, because you're getting a lot of help to whatever side you're working towards. I mean, yes, getting up to the second level involves athleticism, but even that's more linear athleticism than moving laterally, right? So outside zone is a spot where like If you're not a great mover, that's going to be a little tough,
Ryan,
right?
if you're a mid-zone, outside zone team, yeah, you need some guys who can move. Right. There's no doubt. There's no doubt.
Yep.
But that's what I like about what Notre Dame does is they don't have real athletic guards. So when they're running downhill, inside zone. When they get outside, what do? They pin and pull. Right. Which creates some more opportunities and where you don't necessarily have to be as athletic. Now, you still need to be able, anything you do outside, you've got to have some level of athleticism.
Yep.
But you don't have to be as athletic as, hey, we're just running pure stretch. Because if you're running pure stretch with average to below average athletes, it's not going to work against opponents who aren't average to below average athletes, basically, is how it works. So that was interesting. I did want to respond to a question that we had down here from Tommy Guns about a topic we were discussing. Okay. Ryan, and he asked, is Max Johnson going to still be on the team next year? I'm ignorant as to his eligibility status. Which would you rather have to start the season next year? I'm not sure of Max Johnson's status either, but as much as I like Max Johnson is a great backup quarterback. Yep. A great backup quarterback. Connor Wegman and Max Johnson is a 2020 recruit, so he will have eligibility next season. So 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, even without a COVID year, he would get it. Now, he's one of those kids that class is the one that ends the COVID stuff. Yep. Because kids that year, you can't do a double red shirt. You can't take a red shirt and a COVID year if it's the same year. Yep. So 20 and past, there's no more COVID of the COVID craziness when it comes to eligibility. I love Max. Like, let's just say Max Johnson got in the portal again next year and Notre Dame wanted to get a veteran backup in case the young guys didn't pan out. Max Johnson would be a kid I'd look at. Now, but not if I'm like going to get the next Sam Hartman, right? Yeah. Connor Wegman's a very talented player. Like, so if you're Notre Dame,
he's an NFL talent at quarterback. It just needs to be developed. Yeah.
So if you're Notre Dame, which would you rather have to start the season next year? Well, who are you asking? If you're asking about Texas A&M, it's Connor Wegman. If you're asking about Notre Dame, it's Max Johnson. But they're both good quarterbacks to some degree. I like Max Johnson. He's a solid player. He's a good program guy. He's a good backup quarterback. If your quarterback goes down for a while, he can get the ball where it needs to go to. He can get you in the right calls and the right checks. He's a good football player. He's just, if you're trying to be a team competing for a championship, you want a guy like Connor Wegman out there who's more of a playmaker, in my opinion. Yep. Very talented player. Very talented player. We have a couple super chats here, Ryan. We'll rock through those.
Wade Garrett said, based on whatever your expectations were of this team coming into the season, how do you feel we have done halfway through the season? I mean, Wade, it's such an interesting question because, I mean, for me, I predicted Notre Dame go 11-1 and have a chance at the college football playoff. That was my expectation. I still thoroughly believe that Notre Dame can do that. It's just obviously with losing to Ohio State, you've put yourself in a position where you have to be perfect the second half of the year, and you have to beat everyone, right? You have to beat Louisville, you have to beat USC, you have to beat everyone down the stretch, and that lowers the margin for error, obviously, right? I thought that Notre Dame had a good chance to beat Ohio State. I wasn't wrong in that instance because they did have a good chance to beat them. They just weren't unable to finish it out, unfortunately. So I would say that they've been close to my expectation, to be honest. I did expect them after the first couple games to be a better offensive team during the last couple game stretch, but no team's ever going to live up to full scope expectations for me. So like expectation wise, I feel like they're pretty similar to what I thought. I mean, you're sitting there at 5-1. You have a chance to make a run here. It's just, I hope they had finished the game out against Ohio State. It would have made me feel a little bit better about my prediction. But ultimately, I still think they have a good chance to potentially go 11-1. They just have to run the table down the stretch.
Everything that we predicted is still in front of them. It just is a little tougher now because your margin for error is erased. There have been times when I thought the offense was better than I thought it was going to be. Last couple weeks, it's taken a big step back. So it's just, how's it going to be moving forward? That's really the key for me. The receiving core to me has been a disappointment from what my expectations were, and it's across the board, really. When your two best players are true freshmen, that says a lot about your development of your current roster. That's a problem. You've also had some injuries. Dion Cole hasn't been healthy really all year. Tobias Merriweather, Chris Tyree nursing hamstrings. You didn't have Jaden Greathouse and Jaden Thomas because of hamstrings. But just for whatever the reasons, it hasn't been as – the group is, it's been okay, but it hasn't been as good as it needs to be. Defensively, I got to say they've been better than I thought they were going to be. We thought they were going to be a pretty good defense, but they've been better than what I thought they're going to be. I've been disappointed all season in the fact that they have not let their D-line loose. But they did that on Saturday. And what I said last night in the show, Ryan, upon further review, is I just hope this wasn't a one-off for this game.
Yep.
I hope this becomes more of a – now you'll need to, tailor it to who you're playing as far as what your specific method of attack is, but turning your D-line loose needs to be a consistent method of attack for this football team. And when you have a linebacker like Maris Liufau and you say, hey, look, we're comfortable – leaving him on the second level and letting him chase quarterbacks, chase running backs, good. Take advantage of that. You don't always have to trigger him because if he doesn't hit home, he's now out of the play. And I was pleased by that. The rest of the defense, I mean, linebacker's been pretty good. D-line's been very good at what they've been asked to do. I mean, every week they're asked to do something and they step up and do it. Corners have been every bit as good as we thought. Safeties were a question mark. They're still a question mark. But overall, I mean, Ryan, it's like seriously, we're halfway through the year. And no team has scored over 20 points on this defense in a normal game time situation. They haven't. I mean, NC State didn't get their touchdown that put them to 24 until Notre Dame put the backups in the game.
Right.
So I'm pleased with what we've seen from the defense. Are there things they need to do better? Yeah. Are there things that if they don't correct this, they could have problems against a USC, a Washington, a team like that in postseason, Texas? Sure. But, it's been pretty good. Been pretty darn good so far this year. So as a team, they're about where I thought they'd be, better in some areas, not as good in others, but they've got to keep getting better because the whole anticipation, Ryan, was when you look at this football team, you expect them to be like other good teams, which is you're going to be better in November than you were in September. You need to be better in middle and late October than you were in September, and that's what this team has to show us, in my opinion.
We had another super chat from Brandon Plensner. Says, what's the status on Dion Cole? Is he injured or what?
Yeah, he's injured. I mean, Coach talked about this. He had a knee scope. So there's like this thing where there's this rumor going around that Dion Cole was going to redshirt because he's going to transfer. And you know how like people just make crap up on the internet. So then when he gets hurt, it's like, oh no, he's not really hurt. He's really hurt. He really had his knee scoped. And if he didn't have his knee scoped, he'd be playing, right now. And you especially would have been playing on Saturday against Duke. So no, he's hurt, Brandon. And the expectation is he'll be back at some point in time, but no, he's legitimately out. That's not that.
I hate when those rumors kind of spur, and I know that's not a Brandon Plensner thing.
So no, I get it. Yeah.
But do you remember when Nolan Ziegler missed the game and everyone was like, oh, is he transferring? It's just like, guys, you don't even know the story, man. Like, stop.
And if you knew the story, you'd feel like a jackhole for talking about stuff like that, but that's why we don't comment on injuries unless we know for a fact that it's out there because this is what happens. People just run with stuff. And again, Brandon, we're not talking about you, man. So
no. Not Brandon
it's
at all.
no, he's injured and they're hoping to get him back at some point in time.
We had another super chat from Chamgel. So my apologies. What are some things you've seen the offense do well that you'd like to see a larger emphasis on? And what are some changes or new wrinkles you would like to see added to get the offense back on track?
Well, Ryan, I really liked what we saw from them in the run game against Ohio State. We saw a really nice mix-up of inside zone, gap schemes. We saw a really diverse group. The only complaint I had is that you go away from that on the last drive and you ride your horse, right? We talked about that. But really through the first 5 games, I was really impressed with what we saw schematically from the run game. A lot of variation, new wrinkles from week to week. You nailed it in the postgame show. Like, it just kind of felt like this is what we did last week and it worked. And so let's run it again. And we hadn't seen that all year from this offensive
felt
staff.
Like last year again.
Yeah. And so I want to see them get back to, being more creative and things like that. As far as some of the wrinkles offensively, the big thing for me is not so much a schematic wrinkle, although there's always things that you can add to, get guys free. There's 2 things I would want to see them do. Number one, I want to see them do more things with their receivers to stack and bunch, which can help get some of the press, the inability to get off the press, limit that to a degree, and then more different movements. So if you want to get in a certain alignment, then move to it. So maybe do more stuff where you're inverting certain routes, and then you stack, and then you motion a guy out, or start off with a 3-by-1 set and then motion a guy outside, and then you get them a little bit cleaner release in that regard. So there's some things they can do that way. And then another one, Ryan, that I know you and I have talked about in the past is I want to see this team be willing to mix up the tempo. Like, look, I know that you're a defensive head coach, and I know that you want to complement your defense and your offense. I get all that, but you also need to start doing things to put the other team's defense in more of a bind. And I'm not saying they need to come out and be tempo 24/7, 365. I'm not saying that. But especially in a game like the Duke game where your offense is really reeling, that would have been a great time to say, hey, let's go 2-minute because we're pretty good in this situation. And now you're limiting some of the pre-snap movement that Duke is doing, some of the communication that Duke is doing pre-snap, because you're taking all that time, but you're letting well-coached defenses get all the communication they need to get done. And then you're not doing enough things with motions and shifts to put them in a bind. So if you're going to go this slow, then you need to do a lot more, start here, shift over, motion across. I mean, there needs to be a lot more of that kind of stuff where, you start off in an unbalanced, you shift over, then motion a guy, and now you're in unbalanced the other way, and they don't have as much time to communicate and get set up and all that kind of stuff. I can't stand when offenses do that. Like Stanford under David Shaw was a very slow-paced offense, but that's partly because they did so much pre-snap that you couldn't get set up. And like Notre Dame, they'll do like these little, okay, you start with your tight end out and he zips in or he motions. That's not really changing a whole lot, because that's the kind of thing that I don't like. And if you're willing to mix up your tempos a little bit, I think that's something that can help you. And it's not going to all of a sudden oh gosh, our defense is going to have to play 30 more snaps because we went tempo twice a game. You know what I mean? Like, it's just not that. And that's that lack of that. We just haven't seen a real aggressive mentality when they've played good teams. And Ryan, I don't give a crap if you're aggressive against Central Michigan and Tennessee State and Navy. I don't care. When it's negated by, when it's countered with, you don't do that against the good defenses, then what was the point of doing it against those other teams?
It's not process driven. If you change what you do from opponent to opponent, like that's not process. Like it's not the same mindset. You're changing mindsets. I would say for me, Brian, like the two things that I would love to see that I think are very interrelated. I would love to see more run action on pass plays, just more. Like I think that there's a lot of stationary passing in this offense, right? And I understand it to a degree. Sam Hartman is a pocket passer. He works very well in the 3, 5, the 7 step and get the ball out. That's cool and all. But when you are such a good running team, and Notre Dame has, for the most part, been a really good running team this year, you use that to your advantage, right? Like that's where the run fakes really come into play. And then also off of that, easy run action off of the RPO stuff too, right? Like there just hasn't been enough RPO. I really think that we're missing when we're having trouble at times. Like I think this past week would have been a great time to get some RPO action in this offense a little bit more. It would have been great because during some portion of the football game, you're just like, you were so predictable pass game wise at times. It's like, just wasn't a lot open, right? Because it's just very like standard passing concepts. Well, why don't we instead get Chris Tyree a little bubble screen or a little, quick dagger or a glance route or whatever, just something off an RPO action and let him work in space a little bit. Like, why don't we let that happen? Rico Flores can do some stuff in space if you give him the opportunities to. Tobias Merriweather. Why don't we just get him an easy completion and see if we can start to jumpstart him a little bit when he's struggling to finish down the football fields during this portion of the season? Like, I just think that the RPO and run action into the passing game, I think is something that I would love to see a bigger emphasis on. Because when you're a team that is so established in your running thoughts, you are a good running football team. You have been through the majority of the season. Use that to your advantage and make things easier for Sam Hartman, right? Like, don't put everything on his plate. Make it easier for him in this passing game. And I think that you can put some of that stuff into your offense that would really help to jumpstart this passing attack a little bit more, in my opinion.
Agree. Got another super chat from Brandon.
Brandon says, with Matt Salerno's injury, plus being a previous walk-on, is he eligible to get a medical red shirt this year or something and be able to return in 2024? That's like one of those situations where he would have to apply for the eligibility.
A 7th year, right?
Yeah,
I believe.
And it's always possible that he would get that medical opportunity, but it's not, Brandon. It's like one of those like long drawn out processes type of things where it's like 50-50 whether he would get it or not. So I don't even know if that would be something that Matt would necessarily want, but like that would have to be what the the process you would have to go through to even get that opportunity.
My question, Ryan, would be to what end?
Yeah.
Like, to what end? What would be the reason to bring him back? And, I know why he'd want to be back, because, like, when Matt Salerno stops playing college football, he's going to stop playing football. I mean, he's not Chris Fink, where there's, professional. And Matt Salerno is better than a lot of Notre Dame fans give him credit for. I'm not taking a shot at Matt Salerno, but he's not a professional
He's
talent.
not Chris Fink, though.
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
he's not that guy.
No.
And that's okay. And I love what he brings to the table. It's just, I don't know that would make the most sense, assuming everyone on the current roster comes back. You'd have Dion Cole, Jaden Thomas, and the veteran groups. You still might have Chris Tyree. I think it makes sense to bring back Chris Tyree. You then would have Tobias Merriweather as a junior. You'd have your 3 freshmen. So that right there is what, 7 guys, right? 8, because actually you'd have 4 freshmen: Tobias, Tyree, Dion, and Jaden. And then you're bringing in 3 more really talented freshmen. So you're going to have 11 legit guys. Plus, you're still going to have Jordan Faison as a walk-on.
Yes.
So you're talking about 12 talented football players on next year's roster, assuming no one leaves. And if a couple guys leave, you're still at 10 really talented players. So I don't know that Matt necessarily, it would make a lot of sense to bring him back, especially since he's on scholarship now. So if, that would be kind of why I wouldn't necessarily, I don't know that, because there's only so many reps you can give in a practice. And you need to make sure that Cam Williams and Jaden Greathouse and Braylon James and KK Smith and Micah Gilbert and those guys are getting as many reps as possible early to get them ready to help out. So that's why I don't know that would make a lot of sense. Now, Matt may decide he wants to do that and go play somewhere else. Like maybe he's got a year of eligibility left and he wants to, he wants to go to a Harvard or a Dartmouth or something, because there's some sort of like postgraduate thing he wants to do. Then I'd say I'd be all for that. You know what I mean? Because then he gets to play football for another year, and then he might get something that could help him, get even more prepared for what he wants to do with life. I'd support that wholeheartedly. I just don't know that it necessarily makes a ton of sense.
Yep. And he's not like he also doesn't bring a dynamic as a return man that would like make me even want to warn that. It's like if Britton Covey that played at Utah, like if he wasn't, I mean, he was an okay pass catcher. He wasn't great though, but like he was a really good return man, right? It's like, okay, I'll give a scholarship to have that type of punt returning threat on the roster, because now he's an NFL kick and punt returner, right? But yeah, you just need to be really careful with those types of things, because I don't want to stunt growth also on players, because like Matt comes back, it's like that's less reps than maybe Logan Saldate is going to get next year, or a KK Smith, to your point. Like, I just don't want to stunt growth, obviously, as well for a 7th-year kid. So,
agree. Another one from Brandon, a super chat.
Man, he's emptying the wallet today, brother.
Yeah,
love it, Brandon.
Appreciate you.
Do you think the offense could have benefited from Caleb Smith sticking with the team instead of retiring, or would he not have played still last week?
If he was healthy, he would have definitely played last week. No doubt. No doubt. I mean, look, Caleb Smith, this is the transfer version. He was an honorable mention all ACC football player that averaged 18 yards a catch in the ACC, right? Like, yeah, he could have definitely helped them. There's no question. Now, he got beat out by Jaden Thomas and Dion Cole and Tobias Merriweather, and he was going through some personal stuff, which factored into it as well. But, this is a kid that had 37 catches for 674 yards last year in the ACC.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he could have helped them. There's no doubt. He had 152 yards on 9 catches against Pitt last year. He had 3 catches for 141 yards and a touchdown against NC State last year. 4 catches for 78 yards against Georgia Tech. 5 catches for 70 yards against West Virginia. 3 for 49 against North Carolina. 3 for 50 against Boston College. I'm reading off those numbers not to say, oh, my God, look how phenomenal. But look, he was doing that against Power 5 teams, some of which are teams that Notre Dame plays those teams or the caliber of those teams. So he certainly would have helped them in that regard with all the injuries. No question. No question.
It would have been great insurance if it would have made sense.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it did not happen to that degree.
Yeah.
So. Joe Papiti. Thank you so much, Joe, for super chat. Very much appreciated. Hi, fellas. Heard something in the Marcus Freeman presser that concerned me. It was about Audric Estime and going down on the 1-yard line deal. He said the analytics say he should. Are we being driven by analytics? everyone's driven by analytics nowadays. But yeah,
everyone's always been driven by analytics to some degree. It just wasn't always called analytics. So this particular situation that we're talking about, that Coach Freeman was talking about, is it's called analytics now, Ryan, but this was around when I was a kid. When you're running a game out, you take a knee, you run the clock down, you kick the field goal, right? I mean, that's been around since like when I started following football in the 80s. That's not new. It just wasn't called analytics then, like it is now. It's like the 2-point chart. Well, now it's called analytics, but that's been around since way before I was born. It's just that's not the analytics that concerns me. The analytics that concerns me are the people that say, play action pass doesn't really benefit your pass game or your offense. And I just think that, I know that there's analytical data, whatever out there that says that. I don't buy that because I see it work, and I see teams that I mean, Kyle Shanahan's a big believer in play action passing. His quarterback, who's a very mediocre physical talent, went 20 of 21 yesterday in an NFL football game.
Don't insult Brock Purdy, man.
That's insane. Like, in all seriousness, that's insane.
It is.
And that, take that analytics, right? And they do a lot of play action pass stuff. So those are the analytic things that I don't necessarily like. When you just kind of dismiss things that have been effective for long periods of time, there's always value to studying numbers. There's always value to what are the big breakdowns that I put up every day or every week? There's statistical analysis of Notre Dame's run game. You look and say, hey, we're really effective running to the right. We're really super inefficient running to the left. So one of two things. Number one is, okay, we need to find more ways to effectively run to the right without being completely teams figuring it out. And then we've got to find ways to be better to the left. There's always these types of analytical things you can look at and say, hey, listen, when we're doing this, there's a very low success rate. When we do this, there's a very high success rate. Or if you do this more often, it's beneficial. If you do this more often, you get a negative return on your investment. There's always data has always been a big part of football. Always. It's just all of it gets kind of thrown into this big blanket term of analytics now. Some of it I don't like. Some of it is, that makes a lot of sense. That's been around for a long time. It's just now lumped into this analytics conversation. And then the particular thing that we're talking about here, he used the word term analytics, but that's been true. That's no different than a 2-point chart. I mean, that type of situation. That's situational football. What gives you the best chance of winning? I still think in that situation, Ryan, this is what I said last night, and I want you to respond to this part especially. What I said last night is, to me, it's more about what's the situation. And the situation last night is, I'm a believer that if there's 30 seconds left on the clock and all they need is a field goal to tie or win, I'm sympathetic to the take a knee, run the clock out, kick the field goal. I still wouldn't have done it because you were losing. But when they need a touchdown to beat you, and even if the 2-point conversion doesn't work, they needed a touchdown to beat you. With the defense you have and the place kicker you have, and I mean that twofold: A, I don't trust him to make any field goal, and B, he's good enough to guarantee that they don't return a kick. You know what I mean? I'd say your defense has played lights out. Trust them to keep that team from going 75 yards in 30 seconds. So in that particular situation, I don't think they should have even at all considered taking a knee there in a game where maybe they were only a field goal puts them up 1, 2, or 3. Then I would have been more sympathetic to the notion of don't leave them any time because they only need one big play in 30 seconds to get into field goal range. So it's a little bit of a difference based on the situation of the game too, for me.
Well, I mean, Joe, Marcus Freeman's not lying though. I mean, the percentage chance of winning a football game if you stop at the 1 is probably higher than most regards because you don't give the other team an opportunity to come back and win, right? And from the 1 yard line would be it would be a 18
shorter than an extra point.
Right. Yeah, it would be an 18-yard field goal. Right. I mean, like, it is incredibly short, and that should be a give me for everything.
Should be
for everyone. Well, that's the point. Is that, and I think that this speaks to the analytics. Analytics are a great tool, but you lose the human element of the game with analytics sometimes,
and your unique roster.
Right. Well, the human elements. That's what I'm talking about. Yeah. What you have in front of you as far as the people that you have.
Right.
And ultimately, I saw 3 missed field goals in that game. Obviously, 1 from you, 2 from the other side. I didn't want to put that game in the hands of a field goal kicker this past weekend. I'm
And they
sorry,
just
I
made a
didn't.
change at holder, Ryan. I mean,
Yep.
clearly they're not happy with their operation. Correct.
Yep.
And his
And
point.
also,
Go ahead,
yeah.
Ryan. Go ahead.
Oh no, I was just going to say, and also, you go up by 7 after getting the 2-point conversion. Duke's offense had been better in the second half, but they were still it's going to take some time to get down and score, right? Like they weren't an explosive play offense. They haven't been all season. So I'm going to trust that my defense that has only held them to 14 points up at that point is going to get a stop, right? Like I personally would in that regard. So I think you just lose the human element of your players, your roster, the other team's roster. Like you just lose those parts. I wasn't going to put the game in the hands of Spencer Schrader. All due respect to Spencer Schrader,
Right.
I was not going to put it in his hands.
Right.
I'm sorry.
I don't care what the analytics say. Exactly correct. And yeah, he had a follow-up I wanted to get to, Ryan. Joe also had a follow-up on this one.
Follow-up. My fear is that Marcus Freeman is don't call him Gabe Kapler. Oh, is the Gabe Kapler of college football.
Did he just get fired?
I'm not sure about that. That's not about the game.
He's with the Giants, right?
Yeah,
he just got fired.
He was with the Philadelphia Phillies, and Phillies fans hated him because he was very analytically driven. But then he went out to San Francisco, and he actually did a couple good things, I think, for a couple of years. But I guess he got fired again. So
yeah, he did.
Let's not compare him to Gabe. Gabe Kapler was a weird dude, and he was pure analytics, Joe. Like everything he did was based upon analytics. I don't believe that Marcus Freeman just makes every single decision based upon analytics. Like he's a football guy,
this
right?
team
like,
would look a whole lot different if Marcus Freeman was nothing but analytics driven. I mean, he'd be never punting. He'd be onside kicking all the time. I mean, there's
also,
a lot of
analytics. Analytics say that you should pass a lot more than you should run as well.
Right.
So I mean, yeah. So he would look a lot different. To your point.
So I think what happens, Joe, is sometimes we hear trigger words, and I get it. Trust me, I'm that way too, especially as old as I am. Where you hear a word and it's like, oh, I don't know about that. But in this instance, what Marcus Freeman was referring to has been around a long time. And you could go, if you had Bill Parcells in the press box, he'd probably be talking about how it would have been wise to take a knee and go down or whatever. You know what I mean? Like, I'm just using him as an example because that's been around for a long time. And there's no evidence of when we watch this football team, there's no evidence that Marcus Freeman is analytics driven in the modern sense of what we mean by analytics driven, which is just.
If you watch NFL football, go watch the Los Angeles Chargers under Brandon Staley. That is an analytically driven team. They go for it more than just about anyone. They go for 2. They are just very. The numbers told me we should do this, so let's do it. And I don't think that Notre Dame is that way.
And there are times where that's helpful. This is what I always say is like, okay, when you're inside this yard line, what's the data on going forward on 4th down or faking a punt? What's the data on the success rate with the times that other teams go down and score and get points? I mean, there's all those. That's data that we have been studying for football, putting game plans together, Ryan, for decades. And for me, I mean, those things, it's just now there's just so many more formulas to look at, and you've got to figure out which ones make sense and which ones are really good, data driven that should impact decisions, and what are just these things that people that don't know how to play or never played or never coached, but know how to plug numbers into a computer and it tells them something that they think means something. Right. And also football's very different from baseball. Very different from baseball when it comes to analytics, in my opinion. And so I don't see it as a problem. I just think we heard that trigger word analytics and we start kind of panicking. Some of us older folks like you and I, Joe, that hear that, and it just kind of drives us nuts a little bit. But I'll just say this Notre Dame football team would look a lot different in how they go about each game. And Ryan, I didn't even think about the fact that most analytics of people who never played and most analytics in the NFL, you don't throw the ball. I mean, that's why I'm looking at NFL stats, Ryan, and I'm like, quarterbacks averaging like 5-something yards an attempt, like consistently in the NFL. It's wild. But look, if I'm averaging 4.7 yards per rush and I'm averaging 5.3 yards per attempt, analytics will tell you should throw the ball more. Yes. I think there's some limitations to that, especially in college, right? Especially in college. But I don't think that's who Notre Dame is. I
Yep.
really don't.
A purely analytical team would just throw the ball about 80% of the time because analytics say throwing the football always better than running the football.
Yep.
That's where we live in.
Yep. Got a super chat here from Fort Wayne Irish.
Fort Wayne Irish, thank you so much. Halfway point, what midterm grades would you give to our new assistant coaches on staff this year? What 1 to 2 things will you be looking for going forward?
I'm going to cheat here, Ryan. To me, incompletes. I mean, we're halfway through the season. There's a lot of football to play. My evaluation of where I
He
expect you
did
to be.
say midterm grades, though. He did
Yeah,
say
but I don't do
midterm.
midterm grades. I mean, it's to me, they're a work in progress. I'll say this. I'm not giving grades out, but I'll say this because I do want to answer your question. I don't want to completely cop out of it. I answer your question. I really like what Joe Rudolph has done for the most part. I have two big criticisms. One is we have seen some inconsistency from week to week from a technical standpoint, but I will counter that by saying they stepped up in the biggest moment and I thought played well. And I still am just going to continue to harp on this. Yeah, Pat Coogan's had some good games. There's no doubt. I still feel the way that they handled the guard situation this season was incorrect. And that's always going to be a little bit of a black mark for me. Because and it's a little unfair on my part to say this, Ryan, because I don't know that Billy Schrouth would be playing better. And I can say that, but I don't know. But I still say what they should have done is put Billy Schrouth out there early in fall camp, let him get the early reps with the ones. And if he falters through the first half of camp, then you can always go to Pat Coogan and be okay. Right. But the other way around, I felt you're putting the younger, more talented player in a situation where the standard is you have to be more consistent, when in reality, it's rare that a 2-year player is more consistent than a 3-year player unless it's a Joe Alt type of situation. And so I didn't like that. And I think that's a mistake that a lot of O-line coaches make. Let me put the more steady kid in there over the more talented kid because they value steadiness. And my whole thing is, well, how about you coach up that really talented younger guy and get him steady? That would be my complaint. But I've also seen some. I mean, they play physical. They're not soft by any stretch. Even on Saturday, they played bad. They didn't play soft. They didn't back down from the fight against Duke. They just got their butts kicked. But they fought. It kind of made me think of, like, you watch those boxing matches where a guy's out there just fighting his butt off, but I'm just not as good as that dude. Or, that guy has a better game plan coming in, but I'm not backing down. I didn't think the D-line backed down at all, Ryan. They weren't like, it wasn't like we've seen in the past where they didn't even compete, man. They just played bad. They just had a bad game. I mean, sometimes it is that simple. You just make sure you don't do it again next week, in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, just to hit on a couple of them quick, like, I think that I agree. I think Joe Rudolph has done a lot of good things. I've been pretty pleased with the offensive line in general. Special teams wise, it's not been good. No high
Yeah.
marks for Marty Biaggi as of right now. Hopefully,
Ryan,
it
is there
improves, but
anything right now in special teams you think they do well?
punting, I think, is pretty good. Punting and Jeremiah Love returning kicks I think is okay. So that's cool.
Even though we
And
haven't
and
really
Chris
let him
Levy's
do
been
it a whole
okay
lot
as a
yet.
punt
Yeah.
returner. He's been inconsistent, but he's been okay when
Yeah.
he actually gets the football in his hand, not when he's diving 6 feet in front of him for a ball that he has no business fielding. But that's another conversation for another day. But
Yeah, Marcus Freeman had an interesting conversation about that today during the show.
that was one of the ugliest plays of that game, in my opinion, man. Like, it didn't end up hurting you, but it's like, Chris, I know you're very smart, man. What the heck are you doing, sir?
Yeah.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Yeah.
Andy Estimate Trucking LLC. Howard Cross killed it on every snap. Do you feel he could be this disruptive every week if unleashed? And was Sheldon Day ever this dominant in a single game? Sheldon Day was good, man. He was a really
he was
good
very
player.
good. Yeah, I'm trying to remember. I think it was the Temple game in 2015. Sheldon was just a man possessed in that game. Ryan, I will.
A couple of those, man.
I swear, I will say it again, man. I swear that in that game, Sheldon Day was basically saying, "I don't care what this guy called. I'm doing what I want to do." Because there were times, there was one play in particular where Sheldon Day did the exact opposite of what everyone else on the defensive line did, and he made a tackle for loss. I think he literally just said, "This is a stupid call. I'm going to beat this guy inside and make the play." I really, like, no one will convince me otherwise. But, that his senior year, right, he had 15 and a half tackles for loss. He had 4 different games with over 2 tackles for loss or more. in that year. So Sheldon Day went through his senior season. There were only 2 games where Sheldon Day didn't have a tackle for loss, against USC and Stanford that year. And he had at least one in every other game. Like, he was really good that year. Really good. Now, did he ever have a game with 3.5 tackles for loss? No, but that doesn't necessarily mean that he didn't have dominant games. Go watch the Temple game from 2015 and you'll see Sheldon Day. That's the first one that just pops in my head, Ryan. I just remember being there and watching that game. I think you said you were there too, right?
I was there.
Sheldon Day was a dude that day against a pretty decent Temple team, man. That was a quality Matt Rule football team. No doubt. Especially on defense.
Yeah, they had like Hassan Reddick was on that team, wasn't he?
They had 4 NFL players on that team, Ryan. They had the Matakevich kid. They had that D tackle that went to the NFL.
Night-Ionitis.
Yep. Yeah. Hassan Reddick was a younger player, and they had a DB on that team that also spent time in the NFL.
Sean Chandler?
I believe so, yeah.
Sean Chandler was a good
player. And then
they
also had Philip Walker spent time in the NFL. Their quarterback on that team spent time in the NFL. And then they had a running back on that team too, Ryan, that I liked a lot. And I think he also spent time in the NFL. Yeah. Raquel Armstead.
Oh, Armstead.
Jahad Thomas was also on that team. He was also on that team. So, and then Robbie Anderson was on that team as well, who's still in the NFL right now. And I really liked Ventel Bryant for college. He was a quality player, man. So they had that was a really good football team. Really good football team. PJ Walker, excuse me. I think I said Philip Walker. It was PJ Walker.
I think PJ's first name is Philip, though.
Is it Philip? Okay.
I'm pretty sure you weren't wrong there. Notre Dame has had a few really nice undersized defensive tackles in my lifetime, man. Like I remember Trevor Laws was a dude for a couple years. Derek Landry. I remember Derek Landry. Derek Landry was my guy, man. Derek Landry was a really good football player. So Notre Dame's had a few of these guys, man, where it's like NFL, NFL, like measurables, not necessarily, right? Like, I mean, Trevor Laws spent a couple years. Sheldon Day's actually stuck around for a little bit in the NFL, so great for him. But like, none of those guys were ever going to be like all Pro Bowl type of players, right? Like, or even long-term starters. But it's like just pesky good football players, man. Like that's what they were. I mean, Derek Landry was a dude, man. I loved Derek Landry as a football player. And he always seemed to have one of those guys, man. It was like he's undersized, not really an NFL kid necessarily, but like just makes plays, man. And that's what Howard Cross is. He just makes plays.
Ryan, there was actually a couple other guys on the team that were in the NFL too on that defense that I completely forgot about. They had a kind of a rotation end on that team that was a good player. Praise Martin Aguke, I think is how you say his name, but he was on a couple practice squads. They had another kid that I completely forgot about. Tavon Young was on that team as well.
Oh, he was like a 4th round pick by the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah. So he's another guy. That was a really talented Temple team. Like we listed like at least 10 NFL guys on that team to who were good to some varying degrees.
That was a good game.
So yeah, it was. It was. If DeShone Kizer doesn't do 2 red zone picks, it doesn't have to come down to that final drive, but it was still a great final drive nonetheless.
Speaking of red zone picks, remember that Boston College game that year?
Oh, my gosh. They had 3 turnovers in the red zone in that game.
I know. I think Justin Simmons had 2 of them. It was like, oh, my God.
And they were just like dumb intercept turnovers. They weren't even like, wow. I thought the fumble that Josh Adams had was part dumb on his part, but they also made somebody knocked it out. The 2 interceptions that DeShone Kizer threw, one was on a tipped pass, I believe, and the other one was just him throwing it to Justin Simmons. It was such a bad game.
Yeah,
such a bad game.
Justin Simmons was a great player on a bad Boston College team that year.
Yes, he was. He was great. You know what's crazy about that Boston College team that year, Ryan, is they were actually really good on defense that season.
Yeah.
Like as a team, they were terrible.
Yep.
They went 3-9, but they only gave up 15 points a game. That's it. I mean, they had a really good. They had 2 linebackers that were college kids. They weren't NFL kids. Stephen Daniels and Connor Strachan. But like John Johnson
was that monster downhill dude, man.
Yeah. He was an Ohio kid. They had John Johnson was an NFL guy, a draft pick. Justin Simmons was a draft pick. They had Harold Landry on that team. You remember this guy was a real tough kid too, Connor Wojciak. Yeah. He was a real tough kid. Madai Besmad was like this real big physical end. He wasn't like an NFL guy, I don't think. Matt Milano was on that team at linebacker. They had a really Kevin Kavalik was a real tough kid. Isaac I don't have
Iadon.
Broncos drafted him. Yeah, he was on that team. He played a bunch for that team. They had a lot of NFL players on that football team. And, like I said, Harold Landry was on that team as well. That was a really good defense. A wasted – right, that team had 6 dudes with over 10 tackles for loss that year. BC that year finished with 115 tackles for loss. They had 8 defensive players that had at least 7.5 tackles for loss that year. That's insane. Absolutely insane. That defense was really good. And they just had one of the worst offenses I've ever seen in my life. Just a terrible offense.
That's one of those defenses that you wish that you could have taken like the Matt Ryan Boston College offense and dumped them with that. That'd be a pretty good team.
Yes. Yeah. Or put that defense on one of the years they had like Andre Williams or something. Yes. But the Matt Ryan ones would be, if you could have given Coach Jag that defense, those BC teams back in was it 07? Yes. Those would have been some really good
Anthony
football
Gonzalez
teams.
and Tony Challenger and those cats. Yeah, they were
that defense was really good. And Notre Dame moved the ball up and down the field on them. That's the thing that probably pissed me off more than anything is it's not Notre Dame.
In the 20s, they were fantastic.
Yeah. I mean, I think they had over let me just say, yeah. They had 447 yards of offense, 6.2 yards per play that game. So it wasn't, but they scored 19 points. Because you remember Will Fuller had that long pass that he dropped. I think he had another play where he fumble a ball way downfield. CJ Prosise did. CJ Prosise had a fumble. He ran for over 10 yards. It's one of the best runs he had all day, and he just fumbles it. BC recovers. Will Fuller drops a wide open bomb that would have been a touchdown. That was such a miserable game. It's such a miserable game. Ugh. I was at that game, by the way.
We had Irish Blooded with a question. He says, explain this like I'm 5. What is the deal with all the hamstring injuries at the same time? Was it a specific drill or what can be said in regards to this? And how do you feel Chancey Stuckey is doing overall?
It has more to do with the strength conditioning and the warm-up process for that particular position group. There's some disconnect. I don't want to say what it is because it could be a lot of different things. There's some disconnect there in the it could be, Ryan, it could be the post-game healing process. It could be the practice stretching process or warm-up process, because I know a lot of people don't believe in static stretches. It could be something like that. There's a lot. It could be overusage. They may, because sometimes if guys are running too much, I'm not saying that's what it is. I'm saying there could be a lot of different things. Then you become more prone to those lower type of quad, hammy, groin injuries when there's an overusage. So guys are overly fatigued and there's not enough of a recovery process. Yeah. So honestly, I can't really say what it is because it could be a lot of different things. And it can be unique to a position because there may be some fundamental flaws in the overall strength conditioning program that are more heightened at this position because receivers tend to be used more, used differently. It's probably more than any position on the field. They probably do more sudden stop movements, stop and accelerate movements probably than anybody else because everybody does a stance and start, but they do so much in top ends and breaks and the different drills that they do. It could be there's some drills that are causing it could just be so many things that it's impossible for me to be able to say, hey, this is why it's happening. And at the end of the day, the position coach needs to have some sort of accountability there, but it's more so about they need to make sure they're on the same page with the strength program and the training staff to make sure, hey, why is this happening in my position? They have all the data. They can go look and hey, your guys are more than any other position group. And I'm making this up as an example. They tend to have a bigger drop at the end of practice from a miles per hour standpoint. So maybe there's something that is missing. There's all that there needs to be a collaborative process. But I've always felt when there's an epidemic of a specific type of injury on a football team, at the end of the day, you got to go back to the strength conditioning program, and the training staff are the ones that have to find those answers more than anybody else, in my opinion. But it could be a lot of different things. Do you want to give your opinion on the second part of the question, Ryan, about how Coach Stuckey's doing overall? Obviously, recruiting, we can just say he's doing great, but that's from a coaching standpoint.
Yeah, I mean, from the full scope, I mean, recruiting has been very good in my opinion. I think coaching Notre Dame's wide receivers are definitely better than they were before him, right? Like, there's no doubt about that. There's been progress made there. I want to see what the next step is ultimately. I'm going to reserve judgment based upon this right now, Irish blooded, because there is something's going against that position group right now. Like, there are injuries and some inconsistencies that they're dealing with, right? I want to see what this team looks like more down the stretch before I really put a harsh, I guess, opinion on what Coach Stuckey's doing, because I think there's been a lot of good, but obviously there's been some eyebrows raised recently with a couple of the games, and then obviously this situation. But let's talk about this, I think, more towards the end of the season, so we can see what the full progress is year 2 under Coach Stuckey, because it's certainly better than it was before he got there. Is it good enough? Is it to the high level that it needs to be? That's a question that I think still needs a little bit of time to figure out if that is the case or not.
The concern I have, Ryan, is that we're not seeing, like, we saw them definitely get better from the beginning of last year to the end. And that's because he is a significant upgrade over what was there. The concern that I have is that we didn't see a jump on Saturdays from your older players. We haven't seen Jaden Thomas play as well this year as he did last year at the end of the season. He hasn't. And again, he's played against 2 Power 5 opponents. He's been targeted 7 times in those games, and he's got 1 catch for 7 yards. And it's not because he's been open and the ball hasn't come his way, and hasn't come his way or was off target. He either dropped it or couldn't get open. And so, like, the numbers look fine. He had 4 catches for 63 against Navy, 4 for 62 against Tennessee State, 4 for 63 against Central Michigan. But this is a kid that, went for 5 for 66 in a bowl game, was making some great plays, had made some great plays against BYU last year. And you look at him and you're like, that's not the guy that, was running great routes, getting open. I mean, you've talked about this in the past, Ryan. He only caught 2 balls for 23 yards against USC, but his level of play was a lot better than those numbers. He was getting open plenty. It's just against USC last year, everybody was getting open. And so the ball wasn't coming to him as much. Mayer was getting open, Dion Cole, but he was putting on a route running clinic last year from the slot. And the move was made outside and it hasn't translated. And so, to me, the issue for me is when the veterans are not making the jumps. If it was just Tobias having the issues, then you could say, guys, Tobias isn't playing well. He needs to get better. But we're seeing it kind of with a lot of the veterans. We didn't see any jump. We say, well, maybe none of them worked hard. Well, that kind of is part of the position coach. I don't think that's the case. So why? Why are your 2 freshmen your most savvy players right now? That's a problem for me. And so that's a little bit of a red flag, but we're halfway through the year. Let's see what he does to finish off the year. So it's still an incomplete. I will just say this, for really the first time this season is the first time I've had some moments with Coach Stuckey. Just the choppiness, like, watch him do in cuts from the slot and the outside, Ryan. It's so unnecessarily choppy. And it's meant to be that against zone looks, because it's a timing mechanism against the zone defense, because you're timing it and you're sometimes coming underneath an in cut. You can't get there too quickly, so you don't speed cut out of it, because then you may run underneath the seam route. But they're doing the same thing against man. And how you top end an in cut is got to be different against zone than it is against man a lot of times. And so we just haven't, like, that's just an example of the issues I have. They're doing a really bad job on the outside of stemming up inside leverage to try to negate the leverage advantage, which is preventing them from making inside moves. We saw that on Saturday as well. There's just a lot of things like that we're just not seeing it translate. And it's not just, it'd be one thing if, like, Braylon James and Rico Flores were making those mistakes, or even Tobias, because he's still a sophomore, didn't play a whole lot last year. But we're seeing Jaden Thomas make that mistake. We've seen Dion Cole make that mistake. Guys that have been in the system playing receiver for 3 years. And that's the problem, is because I'm seeing it across the board. But again, you are dealing with a position coach who's right now, his starting group right now is a true freshman, a sophomore who didn't play a whole lot last year, and a senior who moved from running back. So, yes, I'm concerned, but I'm not ready to just say, screw it, he's done. They should have hired, Shepard from Washington. Like, that's always been true. That like, we've always said that. That's the guy that I've always said that. I won't speak for Ryan on this one. That's who I wanted. But the OC didn't want him. So they went and hired Chancey Stuckey, and guess what? Chancey Stuckey has played a big role in why they have Jaden Greathouse and Rico Flores and Braylon James and Cam Williams and, all those kind of guys. So, and he's still a young coach, Ryan. As long as he's allowing himself to as long as he's willing to evaluate the job he's doing, Chancey Stuckey is not your typical 38, 39-year-old coach, meaning by 38, 39, you've been coaching for 15 years. You kind of are what you are. You'll always evolve and get better. He's still learning a lot as a football coach of how to, how to go through the process and develop a team. This is only his third full season of football coaching where he's been the primary coach. So I'm not quite ready to just say, hey, he's doing a crap job, replace him with somebody else. He's got to do a better job. He's done some good things as a coach. He's done some really good things as a recruiter. Because they're blocking their butts off. Well, you don't blame him for route issues and then give him no credit for the fact his entire unit is blocking hard, right? Gets credit for that. So he's just going to have to get better. But I'm going to have a very keen eye on what we see from him on the last 6 games of the year, because he's going to have to step up and do well.
We had a question from the history expert. It looks like Tobias Merriweather may not be what we thought, and Dion Cole is not panning out for various reasons. Should Notre Dame look for another wide receiver in 2024 or wait until 2025?
Dion Cole has played well every time he's got on the field. He's been hurt.
He's injured, yeah.
And are we seriously writing Tobias Merriweather off halfway through his sophomore season? Is that really what we're doing?
You didn't
for another player who we have no clue how a 24 or 25 guy is going to play? Really?
I think there's a lot of fans that have already given up on Tobias Merriweather.
I do think that says a lot more about us as fans than it does Tobias. I could literally do an hour-long show talking about nothing other than receivers who started off rough in their careers and became great players. Right? Now, does that mean Tobias will get better? No, it doesn't. He's got to play better. But you'd be a fool as a coach to just write off Tobias Merriweather right now. A fool. And as fans, we can't be that. We have to be better than that. Now, that doesn't mean that you just excuse it, make excuses for how he's playing. So I'll just keep trotting him out there. If he keeps dropping balls, no big deal, because he has potential. Tobias has to step up and play better. But the whole, that's taking it way too far, in my opinion, Ryan.
Yep. Well, it's like people that wanted to just, you can't cut people in college necessarily, like to that degree. But remember last year, everyone was like, "Oh, get Maris off the team. He should never play again in his life." And it's just like, guys,
right,
like,
right. Remember how many people?
First year full-time starter, so like,
I had people this year, Ryan, telling me that coming in the season that, well, one guy did it because he just thinks Jaden Mickey's going to be really good, but other people did it were like, yeah, I don't think Cam Hart's that good. They need to not have him. But do you remember like early last season when he had a couple rough early games? Oh, he sucks. He's no good. And this is why, you guys spent all this time talking about him. And that's what I love, right? Like whenever we like a guy and he doesn't do well, you just have those people that like just love jumping and saying, oh, you guys got this wrong. And remember that one player 7 years ago that you also got wrong, And
dude,
it's
I'm in the NFL draft space in my roots, Brian. The only thing people ever bring up is the bad the bad takes you have, not the million good ones you have.
Right,
so,
right.
Yeah.
But it's like there's plenty of guys that Cam Hart last year. Oh, well, by the end of the year, Cam Hart was really freaking good and was one of the better corners and one of the 20 best corners in college football. And this year, he's been absolutely lights out so far this year. I mean, you never hear his name in games. Like Cam Hart is almost invisible in games until you realize he's not in the game anymore. Like, why did everybody realize he wasn't in the game late in the game against Duke? Because Jaden Mickey got beat for a 26-yard gain. You hadn't heard anything about the cornerback, the field cornerback position until then. That's not a knock on Jaden. Now, he's going to be fine. You're going to get beat sometimes, but we shouldn't be writing a guy off. That also doesn't mean that you just let that guy keep playing poorly, right? You've got to teach him and coach him and develop him, and then he's got to step up. And it's always a two-way street. Ryan, you and I have done this. You can coach a kid. You can coach him as much as you want. You can tell him everything. You give him all the secrets and trade tools, but if he doesn't take them and apply them, you can't do it for him.
We had another question from Robert Matichek, who I always get that right now. Shout out to me. On paper, assuming consistent baselines of play, does Louisville fall somewhere between NC State and Duke? Are we overall Notre Dame matchup challenges? Trying to prepare early. Many thanks for everything.
Well, we'll dive into this a lot more tomorrow, Robert. I promise. But early answer to me, I would say they're closer to Duke than they are NC State. They're a completely different team than Duke. And here's what I mean by that. And Ryan, you and I were talking about this beforehand. They're a lot more dynamic athletically than Duke is. They're not nearly as good as Duke is in the trenches, especially on offense, in my opinion. Now they got that one good edge rusher. Their D line's not bad. They're a decent defense. They're not like Duke's is. But as a team, and they have a good football coach. I mean, Jeff Brom's a good football coach. He's doing a really nice job with that team. They're much closer to Duke than NC State right now. Clearly. And they beat NC State last week at NC State and choked away a lot of opportunities to make that game far more of a convince. I mean, I still don't understand what Jack Plummer was doing on that interception in the end zone. I still don't understand what the heck he was doing. But that game should not have been a 3-point game, Ryan. That should have been a much more convincing victory for Louisville.
Yeah. I mean, just kind of my outside, my early perspective on it, Robert, is I was texting Brian about this earlier, and then we talked about it a little bit before the show started. This Louisville team's fast, man. It's a fast team, guys. It's fast. I'm telling you right now. The Juwan Jordan kid, the running back, if you are in the wrong gap or you miss a tackle, that kid has a chance to go. Jabari Thrash, who transferred from Georgia State, that kid can go. Kevin Coleman, that kid can go. They have some legitimate athletes on the offensive side of the football. Defensively, they basically just recruit a bunch of safeties and put them on both levels of on the second and third level of defense. So, we're going to be as fast as we possibly can. Defensive line is undersized, but they're active. They move, right? This is a very fast football team. I don't think this is a incredibly technically sound football team, though. So I think that they're prone to some mistakes on both sides of the football. But if you are not playing technically sound football yourself, they're going to create some big plays on both sides of the football. So Notre Dame has to be on their P's and Q's from a coaching perspective, from a technical perspective. If they are, they have a chance to beat this team very handily. If not, though, they have a chance to let up some explosive plays. That's kind of how I see this Louisville team. I think
that's the interesting dynamic between Duke and Louisville. And this has kind of been Jeff Brom's MO all along. He is a scheme-driven coach through and through. And that's why I'm kind of surprised he hasn't gotten more interest from the NFL, because he's got some really good scheme stuff. But he's always been that way. It's always been scheme, and he's great at scheme, which is why his teams are pretty. And he's not like a complete neophyte when it comes to coaching technique. I'm not saying that. It's just there's a baseline level of technique, and then it's all about the scheme. And then Ron English is one of his co-D coordinators, and that's how Ron English has always been as a D coordinator. It's scheme, which is if you can figure his scheme out, you can rip him up and get big plays. If you can't figure his scheme out, he's going to get 12 tackles for loss and 4 sacks against you, right? I mean, that's just basically the way it is. So, but as a team, this is a legit top 25 caliber team in a year where there's about 40 top 25 caliber teams, in my opinion, on the season. So it's wild. There's not a lot of separation from 18 to 40 for me this year, which kind of adds to the how the season is going a little bit.
We had a super chat from Nathan Milton who says, "Is Ben Minnick tackling looking
Morrison?
Oh, sorry, Ben Morrison. My bad. Saw Ben M. Is Ben Morrison's tackling looking pretty rough? It certainly looked like that on Saturday.
He's gotten trucked a few times this year, Ryan. His tackling has not been as good as it was last year. His coverage has been excellent, but
his coverage is fantastic. He needs to just get bigger and add play strength in general. I mean, he's still 170 pounds, something like that.
The problem is, Ryan, remember last year he was not very strong either. But he was smart enough to go low, and he would kind of come up with some aggressiveness to go low. This year, he's trying to come at guys.
Yeah.
And that's what he's getting run over for and why he's missing guys. And the play on Saturday just took a terrible angle. He just squeezed in too far on the backside and got beat outside. It was just a bad play. But, yeah, it hasn't been good this year. It really hasn't.
He needs to be better. And for everyone that's like Ben Morrison, first round NFL draft pick, like that part needs to get better though, guys.
Yeah.
It does. Coverage
guess
wise,
what?
fantastic player. But
It's a sophomore, and we'll get
Yep.
better. We'll get
He will
better
get
because
better.
you know Mike Mickens is not going to be okay with his corners not tackling well. You
No.
know that.
Especially because most of them do tackle well. So like,
Yes.
that's going to be like a talking point.
And it's not
like,
lack of effort. I think he's just
technique.
yeah, exactly.
Cullen Turner with the super chat. Thank you so much, Cullen. What do you guys think the snap percentage will be between Mitchell Evans and Eli Raritan when he gets back to 100% healthy? How much of Holden Stace will we see?
I mean, Eli Raritan's not just being thrust into the number 1 or number 2 tight end role when he gets back. I mean, the guy's
People think that though. People think he's just going to be number 1 tight end.
He's never caught a pass in his life in college. Like, getting Eli Raritan back is going to be nice. It's going to be good. Yes. And you've got now 4 really good tight ends. Because Ryan, one thing we definitely got right is you and I said Copeland Flanagan's going to play as a freshman just as a blocker, and he could be their best blocker as a freshman. And it's not even close.
He dominated a dude on the goal line this week, man.
On the touchdown,
worked him. Yeah, worked him.
Vince got all fired up about that last night in the post upon further review. He was fired up about that block.
Man. He's 260 pounds already too.
Yeah, and he's just still a pretty smooth athlete, which I was worried about when I saw that he was listed over 260. I got a little nervous about that, to be honest with you. But no, I mean, I think they're gonna bring him back slowly. That's going to be a slow process for Eli Raritan. He's not going to come back in, Ryan, and just be, okay, here's your 50 snaps. You're the number 1 guy. Number 1. Number 2, I don't care how good Eli Raritan is. The last 2 weeks, Mitchell Evans has played like a star, right? Yeah. Now, he's got to continue that, but, and Holden Stace just had 4 catches for 115 yards and 2 touchdowns against a pretty good NC State defense.
Yes.
I mean, they lost to Louisville this past weekend, not because of their defense.
Yeah, darn 13 points.
Yeah. And, their defense is pretty good. So Eli Raritan's going to come back and be the number 3 tight end and start to build his reps up. Because you kid coming off of an ACL injury for a second straight year on the same knee, you do not have him on the bench the whole year rehabbing and then throw him in and play him 40 snaps. I would imagine it's going to be like 5 to 10 snaps a game for a little bit to me.
I would like to see them use him maybe earlier on. Do you remember when Stanford had Colby Parkinson as a younger guy, and he was basically just a red zone weapon early on in his career because he was big and he was athletic and he could jump. It's like, how about that role for him early on in his career? Where it's just like, maybe give him a jump ball, right? Like, let him work. I mean, yes, I agree, but he is. I'll say this: if Eli Raritan is healthy and he develops properly and he's able to stay healthy moving forward, kid has a chance to be a star, in my opinion, athletically. But again, back-to-back ACL tears, you need to be very intentional with what you're going to ask him to do moving forward. Very intentional.
To your point, Ryan, Colby Parkinson is a freshman, caught 10 passes. That's it. For 97 yards. That's it. 4 of them were touchdowns.
It was just a red zone threat.
Yeah. I mean, and he caught one. No, that actually was not him. I think that might have been Caden Smith, or I'm thinking of one from Caden Smith earlier in his career. But that's just kind of who he is. That's just who he was. I'm trying to think. It was the receiver with two last names is who did it against Julian Love. You remember that guy that did against Julian Love?
JJ Arcega-Whiteside, not Arcega, Arcega-Whiteside.
There's no TH in his name.
I swear, when he went to the Eagles, I was like, no, it's not Arcega. It's pronounced Arcega. Okay, Arcega-Whiteside.
It's like when my wife tries to tell me it's when she starts pronouncing ricotta with like G's and U's and it's like, okay.
Have you ever heard the girl on have you ever watched Food Network, Gianna De Lorenzo, or whatever her name is?
Oh yeah, that's the lady with the big teeth.
Yeah, she turns everything into Italian. It was like, what did she say? And it was just like, that's not even an Italian word.
And she'll be talking like normal, and then like start throwing in the accent when she says like,
oh yeah,
it's
I really like this rigatone. And I'm like, shut
it's
up.
like, dude, what? Shut up. Yeah, seriously, she's very annoying. And like, she doesn't eat the food she makes. I'm like, there's no way you look like that when you're making that You know what I mean? Like, come on, shut up.
You're not carbo loading all the time is what you're
So like I've
saying.
read a story one time where it's like they're like when she does that stuff, when the camera goes away, she'll spit it out because she doesn't want the, I'm like, that doesn't shock me at all. At
At all,
all.
nah.
It's
Meanwhile,
like,
Guy Fieri and those guys are like housing it.
yeah, and
when
he looks like a dude that's eating that much food, right? Like, yeah,
Yeah.
okay, I get it. It's like,
Oh, I'm
dude goes
trying to
everywhere
remember
and
the
eats
word
everything.
though. I'm trying to remember the word. I think it was like a Spanish word that she said, but she tried to make it sound Italian. I'm just like, that's not an Italian word, but it's gonna
Yeah,
come to me. But it was
it's
just like, come on, man,
ridiculous.
stop.
Uh,
Stop.
yeah, but but Colby Parkinson, like you said, Ryan,
Yeah.
they were all red zone throws. Like
Yes.
and the point is, whether it's that or something different, I kind of like that idea, especially Sam Hartman. But
Yep.
you're going to give him a smaller role early to work him back, even if he was by far your number one. He's not ready to be your number one right now. And so you're going to need to work him back into it. But I will say this, he does give you a nice weapon if he only does play 10 snaps a game. Because remember last year, Ryan, before he got hurt, he was their best blocker last year before he got hurt.
He was a really good
at
blocker
tight end
last year.
Yeah. And he's also has the fastest 10-yard split time in the history of tight ends. So, he can run.
That's it, man. Yeah, he's gonna fly at the combine if he ever gets
Sarcasm
there.
for the new people to our show.
But Stanford used to do that though, man. All kidding aside, like it wasn't even Parkinson too. Like you mentioned JJ, but they also did that with like Levine Toilolo a little bit too.
Caden Smith had some of that stuff too. Yeah.
Yeah. Just use his skill set early on and then kind of mature him, into that bigger role. So I like that. Yeah.
Because the year that he did that, he was their number 3 tight end. They had Caden Smith was their number 1.
Yep.
Dalton Schultz was their number 2.
I forgot.
And then, and they also had Scooter Harrington on that team as well. So they had 4 tight ends caught balls that year. But
pretty wild. Dalton Schultz has easily become the best NFL player out of that group, which is pretty funny. But
it is kind of wild, yeah. And then Colby and Caden split in 2018, and then they kind of went away from that a little bit. That's about when Stanford started going away from the stuff that had worked for them for so long.
Yeah.
Was about that time. Yeah, I'm looking at some of the past years, their tight end usage in past years. Yeah, like the 2012 team, Zach Ertz led them in receptions and receiving yards. Their number 3 guy in receiving yards was Tuola, and he had 24 catches for 393 yards. And then they also had a fullback that caught a lot of balls that year. Remember Ryan Hewitt? He caught a lot of balls out of the backfield, like 14 balls out of the backfield that year. Yeah. So yeah, they used to use those guys a lot. They had 3 tight ends in 2011 that caught at least 25 passes. You had Kobe Fleener, who was their number 1 tight end. He caught 34. And then Zach Ertz caught 27 and Tuola caught 25. Yep. So, yeah.
At least that was a fun offense back then. Involved again with Benjamin Urisak over the last couple of years, but
yeah. Yep.
I like Urisak a lot. Question from TD Brammy 4. Thank you so much for the super chat. Very much appreciated. Who's the best pound for pound and freakiest athlete you've ever seen in any sport? Any sport.
Wow. Bo Jackson. Yeah, it's easy for me. With all due respect to Deion Sanders. Deion Sanders was a decent baseball player. That's pretty impressive to be a great football player and a decent baseball player. Bo Jackson was an all-star and an all-pro at both sports. And, people have said if he wanted to do track, he could have done track and been an Olympic sprinter. I mean, he was a freaky athlete. We used to see a lot more of that, Ryan. Like Dave Winfield, who was a center field for the Yankees, was like an all Big Ten player in basketball coming out. John Elway was a great two-sport player at Stanford. We used to see a lot more of that back in the day when some of these great athletes would play multiple sports. But for me, the freakiest athlete I've ever seen is still Bo Jackson. To be that fast and that explosive at that size and be that skilled at multiple sports, that's an impressive. He was a much better baseball player than Deion Sanders was.
Well, I think a couple of the craziest athletes that play today, if I could just add a couple to the list, Giannis Antetokounmpo is a crazy athlete, man. That dude is 7'1" and can handle the rock and can sky.
Did you see who's going to be his new running mate next year?
Oh yeah, they just got
Damian Lillard.
I did see they got Damian Lillard.
Yeah. I don't watch the NBA a whole lot. I'm gonna be watching Bucks games next year.
Oh, can you imagine some pick and rolls with those two?
Oh, I love Lillard as a player, man. I really do. Giannis is a freak, and he's got an NBA ring with nothing but complimentary players around him.
Yeah.
And Lillard, to me, I've always thought is kind of a team guy. He's not like James Harden, right? I mean, he's a guy that will play within the structure of, that's going to be fun to watch, in my opinion.
And Otani, that plays for the Angels as a baseball player, is
Yeah.
I mean, that kid can throw 100 miles an hour, and then he could also hit 50 home runs. Like,
Yeah.
that's wild.
He's
that he's that
incredibly
talented.
skilled. Yeah.
Yes.
I think he's a freaky baseball player. Like, I wouldn't put him as far as an athlete in the same categories like Bo Jackson and Deion Sanders and some of those guys. Like, I'm trying to think. There's another dude. I'm drawing a blank here, but yeah, we've seen some guys like that. But I do miss the days where you had a bunch of guys that were just great two-sport athletes, and they used to have to make tough decisions about, am I going to play in the NBA or Major League Baseball? Am I going to play NFL or football? And some of those guys are like, well, I'm going to do both.
That's why people are steered into like the travel leagues now and stuff. They just focus on one sport and then they get burnt out. Who would have thought?
Yeah, I don't love it. I don't love it. That's for sure. Both for me. I'd be curious what you all think, because there's always going to be different reactions. I'd love to hear what you guys think. So, be very curious to hear that. Somebody said Danny Ainge was drafted in 3 sports. I knew he was drafted in baseball and basketball. Obviously, what other sport was he drafted in?
No idea.
I mean, I don't think he was drafted in football, was he? What would be the other sport that he was drafted in?
I don't know.
I'm going to actually look that up. Let's see here. He was drafted by the Blue Jays. I don't see anything in here about NFL, being drafted in the NFL. But
we haven't seen.
Oh yeah, he was. His nephew was drafted in the NFL draft, but he wasn't drafted in it. So I don't know what the third sport is that somebody just said. But Danny Ainge was another guy that was a really good baseball player for the. I think he actually played a little bit in the Blue Jays organization, if I remember correctly. But
quick shout out to a guy that we haven't seen play college football yet, but Mr. Nicholas Harbor is a pretty out.
Oh yeah, that's a good one, Ryan. That's a good one.
6'5", 220, running a 10-200 meter. Like, all right, sir.
That's freaky. Yeah, and he's a good football player too. He's not just an athlete. Like you and I've talked about this. He could be a defensive end at a high level. He could be a tight end at a high level, and he could be a receiver.
I would make him a defensive end because I think he would make a whole lot of money in the NFL as a defensive end. But
Yep. Somebody just said he played QB for Tennessee. No, he didn't. That's his nephew Eric, and that was much later than what
Eric Ainge was a good player though. He was a good football player, Eric Ainge.
So but still, Danny Ainge was an all state kind of guy in all 3 sports in high school, according to what I just read, but he didn't play college or pro football. Joe Papita, I love this, Ryan. He goes, no one beats Randy Poffo, aka Macho Man, because Randy Poffo played minor league baseball for the Reds. He was a really good baseball player. But
Goldberg, he played NFL and he was a wrestler.
Well, Brock Lesnar, right? Didn't he play in the NFL for like 5 seconds?
He tried out for the Vikings, but he was terrible. So no.
But he was a wrestler. Wrestler and a wrestler. So remember, my dad would say.
You remember Justin Gatlin tried out to be an NFL player, the sprinter, but I don't think he made the team.
James Jett tried that in with the Raiders. And then there was another guy that actually was a pretty decent football player in college, Jonathan Wade, played for Tennessee for a minute, but he was also a great sprinter. He was an Olympic guy as well.
Willie Golt back in the 80s for the Bears was a sprinter too, right? Like he was a really good sprinter.
And a ballerina.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, he did that in the offseason to stay like agile and stuff. He would do ballet and stuff like that. It was pretty wild.
I remember reading about Jackie Robinson in college, and he was an insane athlete. Like he was like a 4-sport guy at UCLA, I think.
Somebody told me, apparently, Jim Brown was a phenomenal lacrosse player.
Incredible lacrosse player, yep. And Wilt Chamberlain was an incredible high jumper and volleyball player. Wilt Chamberlain as well.
Doesn't shock me. No. I would love having that in the front line.
If you go on YouTube and if you search Wilt Chamberlain high jump, it is because now people do the traditional, your back's over the bar, but they used to do a thing called the Fosbury flop, and you would just go over stomach first, and he's like 7'1" going over this high bar, and it's just like that's dumb that he's able to levitate like that. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah.
Somebody said Brian not saying John Elway. John Elway was a great athlete. He wasn't a freaky athlete. Like he wasn't Bo Jackson was a freaky athlete. Yeah. John Elway was a great athlete. There's a difference. And yes, I'm a John Elway guy, but I'm not that biased. But anyone, I mean, Herschel Walker could have been an Olympic sprinter, but Bo's freakiness to me is just, I've never seen anyone that size be that explosive, but also be able to change direction and just be skilled and all. I mean, he was nuts. Somebody said Jim Thorpe. I never saw Jim Thorpe play. I can't comment on Jim Thorpe.
Oh, you
I
didn't?
mean, no, I'm not that old.
What was that, like the 20s? Was it like the 20s?
Yeah, I think
really
so.
old.
Yeah, it's a long time ago. Yeah, a long time ago. Long time ago. All right, we got some more questions here, Ryan. Let's get back on track here. All right, we got some questions here. Let's go here to Salty.
Salty Virginia Peanut says, I've heard it said that the quarterback knows the receivers better than the coaches. How involved is the quarterback in game planning and playing for each receiver?
Playing time for each receiver? Not at all. I mean, not really. No. I mean, you'll communicate to your coach, hey, I'm really comfortable throwing this route to that guy and stuff like that. At the end of the day, you're doing what your coaches tell you to do and should. Now a good coach will take that into consideration as he's building a game plan. A good coach will do that. But how involved is he? His involvement is just simply letting the coaches know, here's what I'm comfortable with. Here's what I like. Here's what I don't like. And as I said, a good coach will take that into consideration.
Well, usually coaches come to quarterbacks with that, like, what do you like this week? You know what I mean? Like, type of thing to make sure they're comfortable with what they're seeing.
Right.
Yeah.
And sometimes you'll do that with a young quarterback, not because you're going to listen to him, but you want to hear him explain what he sees. Yep. And then that can be a coaching point. Like, you sure about that? And then you kind of, what you'll do is you'll talk them through maybe why something else might be better, and it's a teaching point. You want, because you want and this is something that I've shared this before, what Dan Mullen taught me when I first got into coaching, is the thing he would do is he would just kind of come in and have his quarterback, and at the time it was Josh Harris. You remember him at Bowling Green? He would just have him in. He'd say, you're running the meeting today. And he would have Josh Harris lead them through breaking down the practice from the day before. Because his thing was, I need to know what he knows. Doesn't matter what I know. I'm not throwing the football. I'm not handing off. I'm not making checks. I need to know what he knows. I need him to start thinking like me. And so it was a way to evaluate where he was. And then, you'd always be there to interject and you sure about that? But you need to know what he knows. And that's a big part of it.
Right. Next one's from Brokeneck Boy. Brokeneck Boy, I haven't seen you in a while. Would Lou Holtz with his best team beat Ohio State now?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Lou Holtz had 3 teams that I'll say definitively, and some will argue more, because that 92 team was insanely good as well. I'll say no. Lou Holtz had 4 teams that this Ohio State team right now, they would destroy, with all due respect. 88, 89, 92, and 93. And I think you could even make a case for, like 90 as well that could beat that team. Yes, there's no question. There's no question.
This isn't the best Ohio State team we've seen, so yes,
no.
The answer is yes.
And Ryan, those teams had great line play, but those teams had elite athletes. Well, like Brian Smith and I talk about this all the time. Those, like that 92 Notre Dame team had 2 elite corners in Tom Carter and Bobby Taylor.
Well, I was even going to say before that, it's like, Marvin Harrison versus Todd Light would still be a fun time, right?
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, I'll take that. Todd Light when he gets some dudes. And, Denzel Burke did a nice job covering Jaden Thomas and those guys. But, hey, how about you go try and cover Rocket Ismail and Ricky Waters? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, they had some great teams. There's no doubt. So, yes, they would absolutely do that. Come on now.
Another question from Salty. How much latitude...
I'm sorry. Yes. And Lou Holtz would coach circles around freaking Ryan Day, with all due respect. So that's another conversation.
I dislike Ryan Day a lot. Salty with a question. How much latitude does the quarterback have during a play to choose to throw to one receiver over another because he trusts the first receiver more?
Well, quarterback's got to be able to do that, man. You've got to be able to go where you're comfortable. Now, what you as a coach need to do is like, look, man, it's your job to get on the same page with that kid, because we need you to throw that ball, right? That's the read here. But in games, there's always going to be a certain level of I got to let this kid just kind of go with his gut and where he's comfortable in this situation. Because sometimes you'll make a throw, it's like, that's not the read, but I trust this guy, so I'm going to put this ball up. Like there was a couple times Drew Pine last year made throws to Michael Mayer. You're like, that's not where he should have thrown that football. But Drew just threw it up high and let Michael Mayer go get it because he's like, I don't know where I'm supposed to go with this ball, but I know that if I can throw it to this guy, he's going to catch it. Right? There's a comfort level
against
in that,
USC,
right?
Yep.
Yeah, and I remember the throw against was it North Carolina where he was covered and he just threw it real high and let Michael Mayer go up and get it, and it's just like, okay,
BYU play as well.
BYU, like, I think that's actually the play I'm thinking of. Right? It was like an over route and it was like really high, and he just went out and played the guy. It was BYU, and that's okay.
Malpractice is that the Las Vegas Raiders are so bad they're not really even targeting Michael Mayer. Like he's playing, but they're barely throwing him the ball. It's so just
yeah. Who's their coach? Josh McDaniels.
Josh McDaniels. Yeah.
Shocker.
They're playing Austin Hooper more than Michael Mayer right now, which is just
shocker.
Domer Grizz Monday mailbag. Woohoo! Apparently, Sam Hartman called a players' meeting after Ohio State's. What kinds of things do go on in such meeting? If it is just him and the captains lecturing the other players to do a better job.
I mean, Ryan, it could be 20 different things. There are times when that's the case. What my guess would be, and I haven't heard this, what my guess would be is hey, guys, this loss sucked. We got to learn from this, but we can't let this loss derail our season. I'd be willing to bet you $100 that's what that meeting was about, if they had it, and I haven't heard that. But if they had it, I guarantee you that's what it was about. It was not them up there, F you didn't do it, because there's blame all around. It was about, hey, guys, we can't let this happen again. We all have to take accountability, and we can't let this derail us. Because I heard they had a pretty spirited week of practice last week. It didn't show against Duke. I don't think they were mentally ready to play that game. But they got it done when it mattered. So I bet you that's what that if they had this meeting, I'll bet you that was it wasn't about them lecturing guys, especially since some of the captains played pretty poorly in some key moments against Ohio State in that game. So,
and I'm happy if that did happen. I'm happy that it is happening because you need that type of leadership. You do.
Yeah. As long as it's done the right way, and which I guarantee you it was. Right, I guarantee you it was.
Yep. Like just yelling at a bunch of young guys doesn't do much for them, right? It's about like being real, like you need to be authentic about it. And what's real, what happened, what sucks, what are we going to do to fix this problem and move forward from it? I mean, that's the reality you need to see.
Yep.
Another question from David N, who says, how do we stop all the penalties?
Discipline. I mean, it's really what it comes down to. And having preparation, you're going into a decent environment. They're going to be fired up. You've got to have a better plan than that, and then you got to execute it. You need your veterans to not make those mistakes. I mean, here's who made the offside penalties and the false starts on Saturday. The ones that were actually false starts, because the one on Billy Shrouth was just stupid. That was not a false start. The whole line shifted up on the field goal.
Oh, on the field goal. Got it.
Yeah. Yep. A fifth-year senior who's in his, second year as a full-time starter, third year starting games.
Yep.
A sixth-year senior defensive end, a senior defensive end, and a fifth-year senior corner. It's about focus and discipline. That's it. And you need your veterans to set the tone on that. And it was evidence, Ryan, that they weren't mentally ready to play that game. Physically, they came out and battled. That's why they won. But mentally, this team wasn't. Even the defense, which played great, was not always locked in. Missed tackles, bad angles, the offsides and stuff like that. You take away the offsides penalties, like somebody said, Duke drove down on that first drive. They shouldn't have. The only reason they got it is because of stupid offsides penalty on 3rd and 10. Yeah, they negated what would have been a 3rd and 10 stop. You just got to get better. You got to be smarter. And it's not an issue to me. I mean, the stuff against Ohio State didn't bother me as much as the stuff against Duke, to be honest with you.
It was just lack of focus, man. It's stupid. It's like things that you do a million times that you're just like, Maris, how are you lining up off sides, brother? Like what? You've been lining up at defensive end for multiple years. Or Botelho, man. I'm sorry. Yeah. My bad. Jordan Botelho, that one drove me crazy. It's like your head's over the line of scrimmage. It's like, dude, you've been doing this for multiple years and you've been playing football your entire life. You know how to line up on the line of scrimmage, man. Like get your head back. That stuff drives me nuts, man.
Yep.
And then the Javonte Jean-Baptiste thing, right? It's like you go off sides, but you have chance to come back and you're just like, nope, I'm going to be super lackadaisical getting back. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing?
So frustrating. So frustrating. Yeah, you can't have that. I will not excuse Cam Hart's offsides, but I've always said it's a little corners are just at a little bit of a different angle
Yeah.
where it's a little different, but even then it's like, dude, you've been doing this a long time. You can't do that.
Also, you're supposed to check with the ref right there, right? Like, hey, I'm good, Ray, right? I'm good. Cool.
Right. Yeah, you just it's
God.
like it's and it'd be if it was the younger guys, Josh Burnham does that, Junior does that, you know.
As much as that frustrated me, it did not frustrate me as much as your center having 2 false starts and a wide receiver having a false start. That used to drive me crazy. Wide receiver, you're watching the ball. What are you doing, man? What are you doing?
And center, you have the ball.
You literally have the ball. You start the play, every single play. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Oh my God.
Oh boy. Yeah, it was frustrating.
And
It's
he did
just
it
a
twice.
focus. And David, sometimes it's just a focus thing. It really is. Sometimes there's nothing that you can necessarily do to stop it, except just make sure your team is more locked in and accountable. That's really what it boils down to.
Yeah, it's bad, man. It was really bad. Salty again. He said, how many real college football contenders do you see at this point in the season? I see a lot. I mean, in this season, I mean, Salty, like I said this before, like this is the perfect year that if college football could kind of like, well, obviously this wouldn't happen this way, but if there was a way that college football could have an 8 or a 12-man playoff this year, this would be the year, man, because there's actually a lot of teams that are threats, in my opinion. Like if you told me Georgia won another championship, I wouldn't be shocked. If you told me Washington won a championship, I wouldn't be shocked. If you told me Texas won a championship, I wouldn't be shocked. If you told me a Big Ten team won a championship, I wouldn't be shocked. Like, this is an open year, man. Like, this is an open year to make some noise. So I think there's a bunch of contenders this year, man. Like, ultimately, I mean, because we're talking about contending of making the playoffs and being in contention to win a championship, right? Last year, TCU made it to the championship, so they were technically a contender for the championship, right? I mean, there's multiple teams this year that I think could win a first-round playoff game at least, if not win a championship.
So right now, Ryan, I would say every Power 5, well, except 2, has legit multiple contenders. I'm hesitant to say the ACC because I just don't view North Carolina and Miami right now as legit playoff contenders yet.
Florida State for sure.
That could change. Florida State definitely is. The Big 12 is another one. It's Texas. Oklahoma's not a playoff contender in my opinion.
Oh my gosh.
Now, if they beat Texas this weekend, maybe that could change, but no, they're not. Sure. The Pac-12 has 3 right now, if not 4.
Yeah,
if not 4, Ryan. I mean, the way Washington State's playing right now, if not 4. And what Washington will have in their favor is they have a really good non-conference win over a Big Ten team, which is a very overrated conference, but still the perception matters. The Big Ten has 3 legit playoff teams right now. The SEC still has 4 legit. I mean, look, Missouri's undefeated and they have a couple really nice wins. I mean, but they're not really a contender.
They couldn't win they couldn't win a playoff game in my opinion.
Right. Yeah. Nor can they win the SEC and get to the playoff to me. Sure. You know what I mean? Kentucky right now has to be looked at as a legit potential contender to make the playoff right now. I don't think it's going to happen, but they're one of only 3 undefeated teams in the SEC, and they just went out and just dominated what's a decent Florida team. Like, Florida doesn't suck, right? They're not good, but they don't suck, and they made them look like they sucked.
And they beat them in the probably the strongest part of that Florida team is that, like, their defense line is huge. Like, they don't get run on a ton, and it's like they just took their will, man.
Yes.
Like, they took their will from them.
They did. They did. That's a great point. I mean, it just physically beat them up. That was impressive.
Because I like the running back Ray Davis they had, but Ray Davis has always been like a 4-point-something yard per carry guy everywhere he's been, and he was just like untouchable in that football game, man. Like, untouchable.
Didn't he averaged over 10 yards a carry, and he had his, I believe, right? And he had over 20 carries in that game.
Something like that. Yeah, something like that.
It's one thing like you had 10 carries and you went for 112 yards, but you had a 75-yard run. Okay, yeah, you didn't really, what I mean? Like, but he was just like 20, 75, 15. I mean, it was crazy.
Yeah.
How they just ran through Florida like that. It was wild because I thought Florida would put up more of a fight than that. I'm not shocked Kentucky won, but
And
dude,
they're Florida is
26
huge
carries,
up front,
Ryan.
man.
26 carries. He averaged over 10 yards a carry on 26 carries. So here's the deal. You do that. Well, if you take away that one long run, well, let's do that. Okay. So if you take away his 75-yard touchdown run, he still had 205 yards on 25 carries, which is 8.2 per carry. If you take away his 75-yard run, he still averaged 8.2 yards per carry. That's absurd. That is absolutely bonkers. And just an incredible level of efficiency in that game. So that was but yeah, there's a lot. There's a lot of those I mean, there's no group of fives that I look at as that, Ryan. I mean, if Fresno goes undefeated, your best non-conference was Purdue. I'm sorry. You don't, great year. I'll put you in the top 10, but I'm not putting you in a 14 playoff. Same with Air Force. They just won't have any wins good enough for me. I say, look, this 10-loss team, this 2-loss team, or this 1-loss team over here played a much more competitive schedule. They would have gone 12-0 against your schedule as well. You wouldn't have gone 11-1 against theirs, but you still enjoy what they're doing. But the Pac-12 and the Big Ten to me all have a legit 3+ playoff contenders. Just those 2 leagues alone.
Yeah.
Which is going to be interesting. So 3 in the Big Ten. I don't think there's anybody besides the big 3 in the Big Ten, Ryan. You may disagree. I don't view any of them. And right now, 4 in the other one. I mean, that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at. Yeah. So, and I mean, and look, if we're being real, I mean, if Oregon State runs the table, they got a shot to be in there too because of who they're going to play. I mean, but I just don't think they're capable of doing that.
I think there's several teams in the Pac-12. I just personally think that because we're talking about right now, the reality is that I still think that conference is going to cannibalize each other a little bit. So like in the end, it's not going to 100% matter this conversation now. But as of right now, like if you told me Oregon was that team, I'd be like, okay, I could see that.
Yeah.
Washington, okay, I could see that.
What's
USC, okay, I could see that.
Ryan, here's what's going to get nuts. There is a chance that we could have a 2-loss SEC champ. Think about it. Because right now in the SEC, you have every single team in the West has a loss right now.
Yep.
Every one.
Mm-hmm.
And only Bama and Ole Miss, I believe, have one.
Yeah.
So, yes, Texas A&M. One of those 2 teams will is guaranteed to have a second loss because A&M still plays Alabama, and they have to play Ole Miss. So at least one of those teams is going to be guaranteed to have a second loss. I think the West is going to I think the SEC West is going to do to themselves exactly what you think the Pac-12 is going to do. They're going to because none of them are really that good. But nobody in the East is good enough to where it's a given that they're going to win the SEC title game.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, and so what then happens if you've got a bunch of 1-loss Power 5s and then all of a sudden you've got the SEC champ with 2 losses? Right. Now they shouldn't get in.
Sure.
But this is
they probably will. Yeah.
Right. It's gonna get nutty. If there was ever going to be a year where a 2-loss team got into the playoff, a 4-team playoff, this is it.
Yeah.
This is the year.
And I know everyone's listening to us because they're college football fans and they love Notre Dame football, right? But if there's anybody out there that I don't really watch college football that much, maybe outside of Notre Dame, this is the year to watch college football, folks.
Yeah.
This is a very entertaining, volatile, crazy college football landscape this year. Like there's just going to be a whole lot of, I think there's going to be a whole lot of perceived upsets. There's going to be a whole lot of just back and forth. It's going to be a lot of great football games just in general. There really is, man. So yes, stay tuned, please. It's going to be fun.
Yep. It really is. It really is.
A lot of fun.
All right. We got one down here from, I just love saying this name, Ryan, God Country Notre Dame and Barbecue. Just love that one.
And their question is, I love Sam Hartman, and I believe he is one of the reasons we are 5-1 right now, but has he regressed as a pure passer since his days at Wake Forest, or is it a scheme, receiver, etc. problem?
Well, it's the latter to me. Yeah. I mean, it's you watch that game, Ryan. He does not have confidence throwing the outside go ball to his receivers. He doesn't. You watched. You watch y'all. Did you do it last night or this morning? Like
a little bit last night. Finished it this morning.
There's guys there that have steps outside in one-on-ones. Tobias especially had 4 or 5 chances. He just doesn't have confidence. And then the one time he did, Tobias showed why he doesn't have confidence in him right now.
What I was going to say is that like it's warranted to have a little bit of skepticism right now. If you're Sam Hartman. Yeah,
exactly. Yep. So I'm not banging on him. I mean, he has not stepped up and made the plays he needs to make. And even on ones where it's like, I don't blame Tobias. Isn't the reason that pass against Navy fell incomplete. Sam's got to throw a better ball, but and then Tobias isn't the reason the one go ball that he threw to Tobias the first time, the one that fell short, was incomplete. But it's also kind of like, but you got to battle more for that ball and draw the penalty out, which is what I've talked about. Yep. There's no way Tobias goes up for that ball in the end zone, catches it, and stays in bounds. His momentum would have carried him right out of bounds, but you could have had a much better shot of making that penalty so obvious looking that you got the 15 yards. There was no way Tobias was going to catch that ball against Duke. There's no way. But you could have battled for it and drew. That's part of your craft as a receiver, Ryan. The best receivers in the NFL will do things, technically speaking, to draw a penalty in certain situations.
Fight through contact.
Yes, but you're doing it in a way where it's like I'm doing this so it's going to look even more like I'm getting, like I'm jumping for the ball and I'm like, and making that guy run through. You had no chance to catch that dang ball. But your body language needs to do that, and he's not doing that. So it's warranted because he's more than willing to throw balls into tight spots to Mitchell Evans right now. No problem doing that.
This will catch the ball. Yeah.
Right. So I think it's more of a scheme receiver problem than it is Sam Hartman because, Sam Hartman sailed that crossing route to Rico. I can find plenty of film of him doing that at Wake. That just happens sometimes, right? It was off. Every quarterback has an off night. And then sometimes quarterbacks just play out of their minds like Jaden Daniels was on Saturday night at LSU. He just threw some stupidly good passes against Ole Miss. But Sam was off on Saturday. But he still threw some dimes. He still threw some absolute dimes in that game as well. That 3rd and 10 ball to Mitchell Evans on the last drive was, perfect timing, perfect ball. As soon as he hit his break, boom, ball's coming out. How
about after the muff punt by Chris Tyree, that one catch he had? Dude, that ball that he threw to the middle of the field, that takes some guts, man. That is not an easy throw that he made on that ball. That was a really good throw.
The 22-yard completion to Tyree, is that the one you're talking about?
Yeah. Where he's because he had the back pedal, he's getting hit as he threw, and he threw it.
And the safety's closing. The safety's closing, and he put that ball right on Tyree. If he leads Tyree anymore, that safety maybe has a chance to break that thing up.
Oh, I thought it was.
And if he misses, Ryan, it's a pick.
Yes.
If he misses, it's a pick.
I thought it was going to get picked because there were like 3 bodies there. I'm like, I don't know about that, but he fit it, man.
The seam throw he made to Mitchell Evans against Ohio State, that was a heck of a ball.
It was.
You know what I'm talking about? It was his third or fourth quarter. It was the one that he completed for like 25 yards. Dude, there was 3 guys around Mitchell Evans on that.
That was a great ball.
So he's doing some of that stuff. It's a scheme related thing, and they haven't needed him to be the 46 attempt gunslinger he was at Wake Forest either.
I think I've said it multiple weeks. I think it's more the passing game perspective because it's definitely a confidence thing. They need to figure out how to make some plays outside the numbers right now. They're just not doing it. They're not. Middle of the field stuff's pretty good. You just named a few plays where it's just like that's a middle of the field dime, a rope to the middle of the field. You're just not making those outside throws right now because there's just not a guy that I think you feel confident in making those plays. With Dion Cole hurt and with Tobias having his struggles, you don't really have that outside oriented wide receiver now that can make those plays. You just don't really have that guy because I think the big thing is if Jaden Thomas is making that play or even a Jaden Greathouse is going to make that play, they're going to make it more on back shoulder physicality perspective than they are, working outside the numbers, back, over the shoulder, that type of thing. They're just not those type of separators. So I just think that there's just a lack of trust. There's no A.T. Perry for him right now, where it's just I'm going to put the ball up because A.T. is going to make the catch. It's going to happen, and they just don't have that.
Who would that guy be for you right now?
There's guys I was hoping it was Dion Cole, but with him injured now, you just don't have that guy right now.
And Tobias is not that guy right now. No. Jaden Thomas doesn't get the separation to be that guy right now. Yep. So it's that. When we were talking about the meeting that the team had, Sean Paula said this: no Trent Dilfer yelling in that meeting guaranteed. Can we just briefly talk about this for a second? In coaching, you're going to get your butt chewed out from time to time. You are.
And you should.
And you should.
Yep.
That was so beyond what is an appropriate level of you coming at me as a grown man.
Yeah.
Because I get to the point like
On the
my job doesn't.
Right?
Yeah. My job is not this important for me to allow another grown man to come at me like this. Like it really does come down to that. There's football is an aggressive sport. It's a physical sport. It is a passionate sport, and you deal with butt chewings in games, right? I promise you, I don't even need to know who you coach with. Say, but guarantee you there were some headphones shouting matches when you were a football coach between you and other coaches, right? It's part of the game. Sure. Yeah. But and sometimes I'm getting my butt chewed out because my guys didn't do what they needed to do. I didn't get the like if Marcus Freeman. Let's just say hypothetically, for example, that Al Washington's the reason we didn't have Notre Dame to have 11 guys on the field because he didn't do the right thing, and he's standing there getting his butt chewed out on the sideline. He's going to take that because I screwed up, and I know this guy. I respect this guy. He's chewing my butt out, and it would be warranted. And then there's what Trent Dilfer did on Saturday, and that was like, is this a 5-year-old throwing a temper tantrum? Like
he's always rubbed me the wrong way, Trent Dilfer.
Like, I don't care.
There was even that clip of him when he was in high school where he was chewing some kid out on the sideline where it was like he looked like he was trying to punch him in the face. I'm just like, dude, what are you doing?
Like he was trying to bait the kid into punching him so he could punch him back. It just it's like, bro. I think some of the reactions from people trying to make it like a race thing, it's not that. He's just an a-hole. That's who Trent Dilfer is. Like, like he went to my church a couple times when his daughter was in Notre Dame, and he'd sit in the back. And as soon as church is over, he'd sprint out like, he doesn't want everybody coming up talking. I'm like, bro, nobody cares. No, if you'd have brought Ray Lewis with you, we might have wanted to talk to him. You know what I mean? But like, nobody cares, bro. Like you're not as cool as you think you are. And so again, it's not about race. It's not about, oh, you can't be soft in this culture. You take your butt chewings. I don't care what era it is. You do not. And he kept going back at the guys. And it was like multiple guys. It's like, hey, man, I'm only going to take, you need to back the F off right now. You know what I mean? Like a smart position coach will just take it during the game. But in the locker room after the game, hey, bro, we're at UAB. You don't pay me enough to talk to me like that. You know what I'm saying? Like, so you ever talk to me like that again in public, we're going to have a problem. You know what I mean?
He's always rubbed me the wrong way, man.
Yeah.
He's always.
That's not old school. That's just you're an a-hole. Right. Yeah. So I wanted to talk about that because I see these lines being drawn. Oh, he was wrong and he's a racist. And, oh, you got to be tougher. It's football. No, that's not football. Ryan, I had a coach threaten to fire me during a game. I've had a coach threaten to stick a fork in my eye over the you know what I mean? Same coach, actually. Football is an emotional sport, and there's certain things you tolerate. And I'm still about that. I don't think we should soften how we treat people because modern people are soft. Like, no, toughen up, right? This is the real world. But man, there's just lines that you cross that are true of no matter what generation you're in or what time period or all that other kind of stuff. Where you're just like, bro, I'm a grown man. And you will talk to me like I'm a grown man. I'll take a butt chewing. That will never happen again if you want to keep all your teeth. That's just what it comes down to for me.
He's got such a chip on his shoulder, even though he was a first-round pick that
exactly
got lucky to win a Super Bowl.
Exactly. You got to play on two of the best defenses I've ever seen in my life. That Tampa Bay Buccaneer defense that he had that went to the NFC Championship game, lost to the Rams, right? 14-7.
Yep.
That was a phenomenal defense.
Actually, I think wasn't Brad Johnson the quarterback on that team?
I thought Trent Dilfer. I thought Sean King was actually.
Oh, it may have been
on that particular team, but he played on. Brad Johnson was on the Super Bowl team.
Yeah,
I believe Sean King took over for Trent Dilfer on that team.
That could be. Yep.
So yeah, it's just.
And then that Ravens defense was dumb,
insane,
good. They were like, didn't they give up like 11 points a game or something like that year?
It was something crazy. It was something crazy like
stupid.
That, dude.
I think they had like 4 straight shutouts during that game, during that season or something. It was nuts.
Yeah, it was absolutely crazy. Real quick, so was it 1999? Was the year the Rams won the Super Bowl? Correct.
99 season. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And that was the first year, wasn't that the first? The
the
beat the
99
Titans, right?
season. They played in 2000. Yeah.
Yeah. So they beat the Rams beat the Bucks in that season. Where's it at? Is that just the AFC? Where's the NFC playoffs at? Give me a second. St. Louis beat Tampa Bay 11-6. I was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
So they scored 49 on Minnesota that year. That
Mhm.
was one of the best offenses we ever saw. Scored 526 points. They scored 11 points on Tampa Bay that year. And Tampa Bay won their first round playoff game 14-13. That was Tony Dungy, I believe, was still the head coach on that team.
Yeah, I believe so. Yep.
And that defense was insane. But Trent Dilfer only started 10 games that year. And I believe Sean King was the quarterback in the postseason that season. So I'm actually going to look it up between they were still St. Louis Rams back then, right?
They were, yep.
I'm actually going to look that up because I want to see that I'm correct on this. Yeah, Sean King was the quarterback in that game for the Rams or for the Buccaneers. But Trent Dilfer started the season for that team at quarterback and only played 10 games. So, and I think that was his last year in Baltimore, in Tampa Bay, because then the next year he went to Baltimore and won a Super Bowl. He was in Baltimore 1 year, only started 8 games that season, only started half the year that year.
I think
for Baltimore.
Who's the starter? Tony Banks.
Tony Banks.
Tony Banks the starter. Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Tony Banks was the starter on the team. Yeah. And then I think he got hurt, and then Trent Dilfer rode the coattails of that. And they had Shannon Sharp at tight end, had Jamal Lewis at running back, like Jonathan Ogden at left tackle.
Was a wide receiver on that team too.
That team was really good, really good.
They had Priest Holmes as a running back too on that team with. Jamal
Was he
Lewis,
really?
which
Yeah.
is wild. Yeah.
He had such a weird NFL career because he just skyrocketed real fast and then just quickly.
He started getting injured and then it was done for him from there. But on Kansas City, Priest Holmes was nuts. He was so good.
Yep. All right, we got this. This is an interesting question from PK.
PK says, Coach Brian, if you had no deep threat on your team due to lack of ability or injury, how would you devise an offense to get you to 11-1?
Well, number one, I'm going to have to be real creative with how I run the football, number one. And I still think you can generate big plays in the pass game if you scheme it right. You just got to get tempo is one thing you do. I think that helps neutralize some of that. You say, okay, I don't have a lot of speed, but do I have athleticism? I need to know that, because Duke doesn't have a lot of burners that stretch the field, but they've got a lot of really good athletes. So you run more West Coast type stuff, or you run more levels, you do things to try to get them in space, where you're scheming them and using their quickness and agility to your advantage. So there's a lot of things you can do without having a great deep threat. Of course, it helps. But I also think that's another time when play action throws need to help you, because what you can do with the good play action game, Ryan, is, okay, I don't have the speed to get over top of safeties in a pure drop back situation, but here's what I can do. I can run a play action pass, get that safety either freeze or come down. Now I've made it easier for my 4-5-5 receiver to get over top of that guy, where he's not going to do that on a pure drop back type of concept, right? And so those are different things that you can do, that because you now shorten the distance there with some of those concepts. I would do things where I'd hopefully have my quarterback moving a little bit, some sprint outs to field sprint outs, some bootlegs, some things like that, where you can generate some cheap yards that can then create some misdirection opportunities. I think of that 2018 Notre Dame Stanford game where, Notre Dame did that play with Ian Book, did like a half roll. They did a delay and then brought Alize Mack backside, and Ian rolls out and buys time and then comes back to Alize's wide open. Big play. Yep. So there's ways you can generate big plays without having Rocket Ismail at wide receiver. It helps. Yeah. But there's certainly things you can do. You just got to be a little bit more creative of it. And some of it's got to be built off misdirection. Some of it's got to be built off your run game. So those are things I would do, Ryan. What are some other things that you
run game is the best friend of creating those big plays. It's obviously not a perfect comparison because you're not going to run the triple option, but why is Navy and all these military schools ever such a high yards per catch? It's because you lull people to sleep and then you work off the play action game. You hit a waggle, whatever it is, and you create big plays. You want to make a defense feel like they have to come down harder, and then you have to be able to hit them with some misdirection. That's how you create big plays if you don't have that guy that's established. Because
there's very few teams in college football right now, in my opinion, where it's just like they have a guy that could just run by any corner they go against. Like there's not that many teams that have that guy, but it's the creative teams. It's the Lane Kiffins of the world to create big plays. Because like that Trey Harris kid they have at wide receiver right now, the kid's not a burner. He's not a burner at all, but he creates big plays. Why? Because he's a very creative offensive coordinator. He understands how to attack space. That's how he does that.
We kind of got a question related to this a little bit down here, Ryan, that I'm going to kind of jump to the bottom, and it just came up because it relates to kind of continue this conversation, and it's from Chief Brody, and I'll read it, Ryan, so you can kind of respond to it because it builds on what you just said, because you're absolutely spot on this. He says, I understand Notre Dame doesn't have we'll continue it, but then also answer why Notre Dame shouldn't do this. But he says, I understand Notre Dame doesn't have Lane Kiffin or any desire to run his offense, but Ole Miss has less 4- and 5-star talent out wide than Notre Dame. Is there any answer scheme-wise to get these guys open?
I mean, the one thing that people don't understand about Lane Kiffin enough is that Lane Kiffin wants to run the football. He wants to run the football at a high volume. Look what he did with Quinshon Judkins last year. Look what he did with Quinshon Judkins on Saturday, where he ran for almost 180 yards. He was like 177 yards on the grounds. Like they want to run the football, but what Lane Kiffin does well is Lane Kiffin is kind of the master of understanding where soft spots are defensively and putting people into chaos. Like he loves running different variations of crossers, some level stuff. Like he likes making chaos in certain areas where a defensive player has to make a decision, right? And the minute that you're running levels and that corner you see is continuously biting up on the underneath route, then you throw it the corner over top of his head or the deep out or whatever it might be. And that's where the big plays are created with Lane. So I think Lane more than anyone, well, not more than anyone, he's in like a class of Steve Sarkisian and like those types of guys where they understand where soft spots are in particular defenses. And they understand that I want to make that player wrong. I want to make sure he is difficult. So I need him to have two different options on this play of what he's going to try to take away. And then you hit where he's not. I mean, it's pretty basic stuff, man. It's not like, it's not rockets. When you watch Lane's stuff, it's super creative, but it's also not rocket science. He's like, I'm going to put that safety into chaos with two different responsibilities, and I'm going to throw to what he decides not to cover. I mean, that's it.
I think a point you hit on there, Ryan, too, is he has counters to his stuff, too, that's already built in, that the minute he sees this or thinks you're about to do this, he'll go to it, right? You nailed the first part on that. This because, and I wanted to bring this up partially because what was our conversation about before the game with Ole Miss? Their offense hasn't been the same this year because they're not running the football effectively. As soon as they got their run game going against LSU on Saturday, you're like, LSU has no chance to stop this offense. None.
Points. Yep.
Because now they're balanced. And when Lane's offense is balanced, it's really hard to stop.
Yeah.
But he does a great job. Like, and everything they do is with a purpose, route running wise. It's with a purpose. Whether it's, and sometimes that purpose is I'm running 1,000,000 miles an hour because I'm clearing you out. I'm running right at the safety. Like, dude, why'd you run right at the DB? Because I want to occupy him because we got something else coming. And that's something Sark's great at as well, where there's 4 guys running routes to get one guy open. And I don't feel like Notre Dame does enough of that. You don't do that the whole game, Ryan, but there needs to be times where based on what, like there was a couple times where Duke was playing a certain way. We're like, boy, if they would just do this and this, they might be able to get a guy clear on this type of thing. And I'd like to see a little bit of that. Now, the reason Notre Dame doesn't run that offense is because that type of offense makes it really hard to have an elite defense. And that's who Marcus Freeman wants to be, and I'm okay with that. But when you're scoring that quickly and you're that dynamic offensively, it is a little bit more challenging to have an elite defense. Because they're not, I wouldn't call Ole Miss a tempo team, but they have some pace to what they do. Sure. Is that fair? Right? So, you know, that kind of makes it a little bit challenging. But it's here's the thing, guys. It's not so much about you've got to run that offense. There are principles that work that we just laid out that you can like watch the Ole Miss game and say, hey, we can't really run that play because of it doesn't fit with this. But there are some things that we understand what they're trying to do philosophically that we can apply within the framework of what we do that can work. And when coaches get together the offseason, that's what they're doing. You know, if I was an offensive coach and I went and sat down with Lane Kiffin, I'd say, look, we don't do what you do. We do things a little differently, but man, I really like how you do these things where you're getting these guys open. Talk to me about it. Where's it coming from? What's your philosophy? Why are you calling that stuff? What are your counters to it? Here's what we're doing. How do you think we can maybe implement some of the stuff into what we do? And then you listen to that guy, and he may say, well, look, if I did this for you, this is kind of how I would, I'd maybe use a tight end there, or I may do this, or I may do this. And then you can say, because like, it's not so simple as like, you see this play on this team did it, write it down and say, we're going to implement this play this week. Well, That doesn't really fit who you are. Teams are going to be like, wait a minute, why are you lining up in that? We never see that. We're going to figure out pretty quick what you're trying to do. You've got to fit it into who you are. And that can be a little bit
Lane's done a great job of that too. I mean, there's some years where he has Kenny Yeboah at tight ends, who was like not incredibly talented, but like he understood how to scheme that kid open all the time.
Yep.
You had Jonathan Mingo last year, who was like a big body, physical kid, but like I wouldn't call him overly explosive, but he averaged like 20 yards a catch last year.
Yeah.
And there's some years where you have the Jerion Ely kid at running back, who's a little bit of a shifty, smaller back. And then now you have Quinshad Junkins, who's 210, 215 pound back. Like, I think great offensive coordinators, more than anything, understand how to utilize different skill sets and understand how to mold it into your philosophy.
Yeah.
That's my biggest thing. Like, I hate the guys. It's like, that guy doesn't fit that system. Make him fit. What do you mean he doesn't fit?
Right.
If he can't fit, that's a you problem. You're the coach. Right. You're supposed to make talent work. And if you can't, that means you're probably not a very creative mind.
Very true. I want to address this as well, Ryan.
Adam Joseph says, is it possible for Jordan Botelho to appeal the targeting call? Because I can't wrap my head around the targeting rule. He hit his leg. Make it make sense.
So 2 things. Number 1, yes, you can always appeal a suspension for the next game. You can always appeal that. And there have been times when they have overturned the suspension. They'll go back and look at the play. Number 1. And if I was Notre Dame, I would assume Notre Dame is going to appeal. Even if you think it's targeting, you still appeal it because you never know.
Yep.
You don't get penalized for appealing it. Number 2, I think a mistake that people are making with this call is there's people that think targeting is only meant to protect the hit E. And as we talked about post game show, Ryan, the targeting is meant to protect the hit E and the hit The targeting rule is meant to protect both. And the part that has to deal with protecting the hit is they don't ever want you to lead with the crown of your helmet ever. Whether it's not just about you can't lead with the crown of your helmet to hit a guy in the head. It's you can't lead with I saw this happen in the NC State Louisville game, right? That's what that kid got kicked out for. That linebacker got kicked out for NC State because he hit the guy in the chest, but he put his head down and launched. No, it was the Oregon State game. It was the Oregon State Utah game. That's what it was. It was that line. I knew it was a Friday night game, but the linebacker was number 2 or number 3, but he put his head down and just drove it right into the chest of the quarterback. But he led with you can't do that. They don't want you to do that. Period. I don't care if they hit the shin, the hip, and if anything, Ryan, it's more dangerous to put the crown of your helmet into someone's hip. It's one of the hardest parts of a guy's body, and so that's what that rule is. It doesn't have anything to do with he led with the crown of his helmet. That's what he got kicked out for, not where he hit the guy. That doesn't matter.
It doesn't have to be helmet-to-helmet contact.
Right.
Is the easiest way to say it, right? Like you just don't. The defender cannot drop his head and create. Well, a runner can't do it either. Well, he's not supposed to anyway. Like you can't drop your head. And
have you ever seen that called?
Never, but he's not supposed to. He's not supposed to technically. But yeah, I've seen it called maybe like once or twice, but like not nearly as much as it should be called now. Like you're putting defenders in bad positions too. Because it's like, so what am I supposed to do when that guy drops his head at me? Am I not supposed to drop my head back?
Exactly. Like I watched about 5 minutes of the Broncos game on Saturday, and they called a helmet-to-helmet hit on the Bears guy, and I'm like, the guy was going at the running back, and then the running back or the receiver went down, and that's what created the head-to-head contact.
Well, that's the thing I hate the most. I hate those plays the most because it's like, as a defensive player, it's so hard to adjust on the fly when a player drop changes his level. It's just like it's very difficult. So
Yep.
John A1, what's up, John? Notre Dame has used various run blocking concepts. Should they continue to expand or work towards a bread and butter?
Well, I think they do have a bread and butter, John. If you look at the numbers that I put up on the message board, there's really 2 concepts that really dominate all the different stuff they do: inside zone and gap scheme. In the gap scheme, they get to with their power stuff and then also with the counter stuff. We haven't seen a ton of counter. It's been almost all different ways of running power. And the only difference for counter is counter can tend to hit a gap wider and it's more delayed backfield action, which I think a good counter is actually a good complement to power, because if I'm seeing the same blocking scheme, Ryan, and you're a linebacker and I see the same blocking scheme and I'm getting downhill, that's going to look one way. But if I'm showing you like a misdirection from the backside and I'm coming at it from the backside, I can now hit it to where it'll be a little easier for me to bounce than it would be on just a straight pure power. And so, and it's going to mess with the linebacker's eyes a little bit. So I would like to see some of that, but it's not a lot of variety from a scheme standpoint, John. It really isn't. It's basically two families of run blocking, and then they have a wrinkle of the buck sweep toss stuff. So it's really three, and that's a sister of the gap scheme. It's not the same, but it's in the family. It's not a zone type of concept. So I don't think they're running a lot of stuff to where you have to worry, like, is there too much in their arsenal? No, that's not it. It was more so, actually, I would say against Duke, they didn't go more to their bread and butter, which so far this season has been the inside zone. That's been their best run this year. It's the most efficient run. It's been their bread and butter. It looks like they're running a lot of different stuff because they run it so many different ways. They're running power traditional with the front side kick out and the backside wrap. They're running power with a backside kick and a backside wrap that looks like counter, but it's actually power. They're doing a lot of different things. They did power lead last week, which was in a different look where instead of kicking out the end, they just block out the end with the tight end and then have, or block out the end with the backside, I should say. And then the wrap is actually a front side lead. It's power. You're just getting to it a little different way. And so, but all of that stuff for the offensive line doesn't change a lot. And that's who you got to be worried about putting too much on, I would say. So I don't think that's an issue. I just think the execution tends to be, but like the stuff they were having problems with against Duke, that's stuff they've been running effectively since the NC State game. So It wasn't like they put something new at them. I just don't think they should have been running against that look. And I think the fact that you were asking Rico Flores to be your counter, your power heavy guy, because power heavy is what I call it. That it's just you're getting an extra hat to the play side. That's it. That makes sense with Jaden Thomas. It made no sense to do that with Rico Flores, Ryan. None. That's just like you said earlier. You're just running a play because you've run it in the past.
You like it. Yep.
But the guy that you ran that with that can do that is not there anymore. Rico, it was hilarious watching it. Rico would literally just sprint through the hole and just keep running. He wasn't looking for anybody to block. And then it messed up the timing and all that. And I think the last time they ran it, he runs into the back, and it's like, guys, this is on you. This isn't on Rico. This is on you. You shouldn't be running this play right now.
Rico gave so much great effort on Saturday, man. I love.
He did. He did, but he's not run. He shouldn't be running that play, Ryan.
Oh, no.
I don't care about his effort. He's like, it's just. You know what you should have done? Run that and have Cooper Flanagan do it out of 13 personnel. If you're dead set on running that play, it doesn't make sense.
We had a super chat from Raymond Hart. And Raymond, thank you so much. I just got here and going to start at the beginning, but wanted to say tough win, but we got through it. Need more from our line moving forward. Go Irish.
We had plenty to say about that, man. Plenty to say about that. Ryan, I'm going to read this next one because this is a recruiting question. This is from Todd Brammy. Thank you, Todd, for the super chat. Assuming Notre Dame gets Taylor, of the three Marcus Freeman recruiting classes, who will be the best quarterback wide receiver duo? I think he's meaning like one quarterback and one receiver in a class. So it would be what? Kenny Minchie and
Jaden Greathouse.
Pick one.
Jaden
Greathouse for the floor, Braylon James ceiling, whichever. It's a win-win. It'd be CJ Carr and Cam Williams, and then Deuce Knight, Taylor. What are your thoughts on that one?
As of right now, it's Cam Williams and CJ Carr for me. That's where we are right now because this question will change a lot more. I think the more fascinating question would be if Taylor commits to Notre Dame is as seniors when they're about to sign their letter of intent to Notre Dame, Deuce Knight and Taylor, then who's best, right? Because we've seen senior version of Kenny Minchie. We've seen senior version of Jaden Greathouse. We've now seen senior version of CJ Carr. We've now seen senior version of Cam Williams. We have obviously not seen senior version of Deuce Knight, and we haven't seen it of Taylor, obviously.
Yeah, we've barely seen junior version of Deuce Knight so far this season.
Yeah, I know, barely. Seriously, only a couple games. Nice to see him back, though, finally. But, with hindsight, with what it is right now,
it's Cam Williams. I'm going to say Caleb Williams. It's Cam Williams and CJ Carr for me. I mean, I think CJ is a legitimate, borderline 4-star quarterback. And I think Cam Williams is a bona fide
5-star. 5-star?
What did I say? 5-star. Yeah.
4.
Sorry.
Like,
high 4-star, bordering on 5-star quarterback. Yes.
I was like, hold on a second. We need to have a talk about your CJ Carr evaluation. He's a borderline 4-star.
No, CJ's a very good quarterback. I think he's probably top 30 overall player in the 2024 class. Cam Williams is a bona fide 5-star. I think that kid is a top 15, top 20 type of player in the class. I think he's that good. So with that in mind, that trumps just slightly what, like, I had Kenny Minchie also as a top 100 player. I really liked Kenny Minchie a lot. I also had Jaden Greathouse as a top 75 player. So I like both of those players a ton. But obviously when I'm talking about a top 30 quarterback and a top 20 type of player in Cam Williams, that's going to trump that evaluation as of right now. I mean, I think CJ is a very, very good quarterback prospect. And I think that Cam Williams is a special wide receiver prospect. Like, that's just where we are right now. But I would love to see it if Deuce Knight is developed over the next year, see what he looks like as a senior. And if Talon Taylor continues to progress the way that he has, then I think this could be a legitimate conversation. But as of right now, I would take Cam Williams and CJ Carr.
I'll say this, Ryan. I'll be surprised if the Deuce Knight, Talon Taylor combo is better than CJ Carr and Cam Williams as high school seniors.
Yeah.
The even better discussion is who's going to be the best duo in college. Because with Deuce, you're banking that this guy's going to become a star at the next level. He's going to be raw this year. He's not going to go from what he is right now, super raw, to looking like Trevor Lawrence next year as a senior, where he's completing 75% of his passes, and he's going to need some time, which is what makes him, we've talked about this a bunch, Ryan, what makes him the perfect quarterback to get the year after CJ. Because CJ is the polar opposite. CJ is not a 5-star player because he's got elite top 10 NFL draft pick physical tools. He is to me a 5-star quarterback because he has good physical tools with elite up here. That's what makes CJ so good, in my opinion. Deuce is sort of the polar opposite. Not that Deuce isn't smart and all that, but Deuce is still just a raw ball of clay with tremendous tools. And I've heard great things about his work ethic. I've heard great things about his mind for the game, and all that's good, but he's just not nearly as polished. And I think, and the thing too, so that's where it comes down to. I think Talon Taylor's a 5-star, and Cam Williams is going to be a 5-star. When I do my new grades, they kind of wash each other out. They're different players. Well, Cam's bigger, long vertical. I think Talon Taylor's kind of like a Garrett Wilson type. They're going to kind of even themselves out. What it comes down to is which quarterback's going to be better as a senior. And Deuce may rank higher because he's got the elite tools, but CJ will be better at high school quarterback. I'm really curious to see who ends up being the better college duo. But here's the best part about it, Ryan. There's going to be a time at Notre Dame when Jane Greathouse, Braylon James, Rico Flores, Cam Williams, Micah Gilbert, Logan Saldate, and hopefully Talon Taylor are all on the same team together. Yep. And it's not a dude. And that's what I'm looking forward to. I don't care who the quarterback is, whether it's Kenny Minchie, CJ Carr, or Deuce Knight, or potentially all three of them at some point in time.
Hopefully.
That's going to be fun, buddy.
Yep.
That's going to be fun. I can't wait for that.
We had another super chat from Tyler Evans. A lot of great super chats today. Thank you all so much. Any head coaches you believe are on the hot seat right now?
There's definitely some. I mean, there's some guys that have kind of been in on it all year, and that's not going to change. I mean, look, I think Tony Elliott's got to be on the hot seat right now because they are awful.
Tony Elliott stinks, man.
They are awful.
I'm just curious if Virginia cares that much, though. Like, do they care that much? I don't know.
Yeah, that's probably
Bracco stepped down, right? Even though he was trending in the wrong direction, like he wasn't like forced out. I don't think.
From what I understand, he just was kind of burned out. From what I understand,
he was
he
was a really good coach too,
but on his ranch and just take some time away. Yeah.
Because
I didn't realize honestly how old Bronco was. To be honest with you,
was he in his 60s?
Yeah, like he's 57.
Oh,
like
67.
I really thought he was older than that. I'm talking about like other way, Ryan. Mm-hmm. I thought he was going to be like 65 because I'm like, he's burned out. I'm like, oh, is he a little older than that? You know what I mean? But no, he was only 56 when he stepped down, 55 when he stepped down. But he's a hard I mean, he's a guy, and this is what people will talk about. He is a guy that when I'm coaching, I got nothing else I can focus on. I put everything into it. And there are some guys like that, and it's hard for them to, I mean, they can burn out a little quicker, you know?
Yeah.
But yeah, Tony, I mean, they're terrible. I would not say Pat Narduzzi's on the hot seat, but man, they keep playing this bad, then he will be next year. That's for sure. I don't think there's anybody in the Big 12 that's on the hot seat. Dave Aranda got off of it this past week with a win over.
Got lucky this past week.
Yeah, they needed that win bad, really, really bad. You know, and then Big 10. You know, to me, PJ Fleck, to me, man, like, bro, you got some games coming up.
Seat, though. I don't think
No, he. Let me finish.
Okay.
We got some games coming up. They got Michigan this weekend. They got to play at Iowa. They got to play at Ohio State, at Purdue, home against Wisconsin. If he doesn't figure something out quickly, he's going to go into next season with the biggest question marks that has been there his entire career. Because you've got two things happening at the same time, Ryan. You've got the lack of success on the field coupled with the stuff that's coming out off the field. And that's the articles being written about, the former players not liking them. It's like you don't want that double-edged sword of coming at you. Say, hey, look, you don't like me, but look, we're winning. Those guys just don't like being challenged or whatever. When you're losing and that stuff comes out, it's a problem. So he needs to finish this season strong if he's gonna not be on the hot seat. Pac-12. I mean, all the guys struggling in the Pac-12 are new guys. Yeah. So I don't see anybody in the Pac-12
I don't think so.
It's an issue. And then again, most of the guys struggling in the SEC are relatively new guys, right? The Mississippi State guy. I mean, I don't think Sam Pittman's on the hot seat, but this season could get away from them in a hurry. And as you know, in the SEC, Ryan, it takes one bad year, no matter what you've done, could get you fired. And I'm hearing people talking about like Billy Napier's on the hot seat. I'm like, they're 3-2. They just beat Tennessee. Like, this is why I don't understand why people take some of these jobs, man.
Yeah, well, the Florida standards are just so unrealistic sometimes. But,
very much. I think that's a great way of putting it. Dan Mullen wins double-digit games 2 years in a row. Year 3, they play in the SEC championship game. They didn't almost beat Bama, but they gave Bama the best game Bama had all year. I mean, Bama was the better team, but that was a back-and-forth game the whole game. In the middle of the next year, he's fired. It just why would anyone want to take that job? So that's one. But honestly, some of the hot seat coaches are already gone. Mel Tucker was on the hot seat coming into the season. He's gone. Pat Fitzgerald, I always said, should have been on the hot seat. He's gone. My question is if Iowa doesn't figure something out, I don't know that Kirk Ferentz will ever be on the hot seat. But you just get to the point in time where it's like, dude, you got to do something, man, because you can't keep having your kid be this. Like, that's kind of what turned some people off of Bill Snyder at the end. It's like you're trying to set this thing up to where your kid can take over for you, and he's not you, right. And that's an interesting one. But Virginia, here's one, Ryan, that we forgot to talk about. Jeff Hafley at Boston College.
Oh, he should be out right now.
He's definitely on a hot seat. He's definitely on a hot seat. There's no doubt about it. But he's one.
I wouldn't say it's the hot seat, but I wouldn't be shocked if Mike Shula. If Mike Gundy would just step down at some point, because they are trending in a terrible direction. Trending in a terrible direction.
He doesn't seem to like the new college football very much.
Yeah. And they're losing players every year to the transfer portal, and it's just it's not pretty.
Yeah.
At Oklahoma State right now.
Yeah, I could see him being one of those guys. I could see him doing kind of going the Jay Wright move, which is like, I just don't want to coach in this game anymore. This isn't what I signed up for. You know what I mean? So
maybe Wilcox at Cal, if they're like, we want new blood going into the ACC. I don't know. Sure.
And that's another one you have to ask yourself, do they care enough? You know what I mean? But right now, I'll tell you what, man. I think Justin Wilcox does a nice job. I just don't think he gets any support. I think he does a nice job for Cal. They're 3-2. They just beat Arizona State. They should have beat Auburn. If they had a place kicker, they'd have beat Auburn. I thought they outplayed Auburn for a chunk of that game. you know what they got to do, Ryan? They've got to win. They got to pull off an upset or two, right? So they're 3-2 right now. They play at Stanford. They can definitely win that game. But after that, it's like you got Oregon State at home, at Utah, home against USC, at Oregon, home against Washington State, at UCLA. You're gonna have to pull off an upset or two and get to a bowl game. Because like you said, that could be, if you don't make a bowl game, that could be if there's a group of people that want to make a splashy change to go into the new conference, you've given them the ammunition to do that if you don't make a bowl game. Right. And so I think that's where he's gonna have to finish strong. But I think the guy's done a nice job. I do. It's a good football coach. Not a great one, but a good football coach.
All right, we had another super chat from Derek Junkart, who says, I want to see two-back sets, Audric Estime and Jeremiah Love. You can run inside, outside, play action, RPO, and counters off of one formation with minimal subbing.
Agree, we need to see it
as well. I want to see that package as well. Yeah.
The thing that I think we have to come to grips with, though, as fans, is you can't do that. I don't think you can do that for an entire game. There are some limitations to that. And so it's not a thing where they need to run 30 snaps a game or 40 snaps a game out of 21 personnel.
But for
at least not
series,
against the good teams.
That would be a lot of fun.
Right.
Yeah.
And you've got to have some wrinkles for it and some counters. But yeah, I mean, I wouldn't mind seeing 15, 20 snaps a game. And that's, for me, that's high. And the reason I would like to see it is because I think you have two players at running back, really three, that bring a unique skill set that would make it work. Number one is Devin Ford as a blocker has turned out to, I mean, that's a big thing too. Like, Ryan, in most 21 looks where you have two tailbacks, you don't really have a blocker, you know, and I don't know that you're going to want to have Audric Estime doing a lot of lead blocking, even though he can. He takes enough of a pounding. Do you really want to have him, you know, doing that? I don't know. But Devin comes in and did really well in that regard against Ohio State. And then with Jadarian Price and Jeremiah Love, what they can do out of the backfield with their catching ability in different areas. Yeah. I think that's another part of it. Yeah, you talk about Estime and Love, and we need to see Estime and Love. But I also want to see some 21 and 20 personnel with Price and Love together that I think can do some interesting things as well. So, yeah, I normally I'm like a wrinkle here and there. This is the team that I thought could do the most, also because of the issues that they're having a receiver, where we could see a little bit more, but it just can't be your dominant personnel grouping, in my opinion.
I also think that Love could do a lot of the inside power stuff as well, because that kid runs hard, man.
Yes, he does.
Runs very hard. He breaks a lot of tackles. So I'm there for Jeremiah Love. T-Guns, what's up, Tommy? Man, how ironic would it be if two teams got into the playoff from the Pac just before it goes away? I know it wouldn't be good for Notre Dame, so I hope it doesn't happen.
Well, it just makes it even sadder, to be honest with you, that the year where the Pac-12 is about to have their best year in a long time, a very long time, and people talk about what they're going to be the Big Ten next year. They're going to be in the ACC next year. They're going to be in the Big 12 next year, and it's not even like my first thought when I was watching the Utah-Florida game, what a big win for the Big 12. I was like, hold on a second, they're not in the Big 12 yet. Like, that was my thought process. And it's kind of sad. And it's also sad watching how good Washington State and Oregon State are right now, saying they're going to basically get, what's the word? What's the soccer term for, what do they call it? Where you relegation?
Relegated. Yeah.
Like they're going to get relegated to the Mountain West, and they shouldn't be. Like, normally in relegation, if I understand it correctly in soccer, is if you don't perform well enough, you kind of get booted from the top group. These are two teams.
Then they play in like the lesser league, but then if they play well, then they can get back up, like that type of thing. Yeah.
But these two teams are doing exactly what you want a big time, Power 5 team to be. They're very good football teams. They're well coached. They've got talent, and they're being relegated for things that have nothing to do with what happens on the football field. Yep. And that's the part about this whole thing. Like if Vanderbilt was getting relegated because they stink all the time, or if Georgia Tech was getting relegated because they stink, or some of these teams like Kansas back in the day before Lance Leopold got there, I could understand that.
Right.
But this has nothing to do with football, and that's the part that bothers me the most. But I don't want that to happen, because most likely if there's two teams from the Pac-12 that make it, they're going to be two teams going to the Big 10. And I don't want the Big Ten. The Big Ten already has an unnecessarily high opinion of itself, when in reality, it's three really good teams and a bunch of crap. this season. I'm sorry. It just is. And like, this is not a vintage Wisconsin team. This Iowa team has such a bad offense. This is 3 really good teams and a bunch of nothing. Now there's some teams that are coming along and all that, whatever. It's a top heavy, mostly bad league. And the Big Ten's top 3 teams can play with anybody else's top 3 teams, but the Big Ten's 4 through 7 will get beat by almost everybody else's 4 through 7. And that's what just kind of is disappointing about the whole thing, in my opinion, because the Big Ten I'm so sick of the Big Ten. All right, here's one from Salty.
Salty says, which do you think will ultimately be more impactful for this team's development this season? The last play loss to Ohio State, or the last minute win against Duke, and why?
Well, Duke, because it followed, right? Like if you reverse the 2 games, Ryan, then all the good, vibes and the lessons learned from the Duke comeback are gone, because a week later you choked the game away in the 4th quarter, basically. Right.
Negated, yeah. Yep.
Right. And so it's gone. All that good, mojo, so to speak, is gone. The fact that Notre Dame did the polar opposite of what cost them a game the week before, to me, is a great mental boost for a football team. Now there's technical stuff that got to get pointed out, but the timing of when it happened, to me, is why the Duke game will carry the most weight for this team moving forward. Now, this is referring to how it's going to impact the Notre Dame football team and the development, as you said. I'm not talking about the resume, because the resume is it's better to have a win over Ohio. I've always said this. It's better to have a great win and a not great loss than to have a great loss and a okay win from a playoff resume standpoint, in my opinion. But development of this team, the timing in which these games happened, Duke is the answer for me easily.
Well, I think after the Ohio State game, I think a lot of players probably felt dejected because they lost the game. But there's also that part of you that's like, but I played pretty well though. Like we played okay. Like there was a lot of good in that Ohio State game. The Duke game, there was not a lot of good play. There wasn't. Like it was an ugly, ugly victory. So I think for me, it's like if I'm truthful with myself as a player, I leave the Duke film session. I mean, the Ohio State film session saying, we lost, but like I did okay. Like we did okay. We were an okay football team that day. Watching Duke, I'm just like, man, we weren't good at all. Like we sucked.
Yeah.
Like we kind of sucked. We were not a great team that day. And I think that a lot more growth can come out of that one. Is like I can be a whole lot better than that. Like that was.
Oh,
bad.
I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying, Ryan. You're saying like from a development standpoint, is you can look and hey, we won that game, guys. So there's a lot we can get better at. I get what you're saying.
100%, yeah. Like
I thought
personally perspective, like we did not play well against Duke at all.
Yeah.
And barely squeaked out a victory.
Yeah.
Ohio State, we played pretty well for the most part, but just didn't get the win in the end. You know what I mean?
I thought you were making the opposite point. I thought you were going to say, we played pretty well. I feel pretty good about myself. And I don't feel good about myself. No, I get what you're saying. You're saying the opposite, which that's why I was like,
I'm saying from a personal growth team perspective, we did not play well. We can do a lot better than that.
But we showed heart, we showed character, and we learned how to win things that Notre Dame had not done. So yeah, that I'm going with Duke. And again, I do think the timing of it matters. I think if you flip the times those games are played, we're having a much different conversation right now about the rest of the season. I'm not saying it would have been justified or not, but that would have been the vibe coming out.
All right. We had a super chat from Sammy Torres and Barbara Auctioner. Thank you so much. Who are your top 3 most underrated college coaches right now? I'm assuming. Top 3. I mean, I think for me, I don't know. Would you say Kyle Whittingham's underrated a little bit? Like
Always.
Always.
Yeah. I think the football diehards like you and I respect the heck out of them. I think most just normal casual fans don't have a clue about how good Kyle Whittingham is.
Kyle Whittingham, Troy Calhoun from Air Force, and then number 3 would be, honestly, I think Kirk Ferentz is beginning to get a little underrated just because his son is a complete failure as an offensive coordinator and he won't get rid of him. You know what I mean? So, I mean, but if you look back at it at the end, we're going to remember Kirk Ferentz for like the failures of like the offensive coordinator stuff. But like entirety, he was a really good coach.
And that's the disappointing thing, Ryan. That's the really disappointing thing. And I'll say this, you know who else is being very underrated right now? And this is going to sound a little crazy. I don't know if I'd put him in my top 3. I'm still thinking through this of who my top 3 would be. Well, I'll say this, a couple guys that pop in my head as far as top 3. I think Mark Stoops is a very underrated football coach for what he's done at Kentucky. He doesn't get a lot of love about, like, everybody's Mike Elko is going to be the next big time, new hire. And I'm like, and he's deserved it. He's earned it. But so we never hear Mark Stoops' name when you talk about like guys doing a great job. He's got multiple 10-win seasons at Kentucky, and they're 5-0 and just curb stomped Florida. You know what I mean? Like, he's a very underrated coach in my opinion, and doesn't necessarily do it with like gimmicky stuff and all those other type of things. But here's a guy to me that I think is very underrated right now. That's Kalen DeBoer. Because when people talk about Washington, all the conversation is about the players. And that's partly because Kalen DeBoer, I think, kind of likes it that way. Like, put all the praise on my guys. He's not like a demonstrative, out there bringing attention to himself like Dan Lanning's and guys like that. He's just, give all the praise to my guys. My guys are doing a great job. But like, we don't ever, like, I don't anyway, hardly ever hear anyone talk about what a freaking genius Kalen DeBoer is offensively. We always talk about, oh, wow, how good Michael Penix is and how good Roman. If he's not the head football coach, most people have no clue who Michael Penix is or who Rome Odunze are or who Jalen McMillan are. Because here's the thing, Rome Odunze was a good football player before Kalen DeBoer showed up. He has just become a tremendous football player now that he's there. I mean, Rome Odunze caught 41 passes as a true freshman in 2021. Jalen McMillan caught 39 passes for 470 yards as a freshman. You know what I mean? Well, Rome Odunze was a redshirt freshman, I should say, that season in 2021. But, Jalen, they both were because of the COVID year the year before. But they were good football players. They've become a star group now because of Kalen DeBoer. I think he's a heck of a football coach. Heck of a football coach. And, I think he's doing a very, very good job. Very, very good job. And doesn't get the love that a guy doing that well. And here's the other thing too, Ryan. The storyline about Mike Elko is he inherited a terrible team and he turned it around really quickly. And my answer is, well, I wouldn't say that Kalen DeBoer inherited a team that lacked talent, because I think Washington had some decent talent because Jimmy Lake could recruit. He just couldn't coach his way out of a web paper bag. But he inherited a program with a lot of problems, culture-wise, and just, he inherited a team that went 4-8 the year before and quickly turned him around. I mean, the guy is 16-2 in his 2 years so far, and the 2 losses were by 8 points or less. He's doing a great job. Great job, in my opinion. Here's a good one, Ryan. Anthony Proger. Jeff Tedford has always been underrated. I would agree with that. He's doing a nice job at Fresno. And he was a good coach at Cal. All right, let's get back to some of these questions up here. Here's a good one. Ryan. This is an interesting one. Let me read this one because I want to get your thoughts on it, because I kind of talked a little bit about it last night. With Jordan Botelho out for the first half, is it a concern or could it be what the doctor ordered? Because this could be taken a couple different ways.
I mean, John, I still do believe in Jordan Botelho's talent. So, I mean, I don't think of it as a positive from that perspective, but I think that the blessing in this, I don't want to say blessing in disguise. The thing that you can get out of it is that guys like Joshua Burnham are now going to have to play a lot more. Junior Tuamaka are going to have to play more. So I think that you are creating depth in that regard, right? You're getting guys meaningful playing time, and ultimately, maybe it doesn't have to be a one-person show at Viper moving forward if they play well. Maybe it could be Jordan Botelho, Joshua Burnham, and Junior Tuamaka are all really good football players, and you rotate them well, and you get more production out of the Viper position than what you're currently getting. So I don't want this to be just like a dismissal of Jordan Botelho, like, yeah, man, if Joshua Burnham steps up, he's the guy. Like, that's it. No, you need all those guys to be guys, right. And I think that's the part that you could get out of this weekend.
I think it's just what the doctor ordered. In 2 regards. Number one, you're forced to play the younger players that so far you've been hesitant to give a lot of playing time. If they play well, you're going to have a lot more confidence in playing them more down the road, which is exactly what I've been saying. It's not that I don't think Riley Mills and Howard Cross have been great this year. They have been. I still want to take 10 snaps off of their game every week and give them to Jason Onye and Gabriel Rubio and those guys to make sure that they're fresh. Yep. As the season wears on. Same thing with Jordan Botelho. I want Jordan Botelho having 10 to 15 less snaps on his legs in the fourth quarter on that game, that potential game-winning drive, because I want him fresh and making that play off the edge. So I do think that it could be good in that regard if they play well. The other thing is my hope is that this is the kind of thing that maybe kickstarts Jordan a little bit. as far as how he's playing in the pass game is like, hey, man, like this thing can be taken away from you like that, whether it's a penalty, whether it's an ejection, suspension, whether it's an injury, whatever. Like, man, we need you. And then being out there where he's not out there, sometimes, Ryan, that can be a thing when you see when guys miss games with injury or whatever. It's like, man, like I hate not being out there. When I get back out there, man, I'm going to be, wait, you know what I mean? Like I'm going to just go crazy. And if that can be the thing that sparks him, that's great. And then if it sparks him and you're now confident to give Josh and Junior, 10, 15 more snaps a game as a combination, and now Jordan's even fresh, that's the ideal. If this goes perfectly for me, it's that.
Sure.
And I don't know if that happens if he's not suspended. Like if he's not suspended, they're not just going to all of a sudden up and play those younger guys more. They're just not going to do
probably
it.
Not. No, probably not.
And so that's why I like it. But Jordan is still got to be the guy there as long as he handles this properly. Because, again, those guys can give you more pass rush. Josh Burnham can give you more of a pass rush than Jordan Botelho based on how they've played so far this season. But what I want is for this to be the spark that gets Jordan Botelho back to rushing the quarterback like he did last year. Because if this defense gets that for the last 6 games, 5.5 games, Ryan, since he's going to miss the first half, this defense has been pretty good, takes a jump.
Yep.
And at a time when they're going to need it with that kid from L.A. coming to town in a week and a couple weeks. So you're going to need Jordan Botelho to be a dude that game, guys.
Yep.
I don't care what Josh Burnham and Junior Tuihalamaka do in the first half against Louisville. You're going to need Jordan Botelho to be a dude that next week. No doubt about it.
Yeah, it's all hands on deck against USC stuff.
Absolutely. All right. Just real quick, Seek and Destroy. We're gonna dive into this a little bit more tomorrow. So this will be a good one. We're going to dive into the matchup tomorrow and Wednesday. I just didn't want you to not your question to get ignored. So here we'll get back on track with this.
Irish Score Not said, "Is this upside down week? Why was a free for all moved to Monday?"
Okay, Ryan explained this at the beginning. We talked about it last week. We asked for people's feedback on it, and the overwhelming response was that y'all like the idea of doing a mailbag on a Monday. It gives you a chance to ask questions about the game that just got played while it's still fresh. We haven't completely moved on. You can ask questions about the opponent to a degree. You can ask recruiting questions. You can ask college football. We've seen people asking about the college football season. By Friday, to be honest with you, a lot of you have checked out. People aren't watching as much because it's like Thursday's about as far as they'll go. Recruiting is something that the timing of it on Friday allows Ryan to preview the upcoming visit weekends more, preview the games that week, get more time to get some intel from how the previous week went, as opposed to you've got Sunday, Ryan, you better get it going because you got a show on Monday. So there just was a lot of reasons that went into it. And the overwhelming response from people when we brought it up last week was that this is something that people really liked. So that's why we did it. So thank you for asking, because I'm sure there's still some people that maybe missed the intro that didn't quite get that.
We had a question from God Country Notre Dame Barbecue. If Marcus Freeman came up to you and offered you a Notre Dame football consulting job, would you take it? Your responsibilities would be looking at the team with a critical eye and reporting to him.
No, I wouldn't take it. 2 reasons. Number one, I love what I'm doing. Right? I mean, that's the thing. Some of you, I feel like you're trying to get rid of me. I'm joking, but I love what I'm doing. Number 2, if Marcus Freeman wanted me to do that, he wouldn't have to hire me to do that. He could just call and say, "Hey, man, I would really like this from you." And he wouldn't have to hire me. Say, "Hey, look, man, we can meet up. We can talk frequently. I can give you notes or whatever." I would do that if he asked, but it would be outside of kind of my role doing this. But if it came down to if I got offered and I've said this all the time, what if you got a GA? I'm good not coaching anymore. I really am. I had that kind of that desire when I first got into this job. And then I got back into coaching for 2 years and remembered all the things I didn't like about it. I love the game planning and I love the relationships of the players, and nothing's better than game day, that battle of minds that you're having with the guy, in the other press box. But there's a lot of things that I don't like. Not being around my wife, not being around, my dogs, being on the road all the time, with recruiting. And it's just not the life I want to lead anymore. So I'm good with that. And the jobs like consultant and GAs and analysts, those are grinding jobs, man. Like grinding jobs. So no, if he wanted my opinion on the team, he can do exactly what him and every other coach can do. If you want my opinion, if you want to ask me what I think of it as an outsider, if you want to push back on there was a coach on the staff, current staff, that didn't like something that I had said about him in a show, called me up, had a great conversation. I explained, I didn't back down from what I said. He expressed to me that he didn't agree with where I was coming from, tried to give some context to certain situations. It was a great conversation. It's very respectful both ways. My line is always open if anybody wants it. But moral of the story is I love what I do. I really do. Because if I was going to do that as a paid employee, I couldn't be here talking about the team anymore. And I couldn't do this job. And I also wouldn't be the boss anymore. And I just kind of like the idea of being my own boss. And that's arrogant and ego and all that. And I get all that. But I've worked very hard for a long time to get here. And I kind of like it. The other thing, too, is if I stop doing this job to do that, well, what if he leaves at some point in time? And now I've got to hope that the new coach would like for me to do that. So I would not that. Because I couldn't. It'd be hard to do that as a paid consultant and still do this. I just wouldn't want to do that. But I appreciate the question. Xavier Kilowatt says Freeman at times looked dejected at mistakes and penalties, but I didn't see any fire in him about it happening, concerning or not. I look, guys, I think way too much we read into coaches' mannerisms on the sidelines. I think we read into that way too much. You saw a guy that looked dejected. I saw a guy that looked frustrated. And I can sympathize with that. Absolutely, being in games, he looked frustrated. As far as see any fire, like look, Xavier, at the end of the day, you only see a small portion. Unless you're at the game and you're only looking at Marcus Freeman, you see a small portion of how he's interacting on the sidelines with anybody. And it's usually when he's complaining at officials. That's normally it. Every situation calls for something different. Is it concerning? No, it's not. And I'll say this about some other questions that we get down here, Ryan. There's like stuff about play calling and Tristan Mai says, seemed like the play calling handcuffed the offense, very Tommy Reese, et cetera. Is it a one-off, game player and coaching wise? And like there's things we could say about that, Tristan, but at the end of the day is when you've played 6 games and one game was different than the other 5, you shouldn't look at that one game and say, that's who that team is, right? And say, look,
yeah,
are we to believe that Georgia on every Saturday is only 1 touchdown better than Auburn? No. On that particular day, Georgia didn't play well. Auburn outcoached them in some ways. Georgia won the football game still. That's what matters. They had a bad day, right? I wouldn't even say a bad day. I think Auburn had a great day. I think that a lot of that had to do with Auburn did some really good things in that game. You know what I mean? Yep. Duke did some really good things against Notre Dame. This wasn't just about Notre Dame playing like crap. Sometimes you got to look and say, that's a pretty good football team that we've been telling you was going to be a good football team for months, right? And they did some great things coaching-wise. They did some great things player-wise. They had some guys that were like, I got a chance to make a name for myself today, and I'm going to do it. Dwayne Carter did that. You know what I mean? Like different Jamion Franklin. You don't think that kid had a little something to prove on Saturday night? Kid left everything he had out on the field on Saturday.
Sure did.
So sometimes, Ryan, you just got to be able to tip your cap and say, we didn't play well. This is looking at it from a coach's standpoint. We didn't play well. Those kids played out of their minds. We still won the game. Let's learn from it. Marcus Freeman said it perfectly. Let's learn from it. Get better at it. Don't just rely, hey, we won, all good, forget about it. No, you won. You got to get better. But part of that, what happened on Saturday night, guys, is Duke deserves some credit for how that game got played too.
Yeah,
there's no doubt.
We don't do that enough. I mean, there's 2 football teams that played on Saturday, and it's not all just everything Notre Dame did wrong. It's also that Duke forced the issue and made a lot of plays, right? Like it's right. Yeah, we need to give guys like Dwayne Carter credit for what they did. Jamion Franklin, the corners did outside. I think they were pretty solid in coverage for the most part. Riley Leonard made some great plays. He also didn't make some throws. You know what I mean? Like we need to have full analysis, I think is kind of my biggest thing there. And
I will give Duke all the credit in the world, and I've been trying to do it as much as possible. Mike Elko did a great job coaching that football team, and that football team played their guts out, man.
Yep.
And they did. Because they were easily the less talented team of the two, but they were in that football game, had a chance to win because of their coaching, because of their attention to detail, and because of the fire they played with. It was great job by Duke.
Yep, absolutely. Now, if this would have happened against Tennessee State or Navy or Central Michigan and Notre Dame needed a fourth quarter comeback to win, I'd probably have a different reaction. It would be less about tip my cap to Central Michigan and like, how the heck did you let a mediocre MAC team hang around with you? Right?
Yep.
But this was a darn good football team, a top 20 football team on the road, coming off of a rough, brutal, emotional loss against a really good football team. And like you said, Ryan, those kids, Duke played like a team that really believed they could beat Notre Dame.
Yep.
They did. It just Notre Dame also has a lot of heart. And at the end of the day, they had better players. That's what it came down to. But I gained so much appreciation for that football team from what they did on Saturday. And I hope that they can bounce back from this loss too and not let it kind of derail their season. Because this team has a chance to make some noise in the ACC, in my opinion, Ryan. Absolutely. Can make some
their
noise.
Quarterback's back soon because he's a high ankle sprain. That could be tricky.
Yeah. Yeah, but I'm just glad it wasn't worse.
Yeah.
And their bye week is coming because even if he has to miss games, Ryan, it's less games because of the bye.
Sure.
It really is. And the worst time of it is so they can completely shut him down for a week. That is huge without missing a game. You know what I mean? Without missing, and it's a good time this week in practice to get their backup quarterback some much needed reps without having to play him in a game so far. So we'll see how it goes, man. But I would hate to see Duke's season get derailed because their quarterback got injured at the end of a game. That would
on the last play. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. All right. I'm just glad you have the chat off right now. All right, let's see. We answered that question here from Salty. Why can't Florida win in an away game, Ryan?
I mean, Salty, why couldn't they win that? I mean, look, I think because I know it's a joking question, obviously, but like the point of the matter is that this Florida team's not incredibly talented, right? Like it's not. I think that this is going to be a team that's going to be hovering slightly over 500 this year. I mean, I just think they're a 7-5, maybe 8-4 football team. So I know it's a joking question, but like that team is being built right now. It wasn't in a great spot from a roster perspective when Napier showed up, and Napier's got to figure it out. And he's recruiting very well in the 2024 class.
Oh,
so like,
yeah.
Hopefully he can get it turned around. I hope so.
If they can keep this linebacker class together, Ryan,
it's
going to be a really good linebacker group. But there's some other dudes that, I mean, DJ Lagway's raw, but that kid has one of the strongest arms you're going to see. He's got a lot of talent, man.
Oh, he's a freak, yeah.
Yeah, he's doing a really nice job on the recruiting trail right now. And that's why you want to say to some fans sometimes, like, could you guys just shut up just for 5 minutes? Because you guys are going to derail this whole thing because you're just you're so insane with your – I had a buddy of mine. He's like, you think Napier's going to be fired? I was like, do you know what their record is? He's like, no, I don't. I was like, seriously, that's exactly the problem. But all you're seeing is because he goes on message boards. That's where he gets all these things from. I'm like, they're 3-2. They've lost to 2 top 25 football teams. And they weren't good losses. They didn't play well in either loss. They also spanked Tennessee. Like, they're not a great football team yet. They don't have a great roster yet. They're trying to win games in the SEC with Graham Mertz at quarterback, guys. You know what I mean? Like, give him some time to get his players there. And it's harder to do that sometimes when you've got all this toxicity in your like once that stuff set in for Gus Malzahn, he had no chance to recover. It didn't matter what he did. There's nothing he's going to be able to do because it was so toxic. And these fan bases just maybe they do realize it, and that's the whole point. They just want to feel like they have some kind of control. But it's just like, could you guys just shut up for just one off season or one season? Just like, hey, look, you know what? Like if how LSU fans are making all these excuses for Brian Kelly.
Sure.
Like that's how Florida fans should actually be. Genuinely, actually have a good argument to say about their football team. Hey, guys, playing a lot of young kids. We're not there yet. This is all we have, right? We're going to keep building these kids up, and we're going to try, and we're giving good effort, but we got to go out and get better. Like all this crap, the excuses LSU fans are using right now are legitimate things that Florida fans should be using. But unfortunately for Florida, they don't have a head coach who's constantly like reconditioning people's minds to lower expectations. That's the problem that Billy Napier has, is he refuses to lower expectations.
Well, I said it before the season. I truly believe it. This is one of the worst Florida rosters I've seen in several years. Like it's not a good roster. So yeah, I didn't expect them to be a great football team. They've actually played a little bit better for the most part than I thought they were going to play, if I'm being honest.
Because even against Utah, Ryan, if they don't shoot themselves in the foot 4 or 5 like really bad times, that's a much different football game in the fourth quarter, yeah, it's not a great roster. And then they had some of their better players for some just inexplicably left. Like the one, I still don't understand what the receiver, he ended up at Cincinnati.
Henderson?
Yeah.
Major Henderson. Yeah.
Did he get kicked off the team and we just never heard about it? It was wild. It's very wild.
I'm not really sure about that one.
Yeah, and they're not very good this year either.
No. Well,
all right.
Who would have thought about that?
Yeah, I know, right? Yeah.
We had a question from Craig Bolton, who says, Mailbag, did we run a player on the field late on Duke's last touchdown? It looked like a defensive end came in late.
I actually didn't notice that, Ryan. So I didn't notice that.
Was that where they flared the receiver out off of the motion, like that one? I didn't notice if they did.
I'm going to go back and look at it, but no, I didn't. I'll go back and look at it here while we're going to other questions, and I'll answer it later. But I didn't know that. I didn't notice that. It could also have been a situation maybe where, because sometimes you'll see that, Ryan, because the team will substitute.
Yeah.
And then
they have to let you sub.
Right. So you're running the guy on, but you're allowed to do that. I don't remember that being the case in that instance, but I'm going to go back and look at that. Actually, I think I found that play already, because that's what I love about the condensed games that the ACC puts out.
Yeah.
Because you can so quickly work through the different things. But I'm going to check that play out, Craig, and I'll come back to you here in a second.
And our next question is from Irish in Ohio. It says, Brian, you mentioned in a previous pod that you never know what to expect from Golden's defense. Do you think that makes it harder for opposing offensive coordinators? Defense seems unpredictable.
It can be if you're doing it correctly. It can be.
Yeah.
There's some merit to where and here's what I mean by it can be. It all comes down to is when you're doing all that different stuff, can your players execute all of it at the same level week to week? That's when it can be a problem. This year, they're doing that much more than they did last year. But here's my concern about it, Ryan. Is it sustainable? And not even so much sustainable this year. That's still a question mark. But is it sustainable from year to year? And this year, you've got a very veteran defensive football team. You've got a 6-year senior starting at one end. You've got a 5th-year senior at nose. You've got a senior at D tackle and Viper. You've got 3 5th-year seniors starting at linebacker. You got a 5th-year senior at corner. You got a 6th-year senior at safety. And you have another senior at safety who's already graduated. Actually, your next 2 safeties, matter of fact, your top 4 safeties and your nickel are all college graduates. Seniors in 5th years and 6th years, but they're all college graduates. The only young guy right now that's starting for Notre Dame is Benjamin Morrison, and his job is pretty easy because it's just they go play man. I mean easy like schematically, like it's not like it is for linebackers and stuff. And they bring guys off the bench that are younger, but those guys aren't playing a ton of reps. If you're going to try to do this much, if you need to do this much to be good, it's harder to maintain that same level of execution and consistency from year to year, because there are going to be years where you're younger. That would be my problem. Now, he may be the kind of coach that in years where they're younger, he can tone that stuff down. He just doesn't strike me as that kind of guy. Because he tried to do that last year, and it was part of the problem they had last year. So
unpredictability is great, but only when the unpredictability you're bringing to an opposition is structured. And like if I'm just throwing a bunch of stuff at the wall and my guys don't understand what they're doing, then it's structurally going to be imbalanced and not work correctly, because guys are going to be out of position a lot. There's going to be miscommunication. But if structurally you're solid and you're also causing unpredictability, that's great for you, right? Because then an offense or defense can't really key in on you. They can't. They're like, I don't know what this guy's going to run, but it's about being technically and
it's about being technically sound on the football field and being in the right spot. If you're not there, then you're just a mess. You're a user of chaos, but not a master of it, right? You're Alex Grinch, which is not a place that you want to be.
Agree. All right.
Yep.
Here's an interesting one, Ryan. Does Michigan have the nation's best defense at this time?
So I know Michigan's a hard team to judge based upon the fact that they haven't played a good football team yet, but I'm going to say something that actually helps me as a Notre Dame fan. I think Michigan right now is the best all-around team in college football, in my opinion. I don't think there's a hole in that roster. I really don't. That's all. I mean, I think their quarterback's playing much better ball.
Yeah.
I mean, the quarterback's playing much better ball than last year. They have two very good running backs. They have seniors at wide receiver that are being productive. They have a good tight end, veteran offensive line. Defensively, there's not really a hole in that defense structurally. Like, I mean, it's
defensively, I can go with you on that. But if Notre Dame,
what's the hole offensively? I don't know. I mean,
if you let me explain, I'll tell you what I think. If Notre Dame played the schedule that Michigan played, and the first time they scored more than 35 points was the 5th game of the year, people would have a problem. I think the question I have about the Michigan offense is I don't know that the things that I would view as concerns for them in the bigger moments, because like if we're talking about are they one of the best teams in college football? Yes, they've proven that for 2 years in a row and this season, because they're not playing great on offense, but they're still beating teams 30-something to 7, 30-something to 3, 30-something to 6 every week. The question is okay, we didn't know that Notre Dame had some holes that they have until they played somebody. And then those things kind of got exposed. To me, Michigan, they've got good receivers, but I still question whether or not they can go out into a game against an Ohio State, the way they're playing defense, against a Georgia, teams like that, and play the way that they need to play to be the best team in college football. I think that's still a question mark for me. I still have the same question marks about J.J. McCarthy. He's playing very well in those moments. His not the Nebraska game, but the one before. He was it was 2 games ago against Bowling Green. He was bad. Threw 3 interceptions. And again, Bowling Green's not very good, but 3 picks against Bowling Green. You're not going to win a lot of good football games going 8 of 13 with 3 picks. So I think Michigan's a very good football team, but I just need to see them play somebody that's good that can say, hey, let me see your Roman Wilson made a great catch this week. Let me see you do that against somebody that's good. That's where I'm at with that. And so what's that?
I said I partly get that. I just think that, like, talent-wise, I mean, I just don't really see a hole in that roster.
I don't think their talent for being the best team at wide receiver is, and that's kind of what hurt them, a little bit in the last couple of years when they get into the postseason, especially against Georgia 2 years ago. Is they got great offensive line, they got great run game. I mean, their backfield is legit. JJ's a good athlete, can make plays with his legs, but can they really go out against the better teams on the schedule and make plays in the pass game? That's my question, and I still have that question at quarterback and receiver. Defensively, Ryan, I'll say this. They're better on defense than I thought they were going to be. I thought they're going to be a really good defense, but not an elite defense. And I know they haven't played anybody, but they have just absolutely just dominated everybody they've played so far. I mean, the most rushing yards they've given up is 106 yards. They have yet to give up 200 passing yards in a game. I know you haven't played great teams. Rutgers doesn't suck. Rutgers is not a 3-4 years ago Rutgers team. It's not. It's not good, but it's like this is a team where you're going to have to do something. But you're dominating on defense in ways that I didn't think this defense was going to do to this degree in the passing game. So that was the thing I'd talk about during the season, Ryan, or during the offseason is I got questions about this secondary outside of Will Johnson. I don't love their safeties. I don't love their other – who's going to replace DJ Turner? This pass defense has been a lot better than I thought it was going to be.
The NFL actually really likes their safeties.
Say that again?
Kid. I
didn't hear the beginning.
The NFL really likes their safeties, the Page kid and whoever the other kid is. I forget the other
DJ, is it
I forget his name.
Moore? Rod Moore. Rod Moore. Yep. Here's one, Ryan. This is kind of I discussed this a little bit earlier. I think it's one of the times you stepped away. This is from Irish in Ohio. Would you consider starting the game with some up tempo this week?
Depends what the first play of the game is. I mean, if it's a positive play, then yes, I would start up tempo. I mean, up tempo is only good though when you get into a good rhythm, though, right? Like, I mean, you have to if you're going up tempo, but it's like I just ran the ball for 2 yards and then I had an incomplete pass, and then up tempo doesn't really matter, right? Like up tempo matters when you're getting consistently good gains, right? So Irish and Ohio, if I get a first or second play, I get a nice gain, maybe a little bit of a chunk play, then yeah, man, let's go. Let's race it. Let's get it going a little bit for sure.
But you do have to go into the game thinking, hey, if we're going to do this, we're going to go tempo, to your point. Because if you go -3 on your first play, right? Let's say you run toss, first play, go -3. Okay, can we speed up and you know what I mean? You can get yourself into a funk that way, is what you're saying, right? But you also don't just decide at that moment after the first play. And this is what Ryan's not saying this. I'm adding to this. You don't also go in the first play. Oh gosh, we completed a ball for 8 yards. Let's go tempo real fast. It's got to be part of who you are. So then maybe if you do like first play of the game, you get sacked. That actually might be a better example, Ryan. You get sacked on the first play. Then you say, hey, look, let's slow it down. And then maybe series 2, you go tempo. But I will say they do need to have a plan for an early series. And it's not because I think tempo is this end-all, be-all. This offense needs to get some rhythm, and they need to get some confidence. And I do think a little blend of tempo can do that. I do.
I agree. I definitely want to see tempo at time. There's no doubt about that.
Yep. And then, Ryan, I know you got to go. There's one more question down here that I wanted to get that I thought would be a good one for you.
Okay.
Give me 1 second. Let me find this. All right, here, where are we at? So we answered that. Here it is right here. This is kind of following up on the Michigan conversation because I'm starting to hear more and more people say this, and you and I have not talked about this team off the air, so I really want to get your opinion on this. Okay. This is from Jeff Fluke, and Jeff Fluke asked a similar question what Salty did about Michigan. Is Texas the best team in the country right now?
They're playing very good football right now, but I would say, I still need to see more from a couple different spots for Texas. I mean, I'm a very player-driven person, right? And it's like the JJ McCarthy thing for Michigan. Like, it's a very fair comment that you have, right? As far as wanting to see more, I want to see a lot more out of Quinn Ewers, though. I want to see a lot more out of him. He hasn't shown me anything where I'm just he showed me some spurts, but he hasn't shown me a nice sample size of being that's that guy, right? Offensive line wise, they've played better. But are they still to the level of a championship team? I still want to see a little bit more there. And their secondary Swiss cheese, man. It is. Yeah. I think their front's good. I mean, their front is very good in my opinion. Yeah. But secondary, if Alabama had a just good quarterback in that game, they're going for a lot more yardage in that one. There was a lot of opportunities in that Alabama game where I just think Jalen Milroe wasn't able to capitalize on it, to be honest.
So the same thing happened. So I'm going to agree with you about the O-line. It's better. Yep. How good is it?
Yep.
The Quinn Ewers thing, I'll say something in a second. The secondary thing, the same thing happened against Kansas, Ryan. If you go back and watch that game, there's a lot of guys coming open, but Jason Bean can't complete those balls in instances where I think Jalen Daniels would. The Quinn Ewers thing is that I found that interesting. Could you elaborate on that? Because I saw a kid that went to Bama and threw for 349 yards and 3 touchdowns. And I saw a kid that ripped up Baylor, and I saw a kid that last week ripped up Kansas and gets the game started off with a 30-something yard touchdown run, and he's got 5 rushing touchdowns this season. So I'm not saying he is oh gosh, everything they said about him coming out of high school is true. He was never that good.
Oh, I think he's a lot better than what the moniker of him was coming into the season. He's a much better player than that.
I think he's a pretty good football player. And the other thing I'll say this is I feel this Texas team, and it's not because they're better at running back, because they're not. But I feel because the offensive line is better, they're much more able to make it not all be about him than last year's team. And so I would say if you want to make a case that Texas has the best offense in college football, I could be sensitive to that, although I'd still say it's Washington. But Texas is more balanced than Washington is, right? But the secondary thing to me, when they play a team that's got a really good quarterback and receivers, it's gonna be a shootout. That's why I said if Jalen Daniels, I said this to begin, if Jalen Daniels plays on Saturday, Texas wins, but it's a very high scoring game, in my opinion. Very high scoring game.
I think that Alabama game just really showed some warts for me in that game because I agree. I think that Quinn Ewers is showing growth that I thought he would have this season, to be honest with you. And it's been good to see him playing better football. Yeah. But I'm more worried about Quinn Ewers is not the first of my concerns on this Texas team. Secondary is 1. 2 would be, is is that offensive line really good, or did you have one good performance against one good defense, and then maybe you're just playing against a bunch of not great fronts otherwise? Like I can't name a single player on Kansas's defensive line. I can't name a single one, right?
No,
So
and
that's
they don't have that. They don't have.
And
I will say
Baylor,
this
like,
again. I thought Texas did a really nice job shutting down the Kansas run game, because you've spoken about their back, who's a dude. But it's a lot easier to shut that guy down when Jason Bean's their quarterback. And now he's a good athlete, but there was no threat to get beat pass game.
He's just an athlete. He's just an athlete.
He should be playing receiver. And the
Illinois game, the NFL will make him play receiver.
Yeah.
They will make.
Well, you saw him play a little receiver against Illinois beginning of the year, right? I mean, they were using them together. That's what he should be.
Apparently, he was like a 10-400 meter kid in high school. Like he can run, man. Like he can run.
Did you see I thought he pitched that ball on the touchdown. I actually thought that was a pitch.
Yeah, I thought it was.
When they showed replay, I realized it wasn't, but I thought he was trying to. But I mean, just the athleticism he showed on that play, he should be playing another position. But Jalen Daniels can legit make throws that kid just can't make. And there were guys, and they dropped a couple balls. Like if they were to play Washington right now, that's a 50-something to 50-something game.
I agree.
I mean, because neither one of those defenses, well, maybe that 50-something to 50-something's an extreme, but you get the point that I'm making.
Maybe
they're throwing for a lot of yards against this Texas secondary with that group. So, Ryan, I know you got to go, so we'll go ahead and rock this out. So, fatherly duties are calling for Mr. Robert. So we're going to work through a few more of these questions, and then we'll get out of here. So this has been a fun show today so far. Question from Salty: which is a game you need to see this weekend? Texas, Oklahoma, or Alabama at Texas A&M? Well, Salty, they're both interesting in different for different reasons. Number one, for me, the Texas Oklahoma game is I want to find out if Texas is legit and if Oklahoma is legit. I have a lot more faith in Texas. I would agree with Ryan. I do not think that Texas is the best team in college football right now, because I still don't think their defense is that good. I think their offense is a lot better. And to me, to be the best team, you need to have some level of balance. And I don't think that they have that. I'd still have Georgia number one. I know they've had their issues, but again, you guys know my stance. You're the champ until somebody beats you. I think Washington's probably been the most impressive team I've seen so far this season. But have they been tested by a really good offense yet? I don't think so. So I still have some question marks there. But I will say this. I'm not a believer yet in Oklahoma. I watched them play against Cincinnati and SMU, the two best teams they've played, and they looked very mediocre on offense. Scored 28 against SMU, 20 against Cincinnati. Their defense has gotten better this year. There's no doubt about that. I will give them credit there, but they haven't really played a great offense yet either. So we're going to learn a lot about Oklahoma this weekend. And this Texas A&M Alabama game is so fascinating because, Texas A&M the last 2 years has played Alabama really tough. And they beat them 2 years ago in Tuscaloosa. Almost beat them last year. I mean, they were inside the 15, 20-yard line at the end of the game with a chance to win. And so that was, they've played them tough, and they're rolling right now. But Bama's a bit of a wounded animal at the current moment. And so how are they going to be? They had a nice bounce back against Mississippi State, but Mississippi State's just not that good this year. And, they got destroyed by LSU. They barely beat Arizona. They got beat by South Carolina, who's not that good this year. Bama worked them pretty good last week, but Bama had 360 some yards of offense, something like that last week. So I'm very curious how that game is going to go. And Texas A&M needs this game bad. But look, you don't think Jimbo wants to be a guy that puts sort of like the final nail in Nick Saban's career coffin at Alabama? Alabama loses another game. If Alabama, I'll say this. If Alabama loses to Texas A&M, this is going to be a really hot take, but I believe this. If they lose to A&M, they will lose 4 games this year because that'll make them 4-2. They got Arkansas at home, Tennessee at home, LSU at home, at Kentucky, at Auburn. Auburn's a better football team, a lot better football team than they were last year. And by the time they get to game 12, they could be dangerous against this version of Bama. They're going to have to, and the reason I say this, because if Bama bounces back and they go beat Texas A&M on the road, then that tells me they've figured out their problems and they've addressed them enough to where they're still Bama, right? If they go on the road this week and lose to Texas A&M, it's going to be problematic. And LSU at home is not going to be a guaranteed win for them because LSU can score. And now I know LSU's defense is terrible, but can Alabama really score like that? They haven't shown me that right now. And losing to Texas A&M would be further evidence of that. And then you've got at Kentucky. That's not a gimme right now. I mean, the way Kentucky's playing and the way Bama's playing. So if they lose this game, they will lose 4 games this year. I'm marking it down. Now, perhaps one of them's a bowl game and they lose 3 in the regular season, but minimum 3 in the regular season if they lose this weekend. And I would lean towards 4. I really do. I don't know that this Bama team is prepared to handle that type of thing. They don't have Bryce Young to bail them out last year when they were on the verge of losing some games last year. So it's going to be a very fascinating game. So if I can only watch one of the 2, I'd watch the Alabama-Texas A&M game. That would be the one that I would watch. It was just if I can only watch one of those. That'd be a really good one. Very, very good one. All right, let me get to a few more here. And let me see here. There was one down here I wanted to get to. Joe Allen asks, do you think that Notre Dame will have to try to disguise more plays of the tight end since Evans is on fire? Well, I don't know that they need to disguise it, Joe. I do think that you need to maybe add a little bit to the tight end repertoire from a route standpoint. Right now they've ran crossers, options, seams, and ins. It's kind of it. Maybe there's some different matchups that you can do. Where you do some delays. Maybe you can do some things where you line him up outside a little bit and try to get in some unique matchups. Like, here's something I would do. I would put 3 receivers to one side out of 11, or you could even do it out of 21 and have like Jeremiah Love or Jadarian Price there and go 3 by 1 and see how they defend it. How do they line up? Do they put a safety out there? Do they put a backer out there? Do they leave a corner out there? Because if we leave a corner out there, then I've got some matchups over here with my 3 receivers that I could go to pass game wise. If they put a linebacker out there, then there's some things I can do the pass game with Mitchell Evans. And if they put a safety out there, then there's still some matchups I like there. But the other thing that you could do is you could line up in some looks where you go 3 by 1, and you could actually go, put 2 of the receivers on the line of scrimmage and have Mitchell Evans off, and then all of a sudden motion him depending on how they line up. And now get yourself in some situations where he can block backside, where he can maybe go over and do an overload type of situation where you get numbers where you kind of quickly make that defense react, where hey, they put a safety out here or a backer out here, and especially if they put a safety out here, I would then line him up off, send him on a pretty quick motion, and try to get him going somewhere in a run game, maybe some kind of screen game, things along those lines. So there's some things that I would do. And that's the kind of creativity I think Notre Dame needs to do right now with their receiving core, not really just playing lights out football. Is if you have a receiving core that's just not dominant right now, then you can either complain about it and keep running the stuff you're running and just know that against good teams, we're just not going to have success. Or B, you say, you know what? We need to maybe go into our bag of tricks because we got a really good offensive line, usually. We've got really diverse running backs. We can do a lot of things with personnel-wise. We can do a lot of 2-back stuff. Now that Eli Raridan is back and Cooper Flanagan showing he can block, there's some things you can do out of 13 personnel. We can keep Cooper Flanagan attached and with a running back, and you can get 7-man protection still, and now you can do some stuff with Holden Stace and Mitchell Evans in the pass game if teams match you personnel-wise. So those are things that I just want to see this offensive staff be a little bit more creative with how it uses its unique personnel this season. And Mitchell Evans is key to that, the way he's playing the last 2 weeks, Joe. So I definitely think when a guy's on fire, you add to his repertoire. But the other thing is when a guy's on fire like this, you use him at times as a decoy. Hey, we're going to put him here, get the defense thinking we're going right here. But in reality, we're trying to get your safety to bite down because we want to bang a post route behind it or something like that. So, or we're going to run an in cut and then a post, and then I'm running my wheel out of that side because your linebacker, because like right now, Notre Dame's running a lot of wheels to the boundary side, right, with the X. And then they're bringing crossers over. And right now, linebackers are kind of running with that and just kind of taking the wheel. They've seen it. Well, what if you do it like out of 12 personnel or 11 personnel, actually, and maybe you do kind of like a bunch set, or, not, excuse me, a normal spread set. Don't bunch it like you have so much in the past, and then use Mitchell Evans to maybe run like an in cut or an option route, ran that post route. Well, now that linebacker might be a little bit more keyed on Mitchell Evans than the running back. Now you run your wheel concept out of that, right? Out of the boundary. If that guy flies out, then Mitchell Evans is right there on some kind of option route against a safety. And if that safety comes down and the backer jumps that, now you've got a post route coming behind it. So just some different things like that I would like to see them do, that you're using that, because that might not have worked a couple weeks ago because teams weren't going to respect Mitchell Evans the way they did Michael Mayer. The way he's played the last 2 weeks, I think you've got to start using him also, not just to get him the football, but also using him to create some of those big play opportunities that we talked about a little bit earlier. I think those things are going to be part of it as well. So I would do a little bit of that with him. Here's an interesting one. This one right here from Salty. Will Dave Aranda be Purdue's Baylor's coach next year? He's got a lot better shot at it now after they beat UCF this past weekend, but it's not going great right now. They've got Texas Tech this weekend and Cincinnati and Iowa State and Houston the next 4 games before they go at Kansas State, at TCU. They're catching a little bit of a break. There's no Oklahoma on the schedule. They've already kind of got through the tough part. They had to play Utah. They had to play Texas. They had to play at UCF. They were able to get a win over UCF. They're struggling right now, 2-3. But you got a chance these next 4 games, home games against Texas Tech, Iowa State, and Houston, and then at Cincinnati. You've got to win those games. You got to at least go 3-1 in those games. And then you got West Virginia at home. So, I mean, there's still a chance actually for them to make a bowl game. They're going to need to. They're going to have to rally back, because if they continue to fall apart, you kind of look at Dave Aranda and say, they had that one good year where they were winning with the roster that was primarily built by Matt Rule. And outside of that, that's done anything. He's gone 2-7, 6-7, and then this year, outside of that 12-2 season. So I don't know that I'd say he'll that would mean he'd be fired next year, but he will definitely at least go into the hot seat next year. And that's going to be interesting. And this is kind of a point Ryan made earlier that's going to be interesting is, do these administrations and athletic departments feel pressure with the major upheaval happening next year that they've got to make some sort of splash as these new leagues start coming together and forming? You're welcoming Colorado, Utah to the league next year. You're welcoming the Arizona schools to the league next year. If you don't have faith in your coach, do you really want to kind of take a couple seasons of catching L's, or do you say, hey, we need to make some splash hire now and kind of go into it then? There's going to be some teams. There's going to be some teams that are going to have some tough decisions to make. Salty also asked who really won the game, USC or Colorado. USC won, but showcased the absence of a defense. Colorado lost, but refused to quit and stormed back to make it a 1-score game. USC definitely won, because I would question that, Colorado stormed back. USC went away from what was working defensively early, because Colorado scored late. It was a 34-7 at one point in time. I think USC just kind of got out of their funk, didn't show a lot of maturity in the second half. The other thing that bothered me at that game is the clock management Colorado showed at the end of that game. Like, they needed a little bit more urgency. I mean, they're running, and it's not that they necessarily needed to speed up and snap the ball in 5 seconds, but they're running the football like up the middle, like 2 times in a row, and just running time off the clock to the point where if you had to use all your timeouts, and if you don't get an onside kick, you're done. Maybe if you could have gone a little bit more tempo, maybe you could score with like 2 minutes left, keep a couple of your timeouts to where, you don't have to onside kick. Or if you do onside kick, you still have time to stop them. And, I would not have onside kicked if you could have scored with over 2 minutes left, and if you had some timeouts left. So I did not like the way Colorado handled it at the end. So they both had their issues in the second half, but USC was still the better team that day. There's no doubt about it. All right, couple more before we get out of here. Let's see here. Got the tempo one here, so I got those. Got to that one. Just give me a second here, everybody. Got to the Texas question. Oh, this is funny. Irish Gordy, not my favorite BKism: blaming players, blaming coaches, blaming youth, blaming NIL, rudely responding to media, scaring away recruits with lack of awareness and communication, etc. The part about that got me, that just literally made me laugh out loud, is when he said they asked him about were there some issues with play calling. Now, keep in mind, that his defense had just given up 55 points. They had just blown a 49-40 lead in the second half. And they had just given up 706 yards of offense, 317 rushing and 319 defense. And they asked him, were there some issues with play calling? And he said, I didn't really notice any problems with play calling. And then just proceeds to the players basically didn't get it done. And the reason he does that is because Brian Kelly has this really weird thing where if it's like he feels that if he admits that there's a problem at coaching, that's the thing he's most responsible for is the coaches, right? Can't control the players. They got to go make plays, but I'm responsible for the coaches. And he's got this thing where if he admits the coaches did something wrong, it's almost as if he feels like he's admitting that he made a mistake, and he's utterly unwilling to do that. Anytime Brian Kelly ever takes ownership of something, it's always like backhanded. This is on me, but kind of thing. And to sit there and say that you didn't see any issues with play calling and this was all a player thing, like really? The last two games against Arkansas and Ole Miss, they have gone 17 of 29 on third down. Like, think about that. And if you add the Florida State game into the conversation, they have given up. Those opponents have gone 26 of 43 on third down. Florida State, Arkansas, and Ole Miss. Think about that. 26 of 43. That is a 60.5% third down rate. And you're telling me that is all players? Come on, man. That is peak Brian Kelly hot trash right there. That is exactly what that is. Absolutely what that is. A couple more before we get out of here. There's one from JP Buellsfeld that I liked. JP says, if Riley Leonard wanted to transfer to Notre Dame next year, would you welcome him, or is it time to develop our talented high school quarterback recruits? Riley Leonard would be on a short list of guys that I would look at. I'm very high on Riley Leonard as a quarterback, very high. And I think being in a place like Notre Dame would be good for him because it would help develop him in more of a pro style type of system. I don't know why he would leave. Duke's got a pretty good situation there. It's not like he's at a small school. Maybe if Mike Elko left, maybe he might look to go somewhere, but he's one of the few guys that I would look at. I'm very much in JP you've got Kenny Minchie, you've got CJ Carr, Steve Angeli. Develop those kids unless there's a stud out there. And I think Riley Leonard's got a chance to be a stud. Got a chance to be a stud. So he's a guy that I would certainly look at. Certainly would look at that one. And I believe that is going to do it. There might have been one other question here that I wanted to get to. Yeah, I think that's going to be it. All right, that is going to do it. Oh, here's one that I did. A couple people asked this. Do you think Jalen Seed's playing time is about right, or is Notre Dame underutilizing him? I thought his playing time was about right prior to this last game. And Jalen did not play. I think he played like one snap on defense. So unless he was injured, that one did not make a lot of sense to me. He played 10 against Ohio State. That's a little light. I'm surprised because based on what his skill set is and based on some things that I've heard about him, I'm surprised they don't use him to rush the quarterback more. He's, according to Pro Football Focus, he's had 21 pass rushes on the season. He's got 5 pressures on 21. That's one every 4 pass rushes. Your other linebackers are like 1 every 9, 1 every 10. Maris had a great rate this year. I think it was like 4 out of 8, 4 out of 9, something like that. 3 out of 8. Maris had a really good one this past week against Duke. Actually, well, it was 3 out of 8 is what it was. It's a really good success rate as a pass rusher to get a pressure on the quarterback. I'm surprised they're not using him more to rush the quarterback. Now, part of it is, he's missed a lot of tackles and all that, but that's fine. I get that. That's why maybe you don't play him a ton at linebacker right now. But he's a really twitchy, athletic kid. He's also had some good moments. It's not like his only moments have been bad moments. He has some good moments as well. And I look at him and I'm like, man, this kid has too much explosiveness athletically to not use but 1 snap against Duke. I understand why that game would have been more limited because you really needed discipline in that game and assignment, and discipline meaning from like an assignment correctness standpoint. but I'd really like to see them get him more involved. I'd really like to see that. So I went back and watched the play, and I did not see them run a guy on late in a way that would concern me. I didn't notice that, and maybe the TV copy didn't show it. I didn't see it. I could be missing something. So you can always bring that up into another conversation. So that's going to do it for today's show, everybody. I want to thank everybody for being with us today. Here's one. There was a question about the linebackers that Cole just also asked, and Ken Pluta asked earlier. He says, I believe all the senior linebackers, Maris, JD, and Kaiser, have a year remaining. How many do you think get offered to come back next year? I don't know how many will get offered, so I can only offer you my opinion. And my opinion is they all have eligibility to come back next year because they're sixth-year guys. I would probably offer Marist the chance to come back, maybe. But honestly, at this point in time, I just feel like those are great kids. You've got to turn the page at some point in time. It's kind of like the quarterback conversation. So at most, I would bring one of them back. If JD or Marist, I'd bring maybe one of them back. I wouldn't bring Jack Kaiser back. I kind of feel like Marist, it's like, how much better is he going to get? I don't know. If you think he can get a lot better, maybe bring him back to help his NFL stock. With like JD Bertrand, it's like he just kind of is who he is. I like JD as a player more than most, but he is who he is. He's not going to come back next year and get better. It's time to kind of get those young kids going and develop those young kids. And it's the same kind of mindset I had yesterday, Ken, when I was talking about the quarterback position, is because they're getting into a situation of where it is now the 12-team playoff. You're more able to if you're a team like Notre Dame, where like, hey, we're really talented, but we're in a situation where we're in a situation where, we're young, then you're in a situation where you can say, hey, look, how many times am I going to say we're in a situation? But you could say, hey, look, we're gonna maybe take some lumps early and just deal with it, because we feel if we can just get through the first 5 games and say, hey, sorry, just respond to something real quick. If we can get through the first 5 games and say, look, let's take our lumps, but we come out of it 4-1 at worst. Those kids get some experience. They get that time under their belt in the system and get that time playing and all that. Once those kids click, like middle of the year when the schedule starts to ramp up, you're going to be very dangerous. And I'd be willing to do that in the what the current landscape will look like next year, when it gets down to like where it doesn't have to be the 4, where the margin for error is super, super thin. If Notre Dame's 11-1 next year, they're in the playoff. If they're 10-2, there's a good chance that you're in the playoff, right? But to me, it comes down to, I want the more talented players in the field. If, not freshmen, but like Drake Bowen and Nolan Ziegler and Jalen Sneed and Jaden Osbury and Preston Zinner, and even looking at the defensive line, with some of those younger guys, it's like, maybe it's time to move on with some of those guys, where get your better players in the field, get your more talented players in the field, and develop them. And that's what I would do. That's kind of where I would be. Maybe bring one of them back to give you some leadership and all that. But honestly, if you bring a kid back for a 6th year, you kind of have to start them. I don't necessarily want to do that. I don't want to guarantee that, except maybe Marist, because again, Marist still has the highest ceiling. But I want to see Nolan Ziegler and Drake Bowen and Kingston Viliama-Asa competing for the mic job next year. Again, you guys know I'm a big JD Bertrand guy. It's not that JD's not a good player. It's just I also know that JD has some limitations, size, and all those type of ways, to where I want to get the bigger, the rangier, the more physically gifted player on the field, and let JD go try to become a professional. And I want to see him get that chance to do that. So that's where I'm kind of at with the linebacker. It's a tough one. It's not as easy. Like, I know some of you think, oh, it's an easy one. Of course it's not that easy. It's definitely not that easy, because they're good football players. But I would like to see those linebackers, those young, talented linebackers, get that shot. And again, that's why I felt that it was such a missed opportunity not to get Jaden Osbury and Drake Bowen on the field against Central Michigan. You can afford for them to make some mistakes against Central Michigan. That would be great. Put it on film and show them, hey, this is what you got to do. And it just is a missed opportunity, in my opinion. And if he plays well, now all of a sudden you can play him more, which again, with an undersized guy like JD Bertrand, if you felt good enough to play Drake Bowen because of how he played early, 10, 12 snaps a game, and that's 10, 12 snaps off of JD Bertrand's body. By the time you get to November in the postseason, you've saved 100 to 120 snaps over the course of a season off of JD's body, which is going to make him quicker and fresher and all those type of things, which makes him better. So it's not, I'm not someone's like, oh, play him so eventually you can bench JD. It's not me. But I do think it was a missed opportunity not to get more of a rotation going there. And that's just going to basically be how it's going to be with Al Golden as the defensive coordinator. It's just, he's always going to be a guy that errs on the side of playing the veterans that can get everybody lined up. That's just the way it's going to be. So that's going to do it for today's show, everybody. Hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit the notification bell, share this podcast. And if you have not done so, sign up for the message boards at boards.oursbreakdown.com. Ryan has some intel on Davis Andrews' situation on the board. We'll have some more recruiting stuff coming up hopefully later in the week, over the next week, before we get ready for USC. And of course, I'll have my breakdown, the statistical breakdown of the game, coming up on the message board. It's a message board only thing as well at boards.oursbreakdown.com. Definitely check that out. If you're listening via a podcast platform, I would love it if you could give us a 5-star review. Would really appreciate that very, very much. Till next time, 6 o'clock tonight, IB Nation Sports Talk here in about an hour. Tomorrow, we will intro Louisville. We'll talk a lot more about Louisville. We'll talk a little bit about what this game means for Notre Dame. Then we'll dive into Louisville specifically. And then, of course, we'll answer your questions in a mailbag afterwards. So have a great day, everybody, and we'll talk to you again very soon on the Irish Breakdown Podcast.